Irene is vicious? Mom, if she was, she wouldn't have tolerated so much bullying from you. If she was so cruel, would she have moved out with nothing to her name? Would she have endured a mistress and an illegitimate daughter taking her place? Mom, use your brain. The truth is right in front of you, so why can't you tell who's the evil person here? How dare you speak to me that way? Margaret was so angry that she grabbed the teacup in front of her and threw it on the ground. Edric looked at her coldly. I'm not scolding you. I just want you to face the truth. Since you're so free nowadays, you'd better take the time to think about it. Perhaps the person you think is evil is actually a good person, and vice versa. I have my own eyes and I can tell for myself. I don't need your advice, Margaret shouted at her son. I had hoped for that. But let me remind you, don't hold too much hope for the children in Lily's stomach. I don't want you to end up even more disappointed, Edric reminded her. What do you mean? Do you plan to get rid of the babies in Lily's belly? Margaret straightened her neck and shouted, You unfilial son! If you dare touch the babies in Lily's belly, I'll kill you. Edric frowned. I won't touch them. If she wants to give birth, that's up to her. Just make sure that she doesn't regret doing so. Seeing Edric admit he wouldn't touch Lily's babies, Margaret was so happy that she had no time to care about her son's unreasonable behavior just now. Although Irene had said that there was no need to hire bodyguards, Kinsey and Jordan were still worried about her safety. They both hated Lily. The only reason Lily could act this way was because Lily was pregnant with Edric's children. Plus, she was good at putting on an act in front of Margaret, so Margaret always supported her without any hesitation. Jordan would love to see how brazen she could be without Margaret's support. He frowned as a plan began to form in his head. He had to find a way to let Margaret see that Lily wasn't as obedient and kind as she seemed. As long as Margaret disliked Lily, Lily would never dare to act so boldly. Since Lily was still in the hospital recuperating, Jordan bribed the nurse and asked her to purposely provoke Lily to make her angry. Lily was always kind and considerate in front of Margaret, but she did not need to pretend in the hospital. Since she was already in a bad mood, she would naturally vent her anger out. So Lily had scolded the nurse harshly in the ward. The video of her cursing was sent to Margaret, who stared at Lily in the video for a long time before returning to her senses. Was this the same Lily who was always so gentle and obedient in front of her? Margaret herself was no pushover. When it came to making a scene, she was very experienced herself. However, she was not one to spout foul language. Lily, on the other hand, was a completely different story. She had learned a lot of swear words from Cat Alley since she was a child. Although Deborah had sent her to a disciplinary school to change her attitude, that only changed her physical appearance. Inside, she was still the same timid Lily from Cat Alley. Her gentleness, kindness, and generosity were only aimed at the noble ladies and daughters of the upper class. She saw no need to be polite to the people who were below her. For Lily, the nurse was someone who had no power, yet she dared to provoke her. Lily was not courteous to her at all, and she showed her real personality. A lady and a shrew, one kind, one vicious. These two extremes of Lily's personalities made Margaret dumbfounded. Margaret was not a fool. She suddenly realized that Lily might have been pretending this entire time, and that she actually was not the gentle and kind person she knew after all. Being aware of this, Margaret began to feel uncomfortable. However, Lily still had her 2 grandsons in her belly, so no matter how uncomfortable she was with her, she would wait until after Lily gave birth to think about it. Marie decided to go to find Thomas for Lily's sake. Thomas was now living in Jordan's villa, and she did not have Thomas's phone number. It would not be easy for her to meet him. In the end, Marie decided to wait for a few days near Jordan's villa. Finally, one day while he was on his way out to run errands, Marie blocked his way and said, "Thomas, I have something to tell you." "Didn't you say that we have nothing to do with each other anymore?" As soon as he saw Marie, Thomas realized that what he had feared was coming true. Marie was not a trustworthy person at all. "We share the same blood after all, so we're siblings. How could we not have anything to do with each other?" Marie said with a smile. Thomas looked at her disgustedly. "Why don't you cut to the chase?" It's not convenient for us to talk here. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Marie pointed to the tea room next to her and said, "Let's talk there." Thomas knew that he could not avoid this, so he followed her into the tea room silently. "Thomas, what do you want to drink? Earl Grey or English breakfast?" Thomas sneered, "Just tell me what you want. I still have errands to run." Marie took no notice of his annoyance. She ordered a cup of Earl Grey tea for him. "I wouldn't be here if I had a choice. I've come to you because of Irene. Can you take her away?" "Is Irene getting in your way?" "It's not that she's in my way. It's because I'm worried about her safety." Marie pretended to be innocent. "You know what kind of person Deborah is. Now that Irene is blocking her daughter's bright future, I'm worried that she'll do something to Irene." "Why are you being so kind?" Thomas knew that Marie wasn't being genuine. She had to have some kind of ulterior motive. "I'm really just trying to be nice. Anyway, Irene is my niece. I can't bear to see her in danger. Thomas, just listen to me and take Irene and the child away." "You think I don't want to?" "I had wanted to move abroad with Irene, and I'd even handled all the visas. However, there was an unexpected issue. If Margaret hadn't sued Irene, Irene would not be restricted to leave the country now." Thomas sighed. "Now we have to wait for a year." Marie had not expected this. If she had known that there would be this much trouble, she would have stopped Margaret from suing Irene earlier. Now it was too late. However, she was still unwilling to accept it. "Thomas, have you ever thought about bringing Irene somewhere else, just so she can hide from Deborah for a while? Are you that vicious that you can't even wait a year?" Thomas glared at Marie. "I know how you are, talking about Deborah being after Irene as if you don't want her gone too. If not for you, would Margaret hate Irene so much? To tell you the truth, I want to take Irene away because I don't want to be entangled with you. Don't push my limits. If you piss me off, I will take everyone down with you." Thomas had always been gentle and kind. He had never been so fierce. Marie was shocked and did not dare push his buttons any further. After leaving Thomas, Marie went home. On the way back, she received a phone call from Deborah. "I have some good news. Edric doesn't intend to do anything to Lily's babies." "Really?" Marie was very happy to hear that, but she still could not believe it. "Are you sure you aren't mistaken?" "I'm not. Margaret was the one who called me. Tell Lily to not worry and take good care of herself." Deborah couldn't hide her joy. Maybe Edric has finally thought it through. After all, Lily is pregnant with twins. Many people dream of having twins. Marie could not figure out why Edric would suddenly change his mind. However, it was a good thing that he did so. Lily did not have to be so afraid anymore, although Irene still remained an issue. Kinsey had nothing to do at the TV station today, so she went home earlier than usual. Not far from the villa, she suddenly saw Thomas walking in front, followed by Marie. The two of them entered the tea room, one after another. Kinsey was shocked. Why were the two of them meeting up for? Kinsey wasn't the type to be able to keep quiet. As soon as she returned home, she told Irene about what she saw. Irene did not believe her and said that she must be mistaken. Kinsey was adamant that she was right, so she brought Irene to the tea room to wait for them. After a while, they saw Marie and Thomas coming out. Irene had no choice but to believe what Kinsey had said. Why were Marie and Thomas meeting up? Deborah didn't dare touch Irene for beating Lily up, but she did not feel the same way towards Kinsey. Kinsey had beaten up her daughter so badly, so no matter what, she had to return the favor. Deborah also knew that things were getting heated. If she did anything to Kinsey, it might bring about unnecessary trouble, so she had to find a suitable opportunity to carry out her plan smoothly. Deborah took time out to visit the beauty salon. When Heather saw her, she immediately called Logan over. Logan was also very excited to see Deborah. He came up to hug her and kissed her. "Why haven't you come to see me in such a long time? I miss you so much." Deborah pushed him away. "We need to talk. What's the matter?" Logan did not intend to let go of her as he held onto her hands. "Dumbas, are you trying to die?" Deborah was angry and pushed Logan away. "Your daughter has been beaten half to death. How can you still be in the mood to have fun? Who dared to touch Lily?" Logan acted anxious on the surface, but he really was not taking the matter seriously. He knew in his heart that Lily wasn't his daughter. However, since Deborah liked to act, he would play along. Who else could it be? Stephen's biological daughter, Irene, Deborah said unhappily. She told Logan what had happened to Lily. Logan frowned and said, "This isn't as simple as it seems. You'd better just let it go for now." "Why isn't it simple? You know so many people. Isn't it a piece of cake for you to do something like this?" "That's easy for you to say. It's not the right time to take action. If they find out about us, what are you going to do?" Logan shook his head. "I know that. Isn't that why I'm here, discussing with you?" Deborah poked Logan's head with her hand. "Do you think I would hurt you? Don't worry. I've thought of a way. You just need to implement it." "So tell me," Logan said with a look of disbelief. "I heard that Kinsey has a bad temper and she's loyal. She likes to stand up and fight for justice. You get someone to act out a scene in front of her, she'll take charge for sure. Then take the opportunity to teach her a lesson. She made our Lily so bruised and swollen, so make sure her face is ruined. Later on, if anyone investigates, just let them rule it as an accident. At most, we'll pay for some damages," Deborah explained her plan. Logan nodded repeatedly. "Your plan is very thorough. I will get someone to do it." After Deborah left, Heather came in. "Logan, what did she come to see you for?" Logan told Heather what Deborah wanted to do. Heather frowned and shook her head repeatedly. "Logan, you better not do it. That woman is not a good person. Every time she comes to you, she takes advantage of you. Lily doesn't even look like you. Every time she says that she is your daughter, she just wants to make use of your affection for her. We have been living a peaceful life these couple of years. I don't want anything to happen now. I know, but this time she has a good plan. No one would be able to see through it," Logan tried to persuade her. "As they say, if you don't want people to know your sins, then don't commit them in the first place. You shouldn't get yourself involved. No matter how good the plan is, one day the truth will still come out. I'm worried. My sixth sense is telling me this isn't right. I keep feeling like something will go wrong." Heather was not at ease at all. "Logan, Deborah is planning to take advantage of you for the rest of her life. She's never going to stop asking you to do things for her. Like I said before, let's just leave. We should stay away from her and make sure she can never find us anymore." "Heather, it's not that I don't want to leave. It's that I can't leave. She has something on me," Logan sighed. This was the first time he was revealing this to Heather. "If I leave, knowing how vicious Deborah is, she'll definitely expose me. Then I'll be doomed." "What does she have over you?" Heather was starting to panic. All she knew was that Deborah had been using Logan. She had not known Deborah had something over him. Since it could be used as blackmail, it surely was not something small. What could they do? "Heather, don't ask," Logan refused to say. "Logan, don't keep it in your heart. If you tell me, we can think of a solution together. There's no other way. It's a matter of life and death, and I had no choice back then, alas." Heather was stunned by Logan's words. What could they do at that time? Was Logan destined to be controlled by Deborah forever? Kinsey went to a nearby restaurant for lunch at noon. After ordering, she took a sip of water. Suddenly, a discordant voice could be heard next to her. "How could you do this to me? I gave birth to you and even came out to work to support our family. Yet, you took my money to spend on your mistress. How can you be so shameless?" Kinsey looked over and saw a woman in overalls angrily pointing at a couple who was eating. The woman's face was full of anger and despair. The woman next to the man was dressed fabulously, and she did not appear to be scared after being caught. Instead, she sneered at the wife. "Look at yourself. Your skin is sallow, and your eyes are dull. It's no wonder no man likes you. You're going too far." The woman in overalls was so angry that she was trembling. She grabbed a plate on the table and dumped it over the fashionably dressed lady's head. The woman screamed, her face covered in sauce and oil. She was so angry that she got up and grabbed the woman in overalls to fight her. Naturally, the mistress was no match for the wife. She shouted at the man, "What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to help me?" The man stood up, raised his hand, and slapped the woman in overalls. The woman in overalls had originally gained the upper hand, but was stunned by her husband's actions. "You dare hit me? I'll fight you to death." When she came to her senses, she reached out to grab the man's face. In return, he grabbed her hair and slapped her a few more times. How could a woman be a match for a man? She was soon beaten to the ground. The mistress beside saw that the wife had been beaten and had no more strength to fight back. She arrogantly went up and pulled her hair upwards to slap her in the face, scolding her at the same time. Kinsey was so angry watching the scene unfold, and she rushed over. "What are you doing? Let go." She reached out to pull the fashionably dressed lady off. Of course, that lady would not listen to her advice. She opened her mouth and scolded, "Bitch, don't meddle in other people's business. Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death." Kinsey's eyes widened. It's the 21st century, and yet you dare to be so brazen as a mistress? What is going on with the world? As she spoke, she slapped her hard. The lady hadn't expected to actually be hit. She squealed loudly like a pig. "Honey, what are you still standing there for? This bitch hit me. Kill her!" The man grabbed Kinsey's collar and raised his fist right in front of Kinsey's face. Right before his fist landed, a figure flashed before him. Suddenly, there was a muffled groan next to her ear. Before Kinsey could understand what was going on, the man's broad body fell down beside her. Kinsey looked at the man who could not get up from the ground and screamed in surprise. Then, she saw Jordan and David, who had suddenly appeared in front of her. It took her a long time to react. "You two, why are you guys here?" "Have you been scared silly?" Jordan laughed playfully. "Even if you want to fight for justice, you have to know your strength. If I didn't happen to be here today, you would have been in big trouble." Kinsey didn't care about what he was saying. She just stared at the man lying on the ground who was screaming miserably. Her eyes were full of horror. "Where did you hurt him? Why did he scream so loudly?" "I just kicked him in the waist," Jordan answered indifferently. "Did you break his waist?" Kinsey's eyes widened. "This kind of man with no conscience should be punished. He doesn't have a spine anyway. How he got 2 women to date him, I will never know," Jordan sneered. "Aren't you worried?" Kinsey had just stepped forward to help because she was angry. Now, seeing the man screaming on the ground, she realized that things had become more complicated. Would Jordan go to jail? If that happened, then her actions would have been for the worse than the better. "What should I be worried about?" Jordan asked. "The police will look for you, won't they?" "Don't worry, someone will settle this small matter. Let's go to another restaurant to eat." Seeing that Kinsey was not moving, Jordan reached his hand out to pull her. "Let's go." Kinsey was dragged by Jordan as she stumbled out of the restaurant. When she got into Jordan's car, she was still a little shocked. "Jordan, will you really not get into trouble?" "No, I won't," Jordan replied. "But I'm worried. Assault can be punished by imprisonment." "Don't worry, nothing will happen," Jordan started the car. "You, on the other hand, don't be so rash next time. If I wasn't here today, you would have been in trouble. What if you ruin your face and no one wants to marry you? Then what will you do?" Kinsey smiled bitterly. "With my temper, I won't be able to marry anyone anyway. It's not a big deal for me to ruin my face." "Why are you so pessimistic? I think you're pretty cool," Jordan comforted her. "Do you really think so?" "Of course, you're beautiful, talented, and independent. The most important thing is that many women nowadays like to put on an act, but you don't. Plus, you've got a nice personality going." Jordan paused halfway. He had never praised a woman like this before. Why was he able to praise her so naturally? It didn't feel awkward at all. He subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror and saw that Kinsey's face was a little red. For some reason, he suddenly said, "You look cute when you blush." After saying this, he realized that he sounded a little flirty, so he immediately explained, "I don't have any other intentions. Don't take it the wrong way, okay?" Kinsey was initially a little shy because of Jordan's praise. However, after hearing Jordan's explanation, her mood immediately fell. After eating with Kinsey, Jordan left. On the way back, he received a phone call from David. "It's all settled. He agreed to settle after I gave him some money. I've sent him to the hospital for treatment. I went back to the hospital again later, and guess what I saw?" "Don't tease me. What did you find?" "The mistress and the wife were acting like close friends. Something weird is going on." "Indeed. Send someone to keep an eye on them," Jordan ordered. David responded, "There's one more thing I want to tell you. Recently, There have been some negative rumors surfacing about Lily and Deborah amongst the upper class. What rumors? Jordan asked curiously. That Deborah used to be a mistress, and Lily is a vicious, scheming woman. I suspect that someone has deliberately released such a rumor at this time. Even a fool knows that someone released this on purpose, Jordan interrupted him. No, I haven't finished my words yet. I suspect that this news was released by Edric. Really? Looks like things are getting exciting. Jordan laughed. Since Edric has found his way back, I will help him. You should take action as soon as possible, too. Director Lewis' wife isn't on good terms with Deborah, right? Let her go to Margaret and tell her about Deborah and Lily's scandal. I've already sent someone to handle this matter. If I'm right, Amanda will tell Margaret about it soon. Well done. Margaret likes Lily, right? I want to make sure that she's disgusted with her. Jordan laughed happily. Edric went to see Eden again. Eden's attitude towards him had not changed much, and he was still pretty distant. Edric was so depressed that he went home, dejected after visiting him. He pushed the door open and saw that his mother was also sitting unhappily on the sofa. He did not have the energy to pay attention to his mother and went straight upstairs. Margaret's mood got worse when she saw her sons looking so downcast. Today, the wife of Director Lewis had come to see her. They were quite close, so she was quite excited at first. However, when they started to talk about Deborah and Lily, everything went south from there. Amanda had heard a rumor and found out that Deborah had given birth to Lily before getting married. Did Edric and Lily break off the engagement because Deborah was a mistress? Margaret had always thought she was the only one who knew about Deborah's past as a mistress. She didn't expect Amanda to know as well. Amanda was famous for her big mouth. If she knew, that meant other noble ladies in the circle would definitely know as well. Upon hearing Amanda's words, Margaret's mood immediately fell. Of course, she would not admit to it, so she asked, "What do you mean?" "You don't need to hide it anymore. Everyone knows now." "Everyone knows? Who told you that?" Margaret was surprised. Due to her leg, she had not really been able to go out lately. After hearing Amanda's words, her heart grew confused. "Has everyone found out about it?" "My daughter came back and told me," Amanda replied. "Their entire friend group knows about this. Now, Lily doesn't even dare to come out anymore because of this." Margaret knew that the real reason why Lily had not been out was because she was pregnant. However, who had spread the news that Deborah was a mistress? "Who spread this news?" she asked. "I don't know, but you must know better than me. I thought we were good friends. How could you keep this secret from me?" Amanda and Deborah bore grudges towards each other and took pleasure in each other's misfortunes. I always knew something was fishy about Deborah, the way she acted as Stephen's wife. Fortunately, Edric has broken off the engagement with her daughter. Otherwise, I'm sure you'd be upset having to face a mistress daughter every day. Margaret smiled bitterly. That wasn't the reason Edric had broken off his engagement with Lily. Since the news had already spread, it was not wise to let Lily marry into their family. Margaret felt a headache come on. She had already promised Marie. How could she explain to Marie if she went back on her word? Amanda was unaware of Margaret's distress and continued to tell her what she heard. "By the way, do you know what Deborah did before she married Mr. Cook?" "I don't." "She used to live in Cat Alley. It's the messiest, poorest place in San Fatillo," said Amanda. "It's said that she was nicknamed Sugar back then. I laughed so hard when I heard it. It sounds like a prostitute's name." Amanda thought it was hilarious. Margaret, of course, knew about Cat Alley. She had never dreamt that the wife of a politician would come from there. What more with such an indecent name? However, one could not judge a person based on their background. Although Deborah didn't come from a good background, she was capable of becoming the wife of a politician, disregarding her role as a mistress, of course. Looking at Amanda's gloating look, she felt a little uncomfortable, so she said, "Deborah is a sweet person, so that's probably why she was called that." However, Amanda was dismissive. What's so great about being sweet? There are thousands of sweet women out there. If all of them became mistresses like her, the world would be in chaos. Maybe she had her own troubles. It was the first time Margaret was speaking up for a mistress, and her face felt hot. Troubles? What kind of troubles would require you to break up someone else's family? Margaret, why are you acting so strangely today? I thought you hated mistresses. Why are you standing up for her? Amanda was very dissatisfied with how Margaret was defending Deborah. I am not defending her. I just think it must not have been easy for her, Margaret clarified immediately. I'm telling you, this woman is no ordinary mistress. Others might have their reasons for becoming a mistress, but Deborah is more vile than all of them. I heard that she used to be best friends with Stephen's wife. She stole her best friend's husband away. Clearly, she's of bad character. More importantly, I heard she still has a lot of connections in Cat Alley. How much dirtier can a person be? Are you serious? Margaret's face suddenly changed. Her own father had previously been seduced by her mother's best friend, hence her strong hatred for mistresses. Although she knew Deborah had been a mistress, for the sake of dealing with Irene, Margaret had kept one eye closed to the matter. Now that this matter had been exposed by her friends, she could not play dumb anymore, even if she wanted to. Yes, I'm serious. Apparently Mr. Cook's ex-wife used to be very good to her. She even asked him to pay her a visit while he was on a business trip. Unexpectedly, that shameless creature seduced her best friend's husband and gave birth to a daughter. Anyone would break down if this happened to them. After that, Mr. Cook's ex-wife died in a car accident. From this, Deborah rose up to the official title of his wife, and she even forced her stepdaughter out of the house. After that, Mr. Cook got transferred, so no one found out about this. Everyone just assumed that she had been his wife all along. Who knew that he actually had a wife before her? Margaret was really upset. Hadn't Irene going through the exact same fate as she did back then? She was in the same position a long time ago. Her father's mistress had forced her to leave her life as a rich heiress behind and instead live outside alone. Luckily, she had a good husband, and she didn't have a mother-in-law to bully her. She led a very sweet life after marrying Edric's father. If her husband had not fallen ill and passed away, her life would have been perfect. However, Irene was different. She was so pitiful. Irene had fallen in love with her son, but she had broken them up. Even worse, she was going to let Deborah's daughter marry into the family. No wonder Irene was not on good terms with her. Margaret was not born wicked. Once she had this realization, she started feeling a sense of guilt. Amanda changed the subject and started talking about Lily. Not only is Deborah disgusting, but so is her daughter, Lily. I'm telling you, she is not as simple and kind as she looks. She is even more vicious than her mother. Her friends could tell she was fake, so they stopped hanging out with her. She had no friends, so she had no choice but to befriend a girl called Freya, who didn't come from a good background. She says they are friends, but Freya is really just a lapdog that helps her do things. Do you still remember previously when you and Edric were targeted and criticized? How could Margaret not remember? That was Irene's doing, wasn't it? What did Lily have to do with it? Amanda continued. At that time, Edric was still with his ex-wife, right? Lily was feeling resentful, so she got the paparazzi to follow Edric and purposely told them to make up stories about him. She even asked Freya to hire someone to stir up trouble at Edric's ex-wife's company and to scold her for being a mistress. After the matter was investigated, Lily pushed the blame onto Freya and let her become the scapegoat. Really? Margaret had no idea that Lily was capable of something like this, and she was in complete disbelief. Really? I'll tell you all of this in detail. I heard that she was the one who had brought up the matters regarding Edric's ex-wife. Her purpose was to make you hate Edric's ex-wife. Luckily, in the end, Edric was smart, and he did that interview on TV to suppress the issue. Who on earth told you these things? Margaret couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted her. Freya. In order to please her, Freya has done so many things for her. But guess what? She didn't show any mercy at all. She promised to give Freya a sum of money and a good job after she took the blame for her. Unexpectedly, both those promises have yet to be fulfilled. Freya was so angry that she exposed the truth. There's no credibility to her words. Maybe it's revenge. As the saying goes, there can be no smoke without fire. There must be some truth to it. Amanda could tell that Margaret did not believe her, so she said, Lily is not as gentle as you think. She is simply a shrew. I saw her swearing at a nurse in the hospital that day. That look she had on her face. Tut tut. Margaret had seen the video she mentioned, and her heart sank. Indeed, there would be no smoke without fire. Lily wasn't as simple as she seemed. Thinking of how she used to think so highly of her and trusted her so much, Margaret felt unsettled. After Amanda left, Margaret still could not get over the uncomfortable feeling in her heart. Why had she been so stubborn at the beginning? Thinking about her past with Irene, Margaret felt that she had gone too far. Last time, when Lily plotted against Irene and failed, she had forced Freya to take the blame. Freya had swallowed her pride and became her scapegoat. Of course, since Freya had sacrificed herself to be Lily's scapegoat, she had to expect something in return. However, she had not thought things through thoroughly. She thought that she would just be detained for a couple days. However, Jordan and Edric refused to let her go. In the end, Freya was sentenced to 3 years of prison for charges of slander. The highest punishment for slander was 3 years. Jordan and Edric both knew that the real culprit was not Freya, but they wanted to send a warning to Lily. Hence, they did not go easy on Freya at all, and they insisted on her receiving the maximum punishment. The sentence of imprisonment she received was completely beyond Freya's expectations. Lily had asked someone to pass on a message to her, telling her to not be afraid. She had promised to help and get her out before the 3 years ended. She told her to wait until things had blown over. At that point, Freya had no choice but to succumb to them. Deborah did not break her promise, and in order to keep her mouth shut, she sent her a sum of money. She also helped to arrange jobs for Freya's family and even took care of her boyfriend for a while. Naturally, Deborah had kept the matter quiet. Freya had finally been settled. After half a year, no one was paying attention to her anymore. Deborah got someone to reduce her sentence, and Freya was released in half a year. Since she had been to jail, Freya had trouble finding a job. Deborah asked someone to find a job for her. The job was very easygoing, and the salary was good. The only condition was that she could never appear in front of Lily again, so that it would not affect her. Freya had endured through so much just because of the potential benefits. She had been with Lily for so many years, and she had suffered too many losses. Now that she was away from Lily, she could finally be free. So she agreed without hesitation. She thought she could live a comfortable life, but reality was often different from fantasy. After she was released from prison, her life was completely different from what she had imagined. She did not know who had leaked the information that she had been in jail. People in the department began whispering to each other when they saw her and talked about her behind her back. Having stayed by Lily's side for a long time, Freya had picked up the habit of being bossy. Right then was the time for her to be humble and follow others. However, she was not sensible and still regarded herself as someone powerful because she knew Lily. When she saw someone talking about her, she would talk back about them. In time, she had managed to offend everyone in the office. No one in the office liked her, and they all began to alienate her. Even her supervisors went out of their way to avoid her. Her job was not going well, and she also began having relationship problems. Her boyfriend had been seeing another woman behind her back. Freya was having problems in her life, both personally and professionally. Freya began to miss the days when she was Lily's lackey. At that time, because of her good relationship with Lily, everyone looked upon her highly. After some consideration, she decided to go back to Lily in hopes that things could go back to the way they used to be. However, Lily refused to acknowledge her and asked her to stay away. Lily told her that she had given her what she owed and that she should know her place. Only then did Freya realize that she hadn't been tossed aside temporarily, for it was permanent. When she thought of how she had followed Lily and worked for her over the years, and yet Lily had treated her like so, hatred began to form in her heart. She thought to herself that if a chance appeared, she would take it to take revenge on Lily. Just as Freya had this thought, a pretty girl named Thea Luther had come looking for her. She gave Freya a sum of money to spread word of Lily's ugly scandal. Freya was a little worried that Lily would take revenge on her, but she had agreed for the sake of money. Thea, who was young and beautiful, was also a socialite. Her car was of limited edition, and her clothing was luxurious from top to bottom. The most important thing was that Thea was modest and polite to her, unlike Lily, who was only polite in front of others. When there was no one around, Lily did not treat Freya like a human at all. Thea was generous, unlike Lily, who was stingy. When she brought her along for parties, she would bring her to get her hair done at high-end salons. She also bought new clothes for her. When Lily brought her to parties, she never brought her to any salons, and all the clothes she wore were clothes that Lily did not want. Comparing the two of them, Freya was way more impressed with Thea. If Freya followed Thea, she would definitely be much better off. However, Freya was a little confused about Thea's identity. She had been with Lily for a long time, so how could she have never heard of Thea from San Fetilo? However, her doubts were quickly dispelled. When Thea took her to a party, she heard the people around her discussing and finally found out about her identity. It turned out that Thea had just come back from abroad and her family owned a large business. Freya also heard that Thea liked Edric. She immediately knew why Freya had come looking for her, for Thea regarded Lily as her love rival. Freya naturally took the initiative to show off in order to win Thea's favor, so she told Thea all about Lily, her hypocrisy, her viciousness, how sinister she was. Basically, Freya told her everything that she knew. Of course, Freya did not know that Thea was not a rich young lady, but actually a secretary from one of Edric's overseas companies. Edric had asked her to approach Freya to find out what Lily was really like. Thea recorded everything Freya said with a recording pen and gave it to Edric. After listening to Freya's words, Edric felt extremely disgusted with Lily. Wasn't Lily a master of disguise? He would tear off her mask and expose her ugly face for everyone to see. He had ordered Thea to take Freya to party with all the other noble ladies and let Freya tell them all about Lily's ugly past. Freya used to be one of Lily's close friends, so what she said was credible. After hearing her speak, all the ladies started to detest Lily to the extreme. Due to Lily, Deborah had also been isolated. In the past, because Deborah was a politician's wife, many people were always kissing up to her. After this scandal broke out, those people who used to flatter her began to alienate her. Nowadays, being a mistress was nothing good. Due to their positions, noble ladies would more or less have some encounter with mistresses. Hence, it was easy to imagine how much they hated mistresses. Deborah had no idea about any of this at all. She attended a party with Stephen and realized that everyone was looking at her weirdly. She found it strange and wondered why they were looking at her like that. She felt like something was off, but she still walked over with a smile and was ready to say hello to the people she knew. Then, the strangest thing happened. The people who usually rushed up to greet her were acting as if they had not seen her. Instead, they continued chatting away merrily by themselves. Deborah felt uncomfortable, so she only greeted the wife of Director Zachary, Diana, who she had a good relationship with. Diane reluctantly said a few words to her and then made an excuse to leave. Usually when Diane saw her, she would be talking with her nonstop. What was going on? Deborah realized that something had gone awry, and so did Stephen. On the way back, he asked her, "Aren't you quite close to Mrs. Zachary? Why is she ignoring you?" Deborah didn't know. "I don't know why either. Maybe she's going through menopause." Stephen just snorted. "What menopause? You must have offended her. Didn't I tell you that you should pay as much attention as possible when you're dealing with these people? Director Zachary will be promoted soon. We can't afford to offend him." Deborah felt upset after being nagged by Stephen, but she did not dare to refute him. She returned home in a fit of anger, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out the reason everyone had ignored her. Over the next few days, the more Margaret thought about her situation at home, the more unsettled she felt. In the past few years, had she been living in a bed of lies? To be honest, she did not have a good impression of Lily in the beginning. It was her good friend, Marie, who had repeatedly praised Lily and said that she was beautiful and gentle. As a result, she began to like Lily. Although she liked Lily, she had not planned on matchmaking her with her son, not until Edric met Irene. The ideal daughter-in-law in Margaret's eyes not only needed to be beautiful, but she had to come from a good background as well. Irene did not come from a good background, so she instinctively disliked her. However, her son did not listen to her and treated Irene like she was his entire world. She had been unhappy, so she had gone to talk to Marie. Naturally, Marie had agreed with her and told her that Irene wasn't even worthy of being Lily's maid. She told Margaret that rather than marrying someone with no background or identity, Edric would be better off marrying a politician's daughter. That would be better for his career too. Margaret thought about it and agreed. She could tell that Lily's feelings for her son were sincere. So, in order to make Irene back down, Margaret chose to stick closely to Lily. As they got close to each other, she started to feel that Lily really was a good person. Lily knew her preferences well, and everything she said made her happy. With such an understanding daughter-in-law by her side, her life would definitely be well. After Edric and Irene got married, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart and still could not bring herself to like Irene. No matter how nicely Irene treated her, she felt the same. Meanwhile, Lily clearly knew that Edric was married, but she still came to see her every now and then. She claimed she was visiting to keep her company and make her happy. She used to believe Lily firmly, but now, after hearing all this bad news about Lily, she suddenly felt like she had been cheated. Had Lily been playing tricks on her all these years? Lily must have been trying to gain something from this. Thinking about how Deborah had shamelessly seduced her best friend's husband to gain such a position, Margaret began to suspect that Lily had been planning something from the start, just like her mother. This idea made Margaret very uncomfortable. When she thought about how brazen Lily had been about wanting to get pregnant with Edric's child, Margaret became more and more suspicious and thought, had it been a plot all along? Being set up by someone was no simple matter. Margaret felt extremely unsettled, so she called Marie to discuss about it. When they met, she asked, "Marie, have you heard of any gossip about Lily recently?" It was an odd question to ask, and Marie could tell something was wrong. However, she couldn't read Margaret's thoughts, so she asked with a smile, "Why would you ask this all of a sudden? What happened?" "Recently, I've heard some negative comments about her, so I wanted to ask you about them." Margaret told Marie about what Amanda said about Lily. "I don't feel good about it. My leg has been bad, so I haven't been out. I don't know what's going on outside, so I called you here to ask you." I didn't hear anything of the sort. Marie was surprised when she heard that. She tried to persuade her. Isn't Amanda rivals with Deborah? Maybe she deliberately slandered Lily because she hates Deborah. I don't think her words are trustworthy. Amanda and Deborah have been rivals for a long time. If she was doing this out of resentment, why didn't she slander Lily earlier on? Why did she have to wait until now to talk about this? Margaret had no clue, of course, that the woman in front of her, whom she regarded as a friend, had actually played a role in the matter. She also thought that Marie had been deceived by Lily like herself, so she showed the video to Marie. "Before Amanda told me all of this, I had also received this. Take a look." Marie was shocked to see the video. Who on earth wanted to mess with Lily? She was surprised, but she didn't show it on her face. She just tried her best to persuade Margaret to dispel her doubts. Wasn't Lily in a bad mood because of Irene? The doctor said that she seemed to have been traumatized. Deborah also said that Lily has not been her usual self lately. She seemed to be a little manic and often lost her temper. When she was questioned after returning to normal, her answers were a little delusional. It was probably because she doesn't have control over her hallucinations. Hallucinations and panic? Aren't those symptoms of mental illness? Margaret was anxious. Is Lily mentally ill? If that's the case, will her children be abnormal as well? She is not mentally ill, Marie comforted. She only reacts like so when she is triggered. Think about it. She has been spoiled since she was a child. Her parents have treated her like a princess. How could she accept the reality of being beaten by Irene? She will be fine after a while. Speaking of Lily, Margaret thought of Irene. If it weren't for Deborah's shameless interference, Irene would be the apple of Stephen's eyes. If Irene truly was Stephen's only daughter, she herself would not object to Irene dating Edric, and none of this would have happened. Thinking of this, she snorted, What princess? The thought of it angers me. Before this, I only knew that Deborah was a mistress, but I didn't know that what she had done was even more disgusting than that. What do you mean? Marie had a bad feeling. What did Amanda say to Margaret? Let me tell you, Deborah is not only a mistress, she's 1,000 times worse. She snatched her best friend's husband away. If I had known that Deborah was such a disgusting person, I would never have let Lily have anything to do with Edric. Margaret was angry. You can't judge a book by its cover. People can change. What's more, Lily is Lily and Deborah is Deborah. They are different people. Marie was starting to get a little anxious, but she had to try her best to persuade her with a smile. It's not like that. I used to have no impression of Lily until I heard you say that she's a good person, so I also started to think she was good. Now thinking about it carefully, it's so odd. She knew that Edric was married, yet she came every day to please me. Do you think she wants to be a mistress like her shameless mother? No, you're thinking too much. I also hope that I'm overthinking, but now I can't help but think that way. Margaret had been keeping all of this in her heart for so long. She naturally regarded Marie as her best friend, so she told her all her worries. At that time, she clearly knew that Irene was her sister, but she pretended to not know her when she came to my house and deliberately found a chance to get close to Edric. It's clear that her motives aren't as simple as they seem. Was she not doing all that for Irene's good? You're really thinking too much. Think about it. With Stephen's status, Lily has no need to become a mistress. Many rich families are dying to marry her into the family. What you said makes sense, but I still feel that something is off. I invited you out here today not just to tell you all this. I was also hoping you'd help me take note of this and see if these rumors were true. After Marie left the Myers family's home, she immediately called Deborah and told her everything Margaret had said. Deborah was very surprised to hear all of this. Didn't we do all of those things in secret? How did word get out? I don't know. Think about it carefully. Where did we go wrong? We have to find a way to remedy it. Margaret has begun to suspect, but her legs are in bad shape, so she can't go out to confirm the suspicions personally. Once her legs have recovered, we're doomed. I got it. After hanging up on the call, Deborah's face suddenly darkened. Lily, who was beside her, saw that her mother's expression was not looking too good, so she asked, "Mom, what happened?" Margaret heard some rumors about us from Amanda. She asked Marie to verify them. Deborah briefly told her the whole story. Lily didn't know that she had become the object of everyone's criticisms. She was pregnant now and did not have the energy to go to those parties. Every day, she just stayed at home and dreamed about her life with her twins. Hearing her mother's words, she was dumbfounded. What should I do? If even Margaret hates me, how do I stand a chance anymore? You're pregnant, aren't you? Deborah comforted her. Right now, we have to focus on finding out who had hurt us behind our backs. Deborah frowned. Back then, only a few of us had teamed together to plot against Irene, and only a few people knew about you. Marie won't tell anyone, so that leaves Freya. Could it be her? Hearing her mother's words, Lily also remembered that Freya had paid her a visit only to be rejected. Mom, it must be that bitch Freya. She came to me last time, but I ignored her. She must be taking revenge because she harbors hatred towards me. Why didn't you tell me about this? Deborah couldn't help but complain. If you had told me earlier, we wouldn't have reached this point. At that time, I was afraid that her presence would upset Edric. I had cut her off after that incident with Irene. If I had rekindled the relationship with her then, Edric would definitely have gotten suspicious. So I rejected her when she came to me. You're too soft. Like they say, if you don't train your dog well, it'll turn into a wolf. Even if you don't want to have anything to do with her, you have to take control over her, Deborah complained. Mom, now is not the time to be blaming me. Make that butch disappear as soon as possible, or she will stop at nothing to hurt me. I know. Let me think about how to send this butch away. The only way that Deborah could think of in order to shut Freya up was to not let Freya go out. She had issues dealing with Kinsey, but managing Freya would not be too much of a hassle. She called Logan to settle the matter immediately. Logan called his men to break Freya's legs. Edric knew instantly when Freya was admitted into the hospital. Although Freya did not have a good character, there was no need to hurt her to the brink of death. Naturally, Edric thought that it was Lily and her mother's doing. It seemed that this mother-daughter duo was not alone and had gotten help from someone else. So the plan now was to identify who had helped them. Edric ordered John to investigate this matter carefully. His task was to find out who was the accomplice working with Deborah and her daughter. Deborah grew up in the Cat Alley and was friends with the Cat Alley gangsters. It was rather likely that this gang was also from the Cat Alley. John began to scrutinize gangsters around the Cat Alley and investigated those that were particularly on good terms with Deborah. This discovery had an unexpected gain. He had stumbled upon Bert, who was the one who had laid his hands on Irene during the matchmaking television program. Bert had committed plenty of crimes previously, and he was wanted by the police. He had stayed hidden for a long time, like a stray dog without a peaceful home. Dunn, who had initially hired him to do some work, had already gone abroad. He had spent most of his money and had no choice but to hide in a dangerous place. So, he sneaked back to Cat Alley and decided to hide for some time while finding a solution. However, his luck was really rotten to be discovered by John. Although Bert was dressed in a cassock with unkempt hair and a dirty face, John still recognized him. His efforts were not in vain, indeed. John was exhilarated and immediately got his men to catch Bert. John quickly brought Bert to Edric. Without a doubt, Edric treated Bert coldly and instructed his men to teach him a lesson as he interrogated him about his actions on Irene. Bert was just a pawn used to hurt Irene, but he did not know who was behind the instructions. After numerous beatings, he finally confessed that Dunn had played a part. Since Dunn had migrated abroad, it wouldn't be easy to search for him. Edric sent Bert to the police station for the police to file a case against Dunn. Although Bert did not know who the real mastermind behind the scenes was, Edric guessed that the person was Deborah. He despised Deborah and her daughter to the very core of his heart. He had to make them pay for what they had done. Margaret had asked Marie to verify whether the rumor about Lily, but of course, Marie was not the right person for the job. After a few days, there were no updates from Marie, but Amanda had come to visit her. Amanda told her that she saw Edric being friendly with a girl named Thea Luther recently and asked her about that girl's background. Margaret wasn't aware of her son's activities and thought, "Did my son decide to look for a new woman? That's impossible." Not to mention that her son held deep affection for Irene, and Eden was also sick. How could her son have the heart to find another woman? Amanda also told Margaret that Thea and Lily's former good friend, Freya, was involved in a fight. She implied to Margaret that Thea was probably the person who had spread the rumors about Lily. Amanda also told Margaret the real reason behind her visit. Amanda confessed that her daughter had always held feelings for Edric, but Lily had always been in the way. Thus, her daughter never had the chance to meet Edric. Now that Lily's rumors were going around, she had hoped that Margaret would consider matching Edric with her daughter. However, her daughter, who was hopeful at first, ended up feeling disappointed due to Thea's sudden appearance beside Edric. Hence, she shared this issue with her mother and said that Lily's former friend used to be best friends with Thea. Her daughter suspected that Thea deliberately bribed Freya to spread the rumors about Lily. Amanda was overjoyed to hear this. Margaret hated people who played tricks and games, so it would be beneficial for her to tell Margaret about this news to get rid of Thea. Margaret was infuriated upon hearing this. Her intuition told her that her son had purposely tarnished Lily's name so that she would despise Lily, and then he would use the opportunity to be with Irene. Therefore, that evening, Margaret went into the study room to question Edric regarding the matter. Edric did not plan on telling Margaret about his plans at first. However, when Margaret confronted him, his anger rose. He threw the recording pen that held the recording of Freya's confessions about Lily to Margaret. Edric sneered and explained that someone had taken their revenge on Freya by breaking her legs after telling the truth. He also told Margaret that before Deborah was married to Stephen, she used to hang out with the gangsters in the Cat Alley. She wasn't a good person at all. Margaret was shocked upon hearing the recording. She knew very well that the person talking was someone that had been waiting for a chance to take their revenge. If what Freya said was false, then Deborah and her daughter could have protected themselves via the law instead of engaging with gangsters. This meant that Freya must have been telling the truth. Both Deborah and her daughter were not only vicious but also ruthless. Margaret finally felt strong hatred towards Lily. One did not need a reason to love a person, and the same thing applied for hating a person. Margaret was disgusted with Lily and felt guilty towards Irene instead. She recalled how she had treated Irene in the past and regretted her actions. Hence, she decided to speak to Irene. Irene was taken aback to see Margaret knocking on her door. At first, she did not want to let Margaret in. However, upon seeing that she was in a wheelchair and that her leg was still injured, she had no choice but to let Margaret into Jordan's villa. Eden was frightened at the sight of Margaret and quickly hid in Thomas's embrace. "Uncle Thomas, the mean grandma is here. Hurry up and kick her out." Seeing her grandson's terrified face, Margaret felt sad. Irene beckoned Thomas to bring Eden to his room and poured Margaret a cup of tea. "Why are you here?" "Irene, I'm here to apologize today." Margaret had been snobbish all her life. She had never been so humble to others. Her apology sounded like it was forced out. Irene was also dumbfounded by her apology. Why was she being so unusual today? Margaret was slightly flustered and held her cup up. "It was my fault, and I've misunderstood you in the past. Now, please allow me to apologize to you formally. I hope you can forgive me for what I've done." Irene failed to figure out why Margaret had decided to apologize out of a sudden. She hesitated for a while and concluded that Eden was probably her hidden motive. Her guard was raised and she asked, "Mrs. Myers, apart from apologizing, I suppose that you have something else to say." "Yes, besides apologizing to you, I do have something else in mind to tell you." It was grueling for Margaret to say those words. She had forced her son to divorce Irene at first. Back then, she would have never thought that she would ever need to push for Irene and Edric to remarry. She paused for a moment before saying, "I was wrong in the past for breaking you and Edric apart. This time, I came to apologize, and I hope that you will get back with Edric." Irene was shocked and thought, how could Margaret push Edric and me to get back together? Did I mishear it, or is Margaret babbling nonsense? She asked, "Mrs. Myers, are you okay?" Margaret was not as embarrassed as before after hearing that. She added, "I'm telling the truth. You're pregnant, and the child should have a father. So does Eden. Edric has always kept you dearly in his heart, so I wish that the both of you will get back together. Don't worry, I won't bother both of you anymore. You guys should live your life your way." Irene could not understand why Margaret became kind all of a sudden. She replied uncomfortably, "Mrs. Myers, let's talk this matter step by step." "We can't talk it out step by step anymore. You've been pregnant for several months already, so it's better if you get married to Edric as soon as possible. This would be good for both you and the children." "Speaking about the children, I have a question to ask you, Mrs. Myers. Isn't Lily pregnant with Edric's child too?" "Why are you not taking into account her child?" Irene asked. Margaret was taken aback by the sudden question, so Irene became wary. Margaret flustered and replied with hesitation, "I didn't know how she was really like before, but I know my mistake now. I will never let Lily step foot into the Myers family anymore." Listening to what Margaret's words, Irene still could not guess what Margaret's actual plans were. "Mrs. Myers, I understand your goodwill. Me remarrying with Edric will be up to fate, so rest assured that I will bring Eden to meet you guys when the child has recovered. Don't worry about not being able to meet the child." Upon hearing Irene's words, Margaret started to reflect on her actions and thought that she had truly been too narrow-minded. She apologized to Irene again. "I know what I did last time was wrong. Please forgive me and get back together with Edric. I'm begging you to." Irene felt uncomfortable with Margaret using the word beg, because at the end of the day, Margaret was still much older than she was. Since she was willing to apologize sincerely, then Irene would forgive her. "Mrs. Myers, your words are overly serious. I've offended you in many ways in the past. I apologize for hurting you too last time, Irene said. Margaret could sense the politeness in Irene's tone and knew that her actions in the past had made Irene deeply wary of her. It would take more than just a day or two to fully break down Irene's walls that had been built in the past, and Margaret understood her. So she had a short chat with Irene before bidding her farewell. Not long after returning home, Edric came back. When he entered the door, he asked her with a gloomy face, "Mom, why did you meet Irene? Can't you calm down? You'd save me a lot of trouble that way." If her son had questioned her like this in the past, Margaret would have become furious. However, today, she was in a good temper and asked her son to sit down. "Why don't you ask me the reason I went to meet her?" "Do I still need to guess why you went to meet her? You must have tried to persuade Irene to return the children and get her to stay away from me," Edric said in frustration. "Did Irene tell you that?" "No, I guessed." "You've guessed wrong. I went to Irene today to beg for her forgiveness." Edric stared at Margaret with wide eyes. He could not believe that his mother would say such a thing at all. "Don't look at me that way. I had many thoughts and almost couldn't sleep all night. It's all my fault that you and Irene are in this situation. All I wanted was to find you a woman who could match your status, so I couldn't help but ask for more. I was also a lot more harsher towards Irene. In fact, I didn't have any bad intentions. I now know that I'm in the wrong, so I looked for Irene to apologize and asked her to remarry you." Edric couldn't believe that his mother would be so reasonable. "Mom, are you joking?" "What do you mean by joking? I'm telling the truth. Irene is so pitiful. She didn't have a mother from when she was young and had lived through so many hardships. She even met a pestering mother-in-law like me. What happened in the past was all my fault. I've figured it all out. I won't stop you and Irene from being together in the future. You can be rest assured and plead her to change her mind." "Mom, why did you change so much?" Edric was really surprised. "Edric, why do you have so many questions? Last time you were unhappy that I had stopped you and Irene, but now that I've agreed, why do you still have doubts? I just can't believe it. Mom, you won't change your mind overnight, will you?" "No, you can be rest assured and please go and bring her back. I can't wait to see my grandson once again." "Thank you so much, Mom." Edric left home excitedly. Margaret looked at the smile on her son's face and suddenly realized that this was the first time in these years that she saw such a relieved smile on his face. She sighed inwardly. Why had she been so pedantic in the past? If she had thought it through earlier, her son would not have suffered for so many years. Margaret and Edric were in a good mood, but Lorraine began to grow nervous. Margaret became less dependent on her after employing a nurse. She did not even bring her along when she went out today, so she did not know why Margaret had gone out. After Margaret came back, she wanted to find out what happened. Coincidentally, Edric had come back as well. She was even more curious, so she had hidden at the side to hear their conversation clearly. Since Margaret had gone and pleaded Irene so that they could get back together, what would happen to Lily? Lorraine knew the purpose of her staying at the Myers family. She had to tell Deborah about this and let her find a way to solve it. Deborah panicked after hearing Lorraine's news. She immediately called Marie and asked her to go to Margaret's place to find out why Margaret had changed her mind and had gone to plead Irene. Marie immediately bought some fruits that Margaret liked and visited the Myers family. Margaret was overjoyed to see her and said, "Just come as you do. Why do you always have to bring things with you?" As she spoke, Lorraine quickly poured tea. Marie took a sip of tea and deliberately mentioned Lily. "Lily went to the hospital for a checkup today. I heard that everything was fine. Don't mention her. It'll affect my mood." Hearing about Lily, Margaret frowned. "What's the matter? Is it because of what happened last time?" Marie pretended to be a good person and continued, "You've wrongfully blamed Lily. I heard that Freya made up all the lies. She blackmailed Lily, but she ignored her, so Freya tried to retaliate." "Really? I've heard that Freya's leg is broken and she's staying in the hospital now. Why did her leg break all of a sudden?" "Her leg broke? I have no idea that happened." Marie pretended to be surprised and said, "Freya is just so stubborn, so she must have offended someone. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Margaret asked. She had just talked bad about Lily earlier, and then her legs got broken by someone. It seems that someone had deliberately taken revenge on her. I don't think it was Lily. She's just a young lady from a rich family, well-educated, and she has a soft personality. How could she have known those kinds of people? She doesn't, but Deborah does. I heard that Deborah had a good relationship with some hooligans before. Margaret felt unhappy that Marie was helping Lily and Deborah. Mary, why are you taking Lily's side? I'm not. I just think that Lily seems soft-hearted and she doesn't look like that kind of person. That's just because she's good at pretending, Margaret sighed. I've seen so many people in my life, but I didn't expect to be tricked so miserably. How shameful. Lily and Deborah are not the simple-minded characters I thought. I was blinded by them in the beginning and just realized it today. Fortunately, Edric had always stood his ground. If he had gotten married with such a disgusting person, wouldn't it be punishing myself? Besides, she's the daughter of a mistress and so vicious as well. If she had gotten married to Edric, wouldn't I be bringing disaster to myself? Do you mean that you don't intend to let Lily and Edric be together? Of course. How can I let such a vicious woman marry my son? I'd rather have her stay as far away as she can. But isn't she pregnant with Edric's baby? Marie reminded her. Speaking of the child, I have something to tell you. Edric has always disliked Lily, whether she was pregnant or not. Edric insisted on getting rid of the child. I wasn't in my right mind and forced Edric to not do it. Now that I think about it, this child would be a disaster to the family. I already have 2 grandchildren. There's always a chance that Irene may give birth to more children in the future. Why should such a vicious woman like Lily give birth to a child? Lily can't keep the child, as that would affect the relationship between Edric and Irene. Marie didn't expect that Margaret would change so much, so she had no idea what to do at that moment. But Lily has a problem with her health now. She can't undergo the procedure. If she did, she cannot get pregnant anymore. That is a problem, Margaret sighed. Why is Lily so shameless and wants to be pregnant with Edric's child so badly? She clearly knows that Edric doesn't like her. Why does she still want to give birth to his baby? She loves him very much. No, I don't believe that she loves Edric. If Edric was poor, would she choose to be with him? Irene, on the other hand, is different. When she was pregnant, she didn't choose to stay. Instead, she chose to give birth to her child on her own and raise the child. Look at how brave she was. That's why Irene and Edric would be a better match. No matter if he was poor or rich, she would still be with Edric. Hearing Margaret praising Irene, Marie was really upset. In the past, she had always lost to Myra, but now even her daughter was at a disadvantage compared with Myra's. How could she not be angry? However, now was not the time to get angry. She had to see how Margaret planned to deal with Lily. Now that Lily can't go through with the procedure, how are you going to settle her? What else can we do? If she must give birth to the baby, then let her do it. However, she will not use the baby as a threat under any circumstances. I won't fall for it, neither will Edric. What if she asks you for alimony? There's no way I'll give that to her. I'll have to make it clear to her and find a lawyer to make an agreement. She's the one who insisted on giving birth to the child. It has nothing to do with us. Either we raise the child without asking for any of her support, or she gets rid of it. If she doesn't want to listen to us and chooses to give birth to the child, we will not give her a penny. Marie did not expect Margaret to say that. Margaret's previous ruthlessness towards Irene was now diverted to Lily. Marie secretly despised her, but she was afraid that Margaret would find out, so she dared not to stand up for Lily anymore, and had no choice but to leave. Marie was upset as she left the Myers family home. She used to think that although Margaret changed her mind often, it was always towards others, and it would never happen to her. Margaret's change of attitude at this time was like a huge blow towards them. If Lily did not have a baby, and if Lily had no problem with her health, they could still take a step back, but now they had no way to retreat. Lily's child had to be born and recognized by Edric. However, Marie knew Margaret's personality very well. When she liked someone, she would like them unconditionally, and the same applied to when she hated someone. Due to the fact that she knew her personality very well, she had never forgotten to belittle Irene and compliment Lily previously, which made Margaret hate Irene so much that she never changed her perception towards her at all. Marie did not expect that the tricks she had used on Irene would be used on Lily now. What could she do now? She had to discuss it with Deborah and figure out a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Deborah had been having a hard time. After Edric had sent Bert to the police station, the police interrogated him again and made a statement. Due to the fact that Stephen had given instructions to cause Bert's incident, people in the police station specifically called for Stephen after the interrogation and reported this matter. Stephen, hearing that the person who had harmed Irene had been caught, immediately went to the police station in person. After reading the interrogation report, Stephen's expression began to look abnormal. The person who directed Bert to harm Irene turned out to be Dunn from the cat alley. Dunn and Irene did not know each other. Why would he think of harming Irene? Dunn was definitely not the real mastermind behind this. The real mastermind must have been someone else. However, who could it be? Irene was kind and never caused trouble on her own volition. Stephen was sure that Irene did not offend anyone. Then, who was the one who had wanted to harm Irene? Hearing that Edric was the one who had sent Bert to the police station, Stephen went to see Edric and asked him what he thought about the matter. Edric smiled faintly and said, "Bert said that it was Dunn who had ordered him. Since the culprit has been disclosed, let's talk about this after the police have caught Dunn." "Do you think the mastermind behind this is Dunn?" Stephen asked. "Who else could it be?" Edric smiled politely, but did not look too happy. What did Stephen mean by coming to ask him regarding the matter? Did he come to find out the truth or to sincerely find out the mastermind behind this? Edric used to have some respect for Stephen, but recently he despised him very much. Stephen slept with his wife's best friend, made the mistress his legal wife, and left his own daughter alone outside for so many years. Was he even human? He did not believe that Stephen was treating Irene sincerely. For Stephen, his reputation was more important than anything else. If he knew that it was Deborah who harmed Irene, he would not sincerely help Irene. Instead, he would find a way to suppress this matter to protect his reputation and name. What Edric needed to do now was to not let Deborah get away unpunished. He wanted Deborah to receive the punishment she deserved. I don't think it's that simple. Dunn is just a gangster. He had no animosity towards Irene. Why would he think of killing Irene? There must be someone behind all this, Stephen told his worries to Edric. I suspect that someone else is playing tricks. Who do you suspect? Edric asked. Stephen suspected that the mastermind was Deborah. Deborah was from the cat alley, so of course she knew Dunn and the others. However, there was no proof for this matter. Moreover, Deborah was Stephen's wife. How embarrassing would it be to say that his wife had schemed against his daughter? Stephen suddenly realized that if this matter was true, it would turn out real bad for him. His reputation would be ruined, and there would not be any hope for
After
promotion.
the conversation with Edric,
Stephen
left
quiet, and Stephen began to
incident
suspect
could
something.
not be known to the
Was
public,
Edric
and
really
he had to
not
investigate
suspicious
it
of anyone, or had he been
If it was
unwilling
Deborah
to say
who
so?
did it,
He would
had to
arrange
find
for
out the
1,000
truth
ways
as
to
soon
kill
as
her.
possible
and get
Looking
rid of
at
it before
Stephen,
others
who was
found
stuttering,
out. A mocking
Stephen held
glint appeared in
uncertainties towards
Edric's
Deborah.
eyes. When he went back,
Stephen was acting
he looked at
just
Deborah
as he
with
had
a suspicious
expected.
look. But fortunately,
Although Stephen
Edric
did not
had been
say
on his
anything,
guard since the
Deborah, who
beginning,
had
always observed him, felt that something was amiss. So, Deborah went to ask the driver, Tommy. Tommy had been following Stephen every day. Naturally, he would know Stephen's schedule very well. He immediately reported to Deborah about Stephen's visit to the police station. Deborah was frightened upon hearing that Bert had been caught. It seemed that Bert had confessed something to make Stephen suspect her. Since Deborah really had done horrible things, she trembled with fear. However, when she was scheming against Irene, she did not contact Bert personally. Instead, she did it through Dunn. As long as they did not catch him, she would be safe. Deborah was glad that Dunn had migrated. Otherwise, she would be in so much trouble. Although Stephen was suspecting her, there was no evidence against her. Hence, she calmed down. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep things this way. She had to find a way to save herself, and she could not let Stephen suspect her more. Deborah thought of Marie and decided to discuss the matter with her. Just as she was about to pick up her phone to call Marie, Marie called her instead. Marie said that she had something very important to discuss with her and needed Deborah to meet her outside immediately. Marie's voice sounded very abnormal. Something bad had to have happened. Deborah started to panic when she recalled that she had asked Marie to see what Margaret had to say. So, did something happen with Margaret? Deborah soon arrived at their usual location. As soon as she entered the private room, she saw Marie's upset expression. Marie was also a scheming person, so she never disclosed her thoughts easily. Looking at her expression, Deborah's heart sank. She put aside her own issues and asked, "You look so upset. What happened?" "I just came back from the Myers family, and Margaret has made it clear that she has changed her mind." Marie sighed. "No way. How could this old woman have changed her mind so easily? She's not that trustworthy at all, is she?" "Trustworthy? What's that?" Marie asked with a sneer. For Margaret, there was only to like or dislike a person. Trustworthy was never in her personality. "What can we do now?" "How would I know?" Marie replied angrily. When she figured out that everything had happened because of Deborah, she grew full of anger. She had the urge to slap Deborah across the face. However, she could only think so in her heart and did not dare to take any action. She knew very well that it was not the right time for her to fight with Deborah. Deborah was the one who had helped her daughter gain her current status. She had to think about her daughter's situation. Realizing her rude attitude, Marie raised her cup and took a sip of tea. This helped ease her dissatisfaction towards Deborah, and she had no choice but to suppress her anger in her heart for the time being. Deborah knew what Marie's temper was like. She was frustrated as well, but was not in the mood to argue with Marie. At this critical time, she still had to rely on Marie, this evil woman. She had to bear with it for her daughter's sake. After calming herself down, she tried to speak as if nothing had happened. "Margaret listens to you the most, doesn't she? Why didn't you persuade her? If that worked, will I still be here discussing this with you? I wonder which bastard told everyone about what you did last time. Margaret hates mistresses the most. When she heard that you and Myra were friends, she became even more furious. She clearly said that she would not let any mistress' daughter marry Edric. She also suspected that Lily had other motives when she approached her." Marie sighed. "The most terrible thing is that she began to feel uncomfortable with me taking Lily's side. I was afraid that she would grow even more suspicious, so I didn't dare to speak for Lily anymore. Margaret likes children, doesn't she? You can use the child to persuade her. I don't believe that she'll dislike Lily's 2 children. She'll bear with it for the sake of the children, wouldn't she?" "Don't mention the child." It made her more furious. Margaret had said that she already has 2 grandchildren. Irene can have as many children she wants in the future, and she mentioned that she would only accept Irene's children as her grandchildren. Marie relayed Margaret's words to Deborah. Now Margaret thinks that only Irene is the best. She now hates Lily as much as she hated Irene. In the past, Irene had Edric to back her up, but now Lily doesn't have anyone to help her. I think it's impossible for Lily to be with Edric ever again. That old woman is really annoying. Damn it, if she wanted to change her mind, she could have said so earlier. Now that we're in such a situation, what can we do? Deborah was so angry that she cursed. Yes, if Lily was not pregnant and in good health instead, we would still have a way out. Now what can we do? Marie also felt a headache. Worst comes to worst, we'll try to get money. Edric is so rich, and he used to be so generous with Lily. Since they have a child, he'll definitely treat Lily well. Besides, it's his child after all, and he will have the inheritance rights in the future. If we can obtain some shares of the Myers Group, Lily will gain some advantages as well. Forget it. Margaret said that she won't give even a penny to Lily. All the inheritance will go to Irene's children. It's fine if Lily insists on giving birth to the child, but it's either that Margaret will raise the child herself, or she'll find a lawyer to claim that the child belongs to Lily and they won't pay her alimony. How vicious. Deborah was furious. Last time, wasn't she the one who wanted a grandchild so badly that she agreed to Lily undergoing artificial insemination? Otherwise, why would a good girl like Lily have to suffer and get pregnant even before marriage just to help the Myers family have a child to carry on their family name? Because of her, Lily did the insemination twice, but now that her health is in such a condition, she couldn't care less. There is nothing that easy in this world. No, I have to ask her to give me an explanation. Deborah insisted and stood up immediately. Marie hurriedly reached out her hand to stop her. Calm down. What's the use of asking her? It'll only make things worse. Deborah gritted her teeth and said, "But how can I stand for this? For Lily, you have to endure it anyhow. Now that things have become like this, anger won't change anything. We have to find a way to deal with this," Marie persuaded. In her mind, Deborah had always been able to calm herself down. Why did she suddenly lose her temper? Looking at Deborah's expression then, she really was afraid that Deborah would lose her mind and look for Margaret. Margaret already hated Deborah. If Deborah went to cause trouble again, she would definitely aggravate Margaret even more. If that happened, Lily would no longer have the chance to marry Edric. What do we do? Now that Margaret has made such a statement, it's impossible to change her mind. There's always a way out. There has to be a way, Marie comforted. Calm down. We've endured so much already. What's more to endure just a little bit longer now? Deborah nodded, picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. She did lose her temper just now. It was not only Lily who she was worried about, but also Stephen, who had started to suspect her. These two things together had made her anxious and she had lost her mind. Marie was right. There was no point in her being anxious since it could not change anything, so she had to think of a way to face it head on. Last time, she had nothing and no advantage at all, but still she had defeated Myra and became Stephen's legal wife. Now she had so many more advantages to her. She did not believe that she could not find a way to solve this problem. Seeing Deborah calm down, Marie was relieved and asked tentatively, "You're usually not this short-tempered. What's wrong with you today? Why did you lose your temper all of a sudden?" Deborah sighed and said, "Bert was caught." "Ah, when did this happen?" Marie was shocked. She knew everything about Bert. If Bert told the police about Deborah, Stephen would definitely be furious. No wonder Deborah had lost her temper. She asked, "Stephen found out?" "Yes, he went to the police station. When he came back, he looked off. I felt that something was wrong, so I asked the driver. The driver said that Bert had told them about Dunn. I thought that Stephen must be suspecting me, so I came to discuss this with you." This is getting out of hand. Marie also panicked. Irene and Dunn did not know each other at all. Stephen was definitely suspecting Deborah. Stephen was cunning and scheming. If he suspected Deborah and began to investigate, he would find out about what happened that year. So she asked, "How much information does Bert know?" "Bert doesn't know much. I've been contacting Dunn and Bert was the one he employed. Now, even though Stephen has started to suspect me, there's no evidence. After all, Dunn has migrated," Deborah explained. "Fortunately, Dunn has migrated, but we can't take this matter lightly. We must find a way to distract Stephen so he won't have time to pay attention to this." That's what I thought too. The only thing that can distract Stephen's attention is his status and Irene. We can't attack his status, nor do we have the ability. However, Irene is different. We can attack Irene. Marie nodded. Yes, we start with Irene. However, there are so many people around Irene now, so we have to think of a perfect plan. The private room became quiet. The two of them began to think about different plans. After a while, Marie suddenly said, "I have a solution." "What is it?" "To create a rift between Irene and Margaret, and to find a way to create estrangement between them so that they'll hate each other again like last time." That's going to be a little difficult. I heard from Lorraine that Margaret even put down her ego and personally apologized to Irene. Irene is not the kind of person who is ruthless and holds grudges. They'll definitely develop a good relationship. Deborah felt that it was unrealistic for Irene and Margaret to hate each other. Marie thought differently. You can't build trust within a day, as that takes a long time. Irene won't believe Margaret's apology, and she'll suspect that Margaret has other motives. People are most afraid of distrust. As long as Irene doesn't trust Margaret, this plan could still work. Isn't Edric with them too, though? He won't just sit back and watch this unfold. Deborah still thought it was impossible. Don't worry, I will trap all of them this time. Marie lowered her voice and began to explain her plan to Deborah. That's great. No doubt that you're the powerful one. I'm amazed that you could even think of this plan. After hearing Marie's words, Deborah grew excited. This way, not only will Edric lose his trust in Irene, but we can also take Margaret out of the equation and let Lily gain a chance. It's indeed a wonderful plan. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Deborah praised Marie so much, but she did not feel proud at all. We'll definitely need Lorraine's help in this matter. You have to tell her the plan and get her ready. Make sure that she won't drag us down when the time comes. Don't worry, I'll tell her. Not only was Irene surprised that Margaret came to apologize, but Thomas was too. Margaret used to be arrogant and had always acted like a snob. Why did she suddenly put down her ego and apologize? Irene had broken Margaret's leg. At that time, Margaret hated Irene so much that she had even sued her for assault and sent her to prison. However, now, why was she so kind and willing to accept her again, and she even felt regretful for what she did? It was just unbelievable. After Margaret left, Thomas and Irene talked about it. Thomas felt that Margaret's changing of her mind was strange. She must have had other motives, and Irene should be wary of her. Irene also agreed and felt that Margaret was acting abnormal. She could not believe her words. While they were talking, Edric entered in a hurry. As he came through the door, he asked, "Irene, did my mother come to apologize just now?" Irene nodded. "Yes, Uncle Thomas and I were just talking about this matter. Why did your mother suddenly change her mind?" She saw Lily and Deborah's true colors, so she feels very regretful. She said that it was her fault in the past, but now she will no longer stop us from being together. Edric told Irene, "Irene, in the past, you've been worried that my mother would stop us, but now she has changed her mind. For the sake of our child, let's get back together." She had clearly seen Edric's sincerity during this period of time, but she was terrified of Margaret. She had a child and could not bear to be tortured anymore. They should not rush into things, especially regarding that matter. As Irene was about to speak, Thomas spoke first. "Edric, your mother changes her mind all the time. You can't just believe what she said. Irene can't bear to be tortured. Let's talk about this after Eden recovers from his illness." "Irene." Edric looked at Irene and said with a pleading voice. Irene smiled faintly and said, "Edric, Uncle Thomas is right. Eden is still sick, so let's talk about this later." Edric went home in disappointment. Margaret saw her son, who had gone out happily, coming back with a gloomy face. She knew that Irene must have rejected him. She comforted her son. "It's all my fault. It's my fault that Irene's heart has gone cold. Don't worry. From now on, I'll take the initiative to care for her and the child. All humans are soft at heart. Take it slow. I'm sure she'll change her mind after some time." Edric had no choice but to say, "Mom, you should be more concerned about Irene in the future. If she treats you coldly, just try to tolerate her. For the sake of your grandson, can you?" "Okay, I'll definitely tolerate her," Margaret promised. Lorraine had been secretly paying attention to the conversation between Edric and Margaret. She immediately told Deborah about the conversation between them. Deborah was elated to hear that Irene did not acknowledge Margaret's kindness. There was no doubt that Marie was indeed smarter than her. She knew that the feud between Margaret and Irene would not be easily resolved. This was great news for them. It seemed that they had to hurry up and proceed with the plan. She had already figured the plan out and explained it to Lorraine. During that period of time, Lorraine had been scolded by Margaret many times. Seeing that Margaret was starting to alienate her, Lorraine hated Margaret so badly and eventually agreed to Deborah's plan. Deborah asked her to pay more attention to Margaret and Irene's current situation. She should be alert of everything, whether it was something significant or insignificant, and find their weaknesses, as it would aid them in their plan. Lorraine then promised to do it. Although the police wanted to arrest Dunn, Edric knew that this matter would not have much progress so soon. Recently, the police had become less efficient. Dunn's crime was not considered as a big criminal case, and his case was nothing new in the International Criminal Police Organization. They would not be able to close the case anytime soon. He had to find another way to catch Dunn. Then Edric thought of Jordan. The Reed family had connections with the police and also gangsters in countries abroad. It would be much more effective to ask them for help instead of relying on the police. While he was thinking about it, John came to report that he had seen Jordan's men following Deborah as well. It seemed that Jordan had also found out that something was wrong. What John meant was that it was better to be friends with Jordan instead of enemies. There had not been conflict between Edric and Jordan. It was because of Irene that they had become like this. Since both of them were devoted to Irene, it would be better for them to be friends and make peace with each other. Edric and Jordan were both proud and arrogant people. In the past, it had been impossible for either of them to take the initiative and compromise. However, this time, the situation was different. Edric was ready to go all out for Irene, so he listened to John's advice and took the initiative to call Jordan out for a meal. Jordan did not refuse Edric's invitation. He knew that Edric most probably had asked to meet him because of Irene. Edric's recent sincere attitude was apparent. Margaret had also begun to make peace with her, but Irene did not say anything. He guessed that Edric must want him to try to persuade Irene. When Jordan came in, Edric had been waiting for him for some time already. When he saw Jordan come in, he personally poured tea for him. Jordan picked up the teacup and took a sip. "How may I help you, Mr. Myers?" "Let's talk while we eat." While speaking, the waiter came in and served the dishes. Seeing that Edric had ordered all his favorite dishes, Jordan narrowed his eyes and said, "Mr. Myers, you've tried so hard to find out my preferences, it seems that this meal will not be as simple as it appears? For you, Mr. Reed, it would just be a matter of saying a few words." Edric smiled and poured some wine for Jordan personally. "Mr. Reed, let's have a drink." Jordan did not raise his glass. "Edric, I want to make myself clear that I will not help you persuade Irene to change her mind. Don't even think about it. Compared to an unfaithful person like you, I would rather let Irene be together with Nathan." Edric did not get angry. "Mr. Reed, you worry too much. Honestly, it's nobody else's business to change Irene's mind. I've never expected someone else to help me. I'm here today for something else." Hearing that he was not asking him to persuade Irene, Jordan picked his glass up and clinked it with Edric's. They drank it all up in one go. Edric's attitude was excellent and he took the initiative to serve Jordan. "Mr. Reed, you should try this dish. This is wild salmon and it was just delivered here by air. It's very fresh. Mr. Reed, go ahead and try it." Jordan tasted the salmon. Sure enough, it was tender and delicious. Seeing that Edric had put in quite a lot of effort to find this fish, especially during this season, he put down his cutlery and said, "Mr. Myers, please stop beating around the bush. I want you to help me investigate a person." "Is this person abroad?" Jordan immediately understood his meaning, as Edric would not have needed his help at all if he wanted to investigate someone local. Since he had asked him for help, it had to be someone abroad that was beyond his territory. "Yes. This is just a small matter. Give me the information. I'll send it to my grandfather and ask him to send someone to deal with it." Jordan was very straightforward. "Thank you, Mr. Reed." He didn't expect Jordan to be so easygoing. Edric was overjoyed and immediately took out the information on Dunn and handed it to Jordan. "This person's nickname is Dunn. This is his information. Can I ask what this is about?" Jordan took the information and skimmed over it. Then he put it aside. "Sure. Do you remember the person who schemed against Irene when we were getting married? He was the mastermind." Edric told Jordan about Bert's arrest. Jordan shook his head. "This person has no connection with Irene. Why would he think of killing her? I'm sure that Dunn is not the mastermind. The real one is someone else." Edric nodded. "I think so too. That's why I need to look for Dunn and find out the real mastermind behind this. All right, I'll handle this matter, and I promise you will get a satisfactory answer. However, let me ask you one more thing. I'm sure that you have a suspect in mind regarding the real mastermind, right?" Edric nodded. "Yes, I suspect that it was Lily and her mother who did this." "Just as what I thought. If so, why didn't you tell Mr. Cook about your suspicions?" "To tell you the truth, Stephen has come to see me before, and he asked if I had a suspect in mind. I didn't tell him." "Why didn't you?" If you told Stephen about your suspicions, with his help, Deborah would soon be caught. I've thought about telling Stephen, but I'm very suspicious of his personality. Why do you say that? I'm sure you know the relationship between Deborah and Irene's mother. Stephen had betrayed his wife using her friend, married her, and then abandoned his own daughter to Thomas for so many years. Do you think that such a father would really care for his daughter? Edric asked. Well, that makes sense. Telling Stephen was indeed a bad idea. It would be more reliable to look into this on your own. I'm afraid that after telling him, he'll choose to cover up for Deborah because he's afraid of ruining his reputation. That way, we wouldn't be able to catch Deborah anymore. We need to find the right timing. When there's no evidence, no matter what we say will be useless. That's why I'm trying to find Dunn, to dig out the truth from him. When the time comes, the evidence will be placed in front of Stephen. At that time, even if he wants to protect Deborah, there's nothing he can do. Edric did not hide anything from Jordan. Jordan nodded. In fact, I've been investigating Deborah recently, but have not made any progress. Why are you investigating Deborah? Edric was confused. I suspect that Deborah was the mastermind behind the murder of Irene's mother, but I don't have any evidence, Jordan relayed to Edric his mother's words. Edric's face became serious. If what your mother has said is true, Irene's mother's death must not have been an accident. This matter must be investigated carefully. After parting ways with Edric, Jordan immediately passed the information that Edric had given him to his grandfather and asked him to help find out this person's tracks and to catch him. Mr. Pedro eventually answered his grandson's request. He promised to ask someone to look for Dunn immediately, but he also mentioned that it would be difficult and could take a long time. Jordan knew that it was not so easy to find a person. After hanging up on the call, he called Nathan and asked him to keep an eye on that person. Margaret truly regretted her actions and sincerely wanted to make things up to Irene. Now that Irene was pregnant, she felt that she should do something. So she bought many children's clothes, toys, and pregnant women's supplies and sent them to Irene. Irene saw that Margaret's attitude was just as polite as the last time. Seeing Margaret, who had bought so many gifts and was being so friendly, Eden was no longer afraid of her. When he saw Margaret, he did not hide anymore. Instead, he stood beside Irene and watched as Irene talked to Margaret. The more Margaret looked at Eden's lovely appearance, the more she liked him. Due to his illness, Eden didn't look as healthy as the other children, but he was a little thin and pale instead. When Margaret saw her grandson like so, she felt forlorn. It was all her fault. If she had not treated Irene that way, Irene would not have suffered so much, and her grandson would not be sick now. She really wanted to hug her grandson in her arms and kiss him, but she was afraid of scaring Eden like last time. So, she tried to pass Eden the toys that she had bought. Eden hesitated and looked at Irene. Once Irene nodded, only then did Eden reach out to take them. Seeing Eden, who was willing to take her toys, Margaret was overjoyed, so she tried to touch Eden's small hand. Eden did not refuse the gesture either, and Margaret grew ecstatic. Margaret saw that Irene's figure was very thin. She knew that she was worried about Eden's health, so she comforted and gave Irene some advice. Irene's priority was to take care of herself to ensure the baby in her stomach developed healthily, and Eden's illness would also be cured in time. After talking for a while, Margaret bid them goodbye and left. On the way back, Margaret was still worried. Irene was so slim and weak, so would her baby be healthy? She had to find a way to make Irene gain more weight. Margaret thought about buying some nutritious food to nourish Irene's body. After returning home, Margaret specifically looked into recipes for pregnant women and found out that pregnant women in Singapore and Hong Kong had begun to eat birds' nests during the first 2 or 3 months. It not only made the mother strong, but would also make the future newborn child stronger, more fair, beautiful, and have a stronger immune system. The bird's nest was a nourishing product. Margaret's eyes lit up and she decided to send Irene some bird's nest to nourish her body. Margaret had eaten a lot of bird's nests during the past few years, so she had plenty of it in the house. She asked Lorraine to find them to be gifted to Irene. Deborah had asked Lorraine to keep an eye on Margaret's every move. Of course, Lorraine would listen to her. She literally watched Margaret's every single move unwaveringly. She had even looked carefully at the gifts Margaret bought for Irene and the child. She reported to Deborah about everything, and Deborah praised her for being so careful. Seeing that Margaret was going to send Irene the birds' nests, she immediately told Deborah in secret. Hearing this, Deborah came up with a plan. She gave Lorraine an order, and Lorraine nodded repeatedly. During dinner in the evening, Lorraine took the initiative to tell Margaret that she was best at cooking bird's nest. It would be better for her to make the dish and then let Margaret send it to Irene, as it would be more sincere. Margaret reckoned that what she said made sense. The bird's nest was not only for Irene's health, but was also a token of appreciation towards Irene. She decided to send it to Irene personally after it was done. She had lived a comfortable life all these years and rarely cooked. If she cooked the bird's nest for Irene, Irene would be so moved by her sincerity and might even decide to start over with Edric again, which would be wonderful. After Margaret had left, Irene was very confused. Margaret had bought so many gifts, and it was obvious that she had put so much effort into it. Looking at how careful she was with Eden, she felt a little touched. Thomas also said that Margaret was acting completely differently from before. While they were talking, Irene's phone rang. She picked up and heard Lily's voice. "Irene, how have you been?" Irene frowned. "What can I do for you, Miss Cook?" "Did you receive gifts today?" Lily asked. "How did you know?" "Because I've also received them." "I wonder if Aunt Margaret treats us equally?" Lily continued, saying that Aunt Margaret had sent her some pregnancy supplies that day. She even mentioned the same items. Irene looked at the gifts near her. Weren't those the same as hers? Lily was elated as she said, "You have Eden, so Aunt Margaret said that she should buy more toys and asked me not to think too much about it." "But why would I? We're sisters, and we won't butt heads at things like this." "You're shameless." Irene was furious. "Irene, why are you losing your temper?" Lily said with a smile. "Aunt Margaret said that she would send me bird's nest tomorrow, and it would be the premium ones. She told me to nourish my body and give birth to 2 healthy grandchildren for her. She said that you'll also have some. Why do you think Aunt Margaret is being so kind to us? Do you think she wants both of us to be her daughters-in-law?" "Shut up." "Irene, don't be angry. Just let me finish my words. We're sisters. Although you have always held grudges against me, I haven't. I'd better make myself clear. Irene, don't even dream of getting back with Edric. Aunt Margaret has always liked me. She won't let you into the family. So you'd better be mentally prepared and don't think too highly of yourself. You'll regret it later." "Miss Cook, I don't need you to worry about this, but I have to remind you that you should know very well about what happened with your baby. Accidents will happen to shameless people like you who commit crimes all the time. Miss Cook, aren't you afraid that there will be problems with the babies you'll be giving birth to?" "Irene, I'm being kind enough to tell you to be careful of Margaret. It's okay if you don't appreciate it, but how could you curse my child?" Lily's voice also changed. "Irene, I don't care if you believe me or not, but I'm warning you in advance. For your child, you must not eat the bird's nest that Margaret will be giving you, or you will suffer the consequences." Lily dropped this sentence and hung up the phone. Although she was very clear about Lily's character, Irene was still aggravated. Didn't Margaret say that she disliked Lily? How did Lily know that Margaret had bought gifts for her? Had Margaret really gotten the same gifts for her and Lily at the same time? That possibility remained. The fact that the child that Lily was pregnant with was not Edric's had not been confirmed yet. Edric said that he did not tell Margaret about the matter. Since Margaret did not know, with her love for children, it was very likely that she would buy 2 sets of gifts for both her and Lily at the same time. If that was the case, then her kindness could be explained. She did not want to let go of both sides. Margaret's target was Eden and the baby she was pregnant with. Although it was just a guess, and she did not dare to be certain of it, Irene began to grow uncomfortable. After getting up early in the morning, Margaret began to soak the bird's nest in water and prepared to cook for Irene. Lorraine proposed to help, but was rejected. This was a matter of effort and sincerity. Margaret felt that she had to show her appreciation towards Irene. Speaking of cooking bird's nest, Margaret was the one who had taught Lorraine. Although Margaret was born into a rich family, she was not the kind of girl who could do nothing. She was a person who could cook and knew how to do housework. During her time with Edric's father, she often cooked bird's nest soup for her husband. She cleaned the bird's nest by herself, put it in the water and soaked it until it became soft. Then she cleaned the dirt and put it in the water again to make it expand. Finally, she put the bird's nest together with the water into a stewing pot and added sugar, letting it simmer over a small flame. While the bird's nest was simmering, Margaret sat by it the whole time. When the bird's nest was done, Margaret packed it up. She was ready to go out and give it to Irene. At that moment, Marie suddenly came to the Myers family home. When she saw Marie walking over, Margaret had no choice but to return to the house. Lorraine reminded her that the bird's nest should not be left cold. It was better to send it to Irene immediately. Margaret looked at Marie and hesitated. She could not just leave Marie alone. Then, Lorraine volunteered to help Margaret to send the bird's nest to Irene. Margaret thought for a moment and agreed, so Lorraine took the bird's nest and left the house. Irene and Thomas were playing with Eden in the living room. The doorbell rang, and Irene got up to open the door. She saw Lorraine standing at the door with a thermos flask, looking at her with a smile. "What are you doing here?" When Irene had married Edric, Lorraine had helped Margaret to bully her several times. She had never held a good impression of Lorraine, this loyal henchman. Now seeing Lorraine, who had suddenly come to her, she was on guard, and her tone was not very pleasant. Lorraine did not seem to care about Irene's attitude at all. She handed the flask over and said with a smile, "Mrs. Myers wants me to send you this bird's nest." "Bird's nest?" Irene stared at the flask incredulously. The night before, Lily had just reminded her that Margaret was going to send her bird's nest. Now Lorraine was here, sending it. What was Margaret planning to do? Lorraine nodded. "Yes, Mrs. Myers mentioned that since you're pregnant now and you've been taking care of Eden as well, it's been too harsh on you, so she personally cooked bird's nest to nourish your body. This is a premium bird's nest. It has high nutritious value and is most suitable for pregnant women. The most important thing is that Mrs. Myers has made the bird's nest herself. I haven't seen her cooking in the kitchen these few years. It's really touching to see that although her legs are uncomfortable, she still insisted on cooking for you." Irene tried her best to let out a chuckle. It's rare for Mrs. Myers being so enthusiastic. She even cooked the bird's nest for me when her legs are unwell. How can I accept this? Why can't you? Eden and your baby are both children of the Myers family. You're getting married to Mr. Myers soon as well. We'll be a complete family very soon. Lorraine looked at the thermal flask and she said enthusiastically, "Eat it while it's still hot." Irene thought of Lily's warning. "You'd better not eat those bird's nests or you'll have to bear the consequences." She smiled faintly. "I just ate something and now I'm not hungry. I'll eat the bird's nest a while later." When the bird's nest becomes cold, it won't taste as good. It's better to eat it while it's still hot. This is Mrs. Myers' gesture of kindness towards you. You have to accept it no matter what, right? Lorraine persuaded. "I've accepted Mrs. Myers' kindness. You can go back and tell her that I'll eat the bird's nest so that she'll be at ease." "This?" Lorraine frowned a little. "Miss Nelson, you know Mrs. Myers' temper. She hates people who lie. If she finds out that I lied to her, she'll definitely punish me. It's better if you eat it now, even if it's just a bite." Her words alerted Irene even more. Why did Lorraine want to watch her eat? Was there really something weird in the bird's nest? Irene already had doubts about Margaret's sudden kindness, and now the suspicion in her heart was growing bigger and bigger. Was Margaret deliberately trying to confuse her so that she would be less on her guard, and then she would find a chance to harm her? Although the idea was a little unbelievable, she did not dare to risk her baby's life. She smiled faintly and said, "All right, I like to add some milk into the bird's nest. I'll go add some and then eat it." As she spoke, she turned around and entered the room as Lorraine followed behind her. After only just a few steps, Irene turned around and stopped her. "Oh, I've forgotten one thing. Last time, when Mrs. Myers brought Eden back, he was greatly frightened. He was always afraid to see you two. You'd better not go in and let him see you, otherwise he would cry. Lorraine stopped walking and asked awkwardly, "He's even afraid of me?" Yes, ever since he came back from the hospital that day, he has been saying that the two women are so mean. If they dare to bully him again in the future, I'll have to call the police to come and arrest them. Those words were partly true. Eden had just said that the police would have to arrest Margaret, but he did not mention Lorraine. However, when Irene saw Lorraine's embarrassed expression, she eased her hatred and just lied to her. Lorraine felt even more embarrassed. "All right, I'll wait for you here." Irene smiled at her and turned around to walk into the house. When she returned into the house, Thomas looked at the thermos in her hand and asked, "What is it? Who sent it?" "Uncle, this is the bird's nest that Margaret asked Lorraine to send me." Irene put the thermos on the tea table. Thomas was shocked. "She really did send you the bird's nest? How could Lily have guessed so accurately? Could there really be something wrong with the bird's nest?" Irene glanced at Eden, who was sitting on the ground and playing with the toy car. She motioned for Thomas to follow her into the kitchen and told him about Lorraine's strange attitude earlier. Thomas's face darkened. "If that's the case, then there must be something wrong with it. You'd better not eat it." "Don't worry, I won't," Irene said as she opened the lid of the thermos. She glanced inside and bore a strange expression on her face. More than half of the thermos was filled with the bird's nest. The color of the soup was orange-red, and there was a fragrance that was different from the ones she had eaten before. Weird, why is the bird's nest so red? It's impossible for it to be in this color. After marrying Edric, Irene had eaten a lot of nutritious food in order to have children. Moreover, the Myers family was rich, so those premium foods were like daily meals. Although the bird's nest was precious, Irene had eaten it many times, and she knew that something was wrong with it at first glance. Thomas leaned forward to take a look. Then he picked up the thermos and sniffed it. His expression changed drastically. "There's a smell of saffron in this bird's nest." "What? Saffron?" "That's right." Thomas took a fork and stirred the contents. He picked up a thin orange object and said solemnly, "Look, this must be the saffron." The person who cooked the bird's nest was not careful enough, and she did not pick out all the saffron and left one behind. Irene took a deep breath. She knew that Thomas often read medical books for Eden's illness. These days especially, he even studied Chinese herbal medicine every day. It was not surprising that he knew about saffron. She had suspected that Margaret would do something to the bird's nest, but she did not expect that she would put saffron in it. It was known that saffron would cause miscarriage. If Margaret had done so, wouldn't it be harmful to the child in her stomach? Thinking of the consequences of eating the bird's nest, Irene trembled. "This old witch is so vicious. She even tries to harm my child. I think there's something wrong here. She clearly knows that your baby is Edric's, and Eden is waiting for the baby's umbilical cord blood to save his life. Why should she harm you?" Thomas was calmer than Irene and immediately sensed that something was amiss. Irene gritted her teeth and said, "She must hate me for breaking her leg, and Edric had refused to listen to her as well. That's why she wants to harm me." Thomas shook his head. "I don't think she would do that. Eden and the child in your stomach are both her grandchildren. No matter how vicious she is, she won't do anything to hurt them." However, Irene disagreed. For Margaret, the baby in Lily, that bitch, is also her grandchild. She has always liked her. Now the bitch is even pregnant with twins. To her, they are more important than Eden and my baby. No, she loves having grandchildren so much. No matter who gives birth to her grandchildren, as long as they are related to her family, she would still care for them. I think there's something wrong here. You just said that she sent someone to bring it here. Who is it? It's her caretaker, Lorraine. I told her to wait in the garden. Thomas raised his eyebrows. Could it be the caretaker who did this? No way. I have nothing against Lorraine. Why would she want to harm me? Even if she did, it would definitely be Margaret who gave her the orders. In the past few years in the Myers family, Irene had always been polite to Lorraine. She thought that she had never offended her and that Lorraine would not harm her back. However, Lorraine had been a caretaker in the Myers family for many years and had always been obedient towards Margaret. If Margaret had ordered her to do this, she would not dare to disobey. Thomas pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't you poke around Lorraine and see what she has to say?" "Okay, I'll go ask her now." Irene thought that Thomas's words were reasonable. She quickly packed up the thermos and held on to it, wanting to leave, but then Thomas stopped her. "Wait a minute. Pour some out and keep it as evidence. Take out the piece of saffron and show it to her." Irene understood that Thomas was afraid that Margaret would not admit it when they confronted her. She hurriedly took a bowl, poured some bird's nest into it, and kept it before leaving. Walking out of the living room door, Irene saw Lorraine looking anxiously into the room. She became even more annoyed. She walked up to her in a few steps and put the thermos in her arms. She said sternly, "Lorraine, take a good look at what's inside. How dare you bring it for me to eat?" Lorraine looked at the thermos in confusion. "Isn't this just bird's nest?" Then she opened the lid and looked inside. Irene pointed to the thermos and said, "Have you seen it clearly? Is this the color of bird's nest after it's cooked? Would it smell so fragrant? You have been in the Myers family for so many years, and you often cook bird's nest. You should know better than me, right?" Lorraine stared at the bird's nest in the thermos and exclaimed, "Oh, why is the bird's nest in this color? Mrs. Myers clearly mentioned that this is a premium bird's nest and specially asked someone to buy it from overseas. It is absolutely an authentic product. Why does it look like a defective product from artificial dyeing?" "What do you mean by defective product? It's obvious that there's saffron inside." "What is this?" Irene said as she picked up the saffron that was mixed in the bird's nest and showed it to Lorraine. "Saffron? No way." Lorraine widened her eyes and looked at the saffron in Irene's hand incredulously. "Stop pretending," Irene sneered. "No wonder you asked me to eat it right away. It turns out that you were afraid that if I didn't eat it, your plan would be ruined. Tell me honestly, did Margaret ask you to do this?" Lorraine waved her hand vigorously. No, from soaking, cooking till putting it into the thermos, it was all done by Mrs. Myers herself. I'm only responsible for sending it to you. I really don't know what's going on. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mrs. Myers. In that case, let's go to the Myers family and ask Margaret in person to find out who did this exactly. Irene took the thermos and dragged Lorraine out. Lorraine only struggled a little and followed her out of the villa's gates. She did not look panicked, but puzzled instead. Irene saw her face and felt that Lorraine really had no idea about the situation. Otherwise, she would definitely be terrified. Margaret was known to be bad-tempered. If she was even a little dissatisfied, she would be furious at Lorraine. If Lorraine really had received orders from Margaret to harm Irene, and now that her conspiracy was revealed, she would definitely blame it on Lorraine, and rain curses upon Lorraine after that. It seemed Margaret was the only one behind this. She did not expect the old witch to be so cruel that she did not even think about Eden at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. When the driver of the Myers family, Hodge, saw them coming out, he immediately got out of the car and opened the door. Irene paid him no mind, and she opened the door, directly getting into the car. Lorraine also followed. On the way, Lorraine defended Margaret, saying that Margaret would definitely not be so malicious as to harm Irene's baby. She must have made a mistake on accident. Irene glared at Lorraine. "Are you telling me that she's blind and can't even differentiate between bird's nest and saffron?" Lorraine hurriedly explained. "No, I mean, Mrs. Myers may have needed saffron for herself, and while making the bird's nest, she accidentally mixed these two things up." Irene sneered. "Humph, she needs saffron? Is she having an irregular menstruation, or does she not have a clean lochia after delivering a baby? I didn't know that she still needed saffron at her age." Lorraine paused for a moment before she realized that Irene was criticizing Margaret as an old woman who had menopause, and she had no need to eat saffron at all. After pausing for a few seconds, she smiled apologetically and said, "I thought saffron is good for skincare as well. Maybe that's why Mrs. Myers is consuming it?" "All right, you don't have to speak for her anymore," Irene interrupted her. "How ridiculous. Even if Margaret really wanted to use the saffron for skincare, She still wouldn't have cooked it herself, let alone pour the saffron soup into the bird's nest. Lorraine shut her mouth and looked at Irene's gloomy face. She did not dare say a word. The car drove into the Myers family home and stopped. Irene opened the door and got out of the car. Lorraine followed closely behind her. Walking into the living room, Irene put the thermos on the tea table, sat down on the sofa, and asked Lorraine, "Where's Margaret?" "When I left, Mrs. Myers was taking a nap upstairs. She should still be sleeping there now," Lorraine answered. "Why aren't you calling her down?" "Mrs. Myers doesn't like to be disturbed when she's asleep. Miss Nelson, I think you'd better wait here for a while. Let's talk about this when Mrs. Myers wakes up. Who would take a nap at this hour? Did she hear that I was coming, so she's afraid to come out to see me because she feels guilty?" Irene sneered. "Well, if she won't come see me, I'll go up and see her instead." As she spoke, she walked upstairs. Lorraine stopped her. "Miss Nelson, you can't go upstairs." "What are you doing? I asked for you to call her down, but you didn't. Why are you stopping me from going upstairs?" After that, she shook Lorraine's hand off and went upstairs. Lorraine followed her for 2 steps, and the phone at the corner of the sofa suddenly rang. She had no choice but to turn around to answer the phone. Irene had lived here before for many years and knew where Margaret's bedroom was. She went upstairs without waiting for Lorraine. Margaret's bedroom was the last room on the right of the second floor, and Irene walked towards her door. She raised her hand and knocked on it. She waited and did not hear any sound. She knocked again, but still no one answered. She grew a little impatient. She pushed the door open and walked in, caring less about being polite anymore. When she entered the room, Irene was stunned. On the wooden floor near the bed, Margaret was lying down on the ground, motionless, as though she had fainted. She hurriedly approached Margaret and kneeled at her side. Irene saw that both Margaret's eyes were tightly closed, and her face was pale. There was a palm print on her face, and the right side of her forehead was red and swollen. It was as if she had been hit by something. Her heart sank as she patted Margaret's shoulders lightly while she called, "Mrs. Myers. Mrs. Myers," repeatedly. Margaret was still unconscious, so she quickly checked her pulse and breathing. They were weak, and she could not help but feel even more anxious. She called for Lorraine as she dug out her phone from her handbag and dialed the emergency line. While she was on the line, Lorraine came up to her. She jumped at the sight of the situation in the room. "Oh no, Miss Nelson, what did you do to Madam? Did you hit her?" Irene hung up on the call and frowned. "What are you talking about? I saw her lying on the ground as soon as I came in. I don't know what happened." Lorraine glared at her suspiciously. "That's impossible. Mrs. Myers was still in good condition when I left the house. How can she be unconscious on the floor without any reason? Look at the palm print on her face. You must have slapped her just now when you came in. You even pushed her to the ground. How could you do something like this?" "I didn't." "Stop talking nonsense." Irene was infuriated and worried. She could not understand how she was being misunderstood. She glanced at Margaret, who was lying unconscious, and knew that there was no time to argue. She had to save Margaret first. She asked Lorraine to carefully turn over Margaret's body and her head to one side. Then she covered her with the quilt to prevent her from getting cold and worsening her injury. However, while she was doing all that, Lorraine ran and called for help from the people downstairs. "Help! Mrs. Myers has fainted. Help!" Irene ignored her. She picked up her phone and called Edric. "Irene, what's the matter?" Edric's voice was full of joy. It was rare for Irene to call him, so it was only natural for him to be elated. Irene bit her lips and said, "Edric, I'm at your house now. Your mother has fainted. Come back quickly." Edric took a sharp breath. "What did you say? What happened to my mother?" "I don't know what happened either. You'd better come back quickly, and we'll talk about it later." She couldn't explain the whole situation clearly on the line. It would be better for her to explain it to Edric in person. Edric replied hurriedly, "Okay, I'll go back right away. Have you called the ambulance?" "Yes, the ambulance should be arriving soon." She hung up on the call as footsteps and noises outside were heard. Lorraine rushed back in, followed by the Myers family's designated driver Hodge and Levin Brown. Lorraine pointed at Margaret and said to Hodge and the other, "Bring Mrs. Myers to the hospital." Irene quickly stopped her. "She has suffered a head injury, so we can't move her however we want. We have to wait for a doctor to come. The hospital is a little far from here. We don't know how long it'll take for them to come. Why don't we send her by ourselves?" Lorraine cried as she nudged Hodge's arm. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and lift Madam up. I've said that we have to wait for the doctor to come. Why aren't you listening to me?" Irene urged. "It's her who caused Madam to be like this. We shouldn't listen to her. Hurry up and send her to the hospital. Quick!" Lorraine was being stubborn. "Lorraine, are you going to be responsible for the consequences?" Irene was angry. After saying this, Lorraine shut up. Then she picked up the phone and called Edric. "Mr. Myers, please come back quickly. Madam has fainted." The ambulance arrived about 10 minutes later. The medical staff did a preliminary examination on Margaret before carrying her carefully in a stretcher into the ambulance. Then they gave her the oxygen bag. Irene and Lorraine followed the ambulance as it drove to WellCare Hospital. On the way, Irene called Edric to update him about their location. When they arrived at the WellCare Hospital, Margaret was sent to the emergency room for further examination. At this moment, both Edric and John arrived. He had good connections with the WellCare Hospital's director and had given him a call on his way there. The director immediately instructed the most experienced doctor to treat Margaret. He would also be in charge of the rescuing process. After thorough examination, Margaret was reported to have a severe concussion to the head. The internal hemorrhage was likely due to a heavy blow or a fall. So surgery was needed as soon as possible. Edric was called by the doctor to sign the operation consent form in the office. Thus, Irene stood outside the door. She was worried about Margaret. Soon, Margaret was pushed into the operating room. Edric, John, Irene, and Lorraine waited outside the operating room together. While Edric was busy with Margaret's operation procedures, he didn't have the time to ask about the cause of Margaret's injury. Now that he had calmed down, he asked Irene, "Irene, how did my mother get hurt?" Before Irene could speak, Lorraine, who was sitting next to her, snapped, "Mr. Myers, it was definitely because of Miss Nelson. She pushed Mrs. Myers to the ground and injured her." Irene stared at Lorraine in shock. "Nonsense, I didn't push her." Edric glanced at Lorraine and then at Irene. He frowned and asked, "What happened? Irene, tell me." Irene glared at Lorraine before replying to Edric. "Lorraine brought me a thermos flask this afternoon. She said that it was from Mrs. Myers, and she had prepared some bird's nest for my health. She insisted that I had to finish it up in front of her, but when I opened it up, there was saffron in the bird's nest. You should know that saffron will cause miscarriage, right? I didn't eat it, so I brought the bird's nest to your house to ask Mrs. Myers why she was trying to harm my baby. However, when I entered your mother's bedroom, she was already unconscious on the floor, so I called the emergency line for the ambulance before calling you." "It's not like that, Mr. Myers," Lorraine argued hastily. "How could Madam put something like saffron in the bird's nest? Eden and Miss Nelson's baby are her grandchildren. How could she hurt her grandchildren?" Irene sneered. "I don't know that. You saw the saffron in the bird's nest just now. I didn't accuse her without proof. I also didn't expect her to be so vicious that she would want to hurt her own grandson." Edric's face darkened. He glared sharply at Lorraine and asked in a deep voice, "Lorraine, is that so? Was there really saffron in the bird's nest?" Lorraine hesitated for a moment and answered, "The bird's nest was prepared by Mrs. Myers herself. I don't know if there was anything else in it. After she made it, she put it in the thermos flask and asked me to send it to Miss Nelson. I was tasked to watch her finish it. I didn't check at that time and sent it to her right away. Miss Nelson told me that she was full at that moment, so I wanted her to pour out the bird's nest into a flask so that she could return it to me. After a while, she said that there was something wrong with it, and there was saffron. So I opened it to check it and confirmed that there was saffron. I don't think that Madam would do such a thing. Mr. Myers, you must check this thoroughly and not let Mrs. Myers be harmed." Lorraine's words clearly implied something. Irene was aggravated upon listening to what Lorraine was saying. She rolled her eyes at her and roared, What are you trying to imply here? Are you saying that I framed Mrs. Myers for putting saffron into the bird's nest? Lorraine curled her lips. I didn't say that. No matter what, I believe that Madam will never harm anyone. I can't figure out why saffron would somehow appear out of nowhere. It is simply unexplainable. Irene snapped. What do you mean by somehow appearing out of nowhere? You're the one who gave it to me. All right, stop arguing. Edric raised his hand to stop them from quarreling. He had already understood what was going on. He only felt that this was too unexpected. As Margaret's son, he knew his mother very well. Although Margaret was irritable, powerful, and dominant, she was not a vicious person. She would never put saffron in the bird's nest to harm Irene. Moreover, the child in Irene's womb was her grandson. If the child was gone, Eden could not be saved. How could she hurt her grandson if she wanted one so much? As for Irene, Edric knew her well. She was kind-hearted and magnanimous, so she would not deliberately put saffron in the bird's nest to frame Margaret. However, now that they were in this situation, how could he not suspect something? He had to investigate this matter carefully, but now the most important thing was to figure out the cause of Margaret's injury. He asked Irene in a soft tone, Irene, you said just now that when you walked into my mother's bedroom, you saw her lying on the ground unconscious, right? Irene replied, Yes, I came to your house with Lorraine. Initially, I wanted Lorraine to call Mrs. Myers to come down. I waited in the living room for her to come down, but Lorraine said that Mrs. Myers was taking a nap upstairs and told me not to disturb her. I didn't listen to her, so I went upstairs. I knocked on the door, and no one answered it. So I pushed the door open and saw Mrs. Myers on the floor. Edric nodded and asked Lorraine, Lorraine, you just said that Irene pushed my mother to the ground. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Lorraine said, I didn't see that. She was fiercely seeking for Mrs. Myers to ask her about all that. I was afraid that she would hurt her, so I told her that Mrs. Myers was taking a nap upstairs. However, she rushed upstairs to question her. At this moment, the phone rang, and I went to answer it. When I was done, I went up and saw Mrs. Myers on the floor while Irene was calling the emergency line. There was a palm print on Madam's face, too. She must have hit Madam and pushed her to the ground, causing her to be injured and unconscious. Irene retorted angrily, You are babbling nonsense. I didn't hit her nor did I push her. When I went in and saw her lying on the ground, I tried calling out to her a few times. When she had no reaction, I called for you to come up. I didn't quarrel with her at all. Mrs. Myers was fine in her room. Why would she fall to the ground for no reason and hit her head? How can you explain this? It must be you who did it. How should I know why she was injured and fell to the ground? It really wasn't me who did it. The two of them started arguing again, and Edric's face darkened even more. John noticed the scene and hurriedly said, Miss Nelson, Lorraine, we are in the hospital. It's not appropriate to quarrel loudly here. I think we should talk about this matter later when Mrs. Myers is conscious after her surgery. We'll find out what had happened by then. Yes, everything will be clarified when my mother wakes up. Edric stared at the door of the operating room. He observed the light at the bottom of the door and felt his heart sunk. What happened today was bizarre. Now his mind was in a mess, and he didn't want to think about anything. He only hoped that his mother could come out from the operating room safe and sound. Irene noticed Edric's tightly knitted brows and gloomy face. She knew at that instant that he was feeling solemn. His father had passed away early, and Margaret had taken care of him all by herself. Hence, both the mother and son had a strong bond with each other. Today, Margaret was given a notice of her having critical illness, and the doctors said the surgery was overly risky. If she did not survive the operation, then she would likely remain in a vegetative state. Irene had completely forgotten all of Margaret's insults and bullying in the past. She prayed that Margaret's surgery would be successful. Then, Edric would not need to be depressed. In that instant, she realized that she was still deeply in love with Edric, and that was the only reason that caused her to be sad and worried for him. She gently touched Edric's hand and said softly, Edric, don't worry too much. Mrs. Myers is a good person, so the heavens will protect her. Edric looked up at her and replied, I hope so. Then he turned his head away and did not face her anymore. Irene's heart sank. She knew that this matter was more complicated than she thought. Edric's sudden coldness towards her would mean that he believed Lorraine's words that she injured Margaret. If that was the case, then the situation would not be good. If Margaret remained in a vegetative state, then no one could prove her innocence. Just as she was about to explain herself further, Lorraine, who was sitting on her right, suddenly mumbled, "You made your words sound nice, but you're probably happy about this incident." Irene turned to glare at her fiercely and asked, "What did you say?" "I said I'm going to the washroom." Lorraine pursed her lips and stood up. Then she turned around and walked to the washroom by the corridor. Lorraine took a long, deep breath once she stepped into the washroom. She checked the cubicles one by one to ensure that they were all empty before taking out a phone from her pocket and dialing a number. After a while, the line connected and she whispered, "Job's done. Margaret is undergoing surgery now, and the doctors aren't optimistic about the situation. She might end up in a life-threatening state, so even if she survives, she'll likely have dementia. Edric is doubtful of Irene now, and he's behaving cold towards her. All right, I'll call again if there are any updates." After hanging up, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror. She seemed pale from the nervousness just now and heaved a long sigh. The scene that happened in the Myers family this afternoon played back in her mind. After Marie came to the Myers family home, she took the initiative to send the bird's nest to Irene on Margaret's behalf. Margaret agreed due to Marie's arrival. She had pretended to carry the bird's nest out of the door as if nothing happened. Suddenly, there had been a blackout in the villa. She had shouted and called for the security guards from the security room to check what went wrong. As the security guards were busy checking the issue, she let Deborah in while everyone was distracted. Deborah had quickly sneaked into the living room. Margaret's nurse was not working that day, so only the guards and the driver were present at the villa. The driver, Hodge, had been on the phone with his wife since half an hour ago and had left in a rush. While the security guards were trying to repair the sudden blackout, the surveillance cameras were pitch black due to no electricity. Hence, their plans had commenced. Margaret was chatting with Marie in the living room. When she heard the noise, she turned around and saw Deborah, who was all dressed up. "Why are you here?" Margaret stared at Deborah in surprise. Behind her was Lorraine. "Aren't you supposed to send the bird's nest? Why are you back?" "The driver is not here, so I'll send it later," she answered and closed the door behind her casually. "Just call Hodge. Why isn't he working at this hour?" Margaret frowned. "Mrs. Myers, don't be so cruel. The driver is a human too, and he has his own business to attend to. It's really disappointing for you to treat people like this," Deborah sneered. "You have no rights to meddle in my family's affairs," Margaret said upon hearing Deborah's insult. "I'm going to do it anyway." Deborah sat down. "Don't you want to know why I'm here?" "Why are you here?" "I'm here to take revenge." Deborah glared fiercely at Margaret. "You vicious old witch. My daughter was deceived by you and has wasted her youth all these years. Her health has been heavily affected. How could you change your mind just like that? Are you even human?" Deborah had always been polite to Margaret. The sudden scolding made Margaret gasp in anger. "You shameless mistress, how dare you come to my house and speak to me this way? Get out of here." "I won't leave until I get to witness your downfall," Deborah said slowly. "To tell you the truth, I came here today just to see you die. You have no awareness of the law anymore. Call the security guards and get her out." Margaret ordered Lorraine, but Lorraine just stood still. Margaret stared at her and asked, "Why are you not listening to me? Are you planning to rebel too?" "Can't I?" Lorraine sneered. "Mrs. Myers, since I came to Myers family, you've always given me a hard time. If you don't like something the slightest bit, you'll scold me horribly. I've always wanted to ask you, what is your heart made of? Why are you so vicious?" "Listen to her. Listen." Margaret didn't expect that Lorraine, who had always held back, would suddenly challenge her. She turned to Marie, who had been silent all the time. "Have you ever seen such a wild servant? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. You useless shut!" As she spoke, she grabbed the teacup and threw it at Lorraine. Lorraine managed to dodge it and pointed at Margaret. You old witch, how can you be so fierce when you're about to die? Do you really think that no one is going to punish you?" She raised her hand and gave Margaret a harsh slap across the face. Margaret had always gotten everything she wanted her entire life. She had never dreamt that she would be slapped by her servant. She panted in madness and snapped, Just you wait. Let's see how I'll deal with you." "You want to deal with me? Are you dreaming?" Lorraine challenged her. Marie, who had been silent all this while, reached out to stop her. "One slap is enough. If you overdo it, you'll cause a bigger problem." Margaret turned to Marie and asked, "What do you mean?" "I really wanted to hit you too, to be frank. However, I can't do it now," Marie explained slowly. "Margaret, do you know how much I hate you? You're snobbish, selfish, sinister, and unreasonable like a shrew. I, Marie Walker, had indeed been blinded to befriend you." "You? What?" Marie said scornfully. "You think you're smart, but you're as dumb as a pig. Do you not understand what you're going to go through next? You're on the same team? It's too late for you to realize it now, isn't it?" Deborah added, "I want to laugh at the thought of a stupid woman like you. You think that you're smart, but you're not. Do you know why my daughter was willing to be pregnant with your son's child? Did you really think that it was because of Irene? Let me tell you, that was a plot that I had planned all along. My daughter had taken an interest in your son. At that time, I thought your family was decently wealthy. So I fulfilled my daughter's dream. However, a witch like you never kept your word, and now you've wasted my daughter's youth. I really hate you." "So, Lily had a hidden agenda for approaching me. You shameless bitch. How could you make your daughter a mistress like yourself? Do you plan to pass down the mistress legacy in your family? Anyways, you don't have much time left, so I'll let you say whatever you want. But before that, let me tell you one thing. Do you know why Irene was infertile when she had been married to Edric for 3 years?" Deborah taunted smugly. "Let me tell you, Irene wasn't infertile. We made her infertile, understand? She's actually not ill. I forged the so-called illness. As for whether she'll give birth or not, it's up to her," Marie added further as she pointed at Lorraine. "I gave Irene the contraceptive pills. If she took the pills, how could she be pregnant if she didn't ovulate?" Lorraine sneered along. "Then we made her unconscious and did a tubectomy on her. Of course, she couldn't get pregnant." "How could all of you be so brutal?" Margaret was trembling with anger. Looking at the 3 women's malicious faces, she struggled to shout out loud, "Security! Security! Don't waste your energy. I've taken the security guards away, so they can't hear you screaming for help," Lorraine leered. "Mrs. Myers, you better be obedient. Maybe you can die painlessly after all." "What do you guys want to do?" "We won't do anything. We've added some chemicals that can result in miscarriage into the bird's nest that you'd prepared for Irene. We'll make Irene drink it, and she'll suffer a miscarriage from the chemicals. Then your sick grandchild will die due to no treatment. The Myers family will then have no more children to continue the family." "I'll kill you all." Margaret was so furious and screamed till her voice was hoarse. She stood up from the wheelchair with all her strength and struggled to pounce on Marie. Lorraine reached out to push her down. Margaret's leg had not recovered yet, so she instantly wobbled from the push. She suddenly tumbled down, and her head hit the tea table heavily, fainting on the spot. Lorraine reached out to check her breathing. She's still breathing. "Help her to the wheelchair first, and wait for the security guard to come back." Under Marie's instructions, the 3 of them helped Margaret on the wheelchair and turned her back to the door. "Hodge is coming back soon. We better leave first. By the time the security guards are back, you should show them Margaret still sitting in the living room. After the guards leave, throw her on the ground and send the bird's nest to Irene to lead her here." "Will Irene come?" "Yes, we've already made the arrangements. Don't worry. Will she wake up all of a sudden?" "No, she was already ill before this. Didn't you change her medication during this period? When her sickness is not under control, she'll fall into a coma. Since she had fallen so down badly like that, it'd be difficult for her to survive. By the time you bring Irene here, I think she'll be dead by then." Marie put in extreme details in her plan. Lorraine nodded and went out to have a look. The security guards on duty had not returned yet. She asked Deborah and Marie to leave first. After Deborah and Marie had left for a few minutes, the security guards came back. One of the security guards went to the living room and reported it was the environmental workers who were chopping the branches and had accidentally cut off one of the wires. This caused a blackout on our side. We have already called to fix it. Someone will come to repair it soon. I see. You all can go back to your work, Lorraine ordered. The security guards acknowledged her order and left. Lorraine quickly helped Margaret to the second floor, threw her on the floor, set the scene, and left with the bird's nest. Just as she was about to go out, she told the security guards, "Be careful of any noises. Madam is taking a nap upstairs." Next, she had sent the bird's nest to Irene, which led her to the Myers family home. The bird's nest given to her wasn't the batch that Margaret had prepared. Instead, it was the bird's nest that had been thrown away that contained saffron. However, to prevent Irene from actually consuming the bird's nest and resulting in a miscarriage, Deborah made Lily call Lorraine to remind her to act uncomfortable when she was sending over the bird's nest. She had even purposely left a piece of saffron to make it look as if the bird's nest was not prepared properly, so that Irene could spot the problem in an instant and then question Lorraine. Then, Lorraine would take the opportunity to make her question Margaret instead and successfully frame Irene for causing Margaret to fall into a coma. Judging from Edric's attitude towards Irene just now, he must have been suspecting Irene. However, she needed to wait and watch the progress of the situation. She hoped that Margaret would remain unconscious, or better, just remain in the vegetative state. That way, Irene would be unable to explain anything. Lorraine took another deep breath in front of the mirror. After calming down, she walked out of the washroom. In the corridor, she watched from a distance as Edric was waving his hands at Irene. He seemed to be triggered by something, while John was trying to calm him down. Lorraine's heart was filled with joy. Things were beginning to go according to their plan. Lorraine jogged towards Irene and Edric's side and saw that a paper cup had fallen on the ground. Water was splashed everywhere. She acted surprised and asked, "What happened?" "Mrs. Myers is in poor health, and Mr. Myers is in a bad mood," John explained. Lorraine was a professional in reading situations. Since John was trying to dissuade Edric, she knew in an instant what just happened. Irene must have tried to pass a cup of water to Edric, but he did not appreciate it and had knocked over the cup. She was secretly pleased. Irene's face was flustered. She had noticed that Edric's lips were dry and cracked, so she poured him a cup of water. Who would have thought that Edric wouldn't have appreciated it and instead knocked it over with a wave? He even spat out that she was pretending to be kind. Edric had always treated Irene well. Even when he divorced her years ago, he had never snapped at her like that. Irene felt somewhat aggrieved. If she had not been worried about Margaret, she would have left a long time ago. She did not stay at the sides to wait for the results anymore. Her pregnant body was sore after standing for such a long time. So, she massaged her waist while Edric glued his eyes on the operating room. His expression was gloomy, and she had no idea what was on his mind. John noticed Irene's actions and knew that it was because she had stood for a long time. Hence, he spoke to Irene kindly. "Miss Nelson, you're still pregnant. You must be tired from standing after such a long time. It's better to go home and rest. I'll inform you once there's any news." Edric looked at Irene after hearing John's words. His face remained indifferent and cold as he snapped. "Why are you still here? Are you waiting to see how miserable my mother would be?" Irene did not speak. She knew that Edric was sorrowful, so she did not bother about him. Lorraine was excited upon hearing this, and she added, "Miss Nelson, you'd better go back. It's useless to stay here, and it's annoying for Mr. Myers." Irene glared at Lorraine. That woman was the cause of it all. If it weren't for what she had said, Edric would not treat her like this. Why did this woman say all those words? What was she plotting? She really wanted to question Lorraine, but when she thought of Margaret's ongoing operation, she held her temper. At that moment, her phone rang. Irene had not gone home since she came out. Thomas called to ask about her as he was worried. So Irene explained to him about Margaret's injuries in a soft voice. She also told him that she was still in the hospital and would go home later that day. Finally, the door of the operating room opened and the nurse was pushing Margaret out. How did it go? The few people who were waiting outside suddenly gathered around. The doctor appeared from behind and answered, "The patient has suffered a severe intracranial hemorrhage and is in a deep coma. She may never wake up again. You all have to be mentally prepared." Edric's face darkened significantly. Is there no other way? The best case scenario might be this, while the worst. The doctor did not finish his sentence. He indirectly meant that the worst case scenario would be that Margaret was never wake up again. Edric's body trembled for a moment. Irene reached out to hold him, but he pushed her away. What kind of good person are you pretending to be? Lorraine did not witness the scene of Edric knocking over the cup with her own eyes, but she saw this scene clearly. Edric's face was filled with anger, and he glared at Irene coldly with hatred. John reached out his hand to hold Edric. Calm down, Mr. Myers. We don't know what happened. Do you know how heart-wrenching your actions are? Lorraine scolded John in her heart. Dumn it, John. What are you doing at this time? However, she did not dare to add more fuel to the fire. Both Edric and John were not fools. She needed to describe what she had witnessed objectively so that Edric would blame it on Irene. After sending Margaret to the intensive care unit, Edric asked John to find 2 professional guards to take care of Margaret. Then he spat coldly. Let's go home. Lorraine knew that he was heading home for an investigation. She was slightly nervous, but she knew that there was no loophole in what she had done, so she caught up with Edric. Seeing Edric striding away, John immediately followed him. Irene was stunned for a moment before following them. They quickly drove back to the Myers family. Edric opened the door and strode into the living room. The living room was still the same as before. Edric glanced around and told John, "Call in all the staff in the villa today." John agreed. Soon, the security guards and the driver were called in. Edric looked at the security guards. "Did anyone else come here today?" "Yes," the security guard returned. "Dr. Walker was here before." Dr. Walker said that he had brought some beauty products from abroad for Mrs. Myers. Lorraine pointed to the things in the living room that Marie had brought. Edric picked up the stuff sent by Marie and looked at it. Then he put it down and asked, "When did Dr. Walker leave?" "Dr. Walker left at noon," Lorraine answered. Edric nodded and looked at the security guards. "Well, show me the surveillance records outside. Today's surveillance records are not complete, and the power was cut off for a few hours," the security guard replied. "There was a blackout? When did it start?" "It stopped after Dr. Walker had arrived for some time. The blackout lasted for around 2 hours," the security guard answered. Edric frowned all of a sudden. He had planned to observe the surveillance records to see the specific situation during Marie's arrival. Still, the power had been cut off at that time. How would there be surveillance without electricity? Wait, the security guard said that it was a blackout when Marie came. Does Marie have something to do with my mother's coma? Edric thought and glanced at the people in the room. He said, "When did you last see Mrs. Myers? Tell me the details." "Mrs. Myers didn't look for me for anything today, so I've been staying in the driver's seat until I heard that something had happened to Madam," the driver answered. Levin, the security guard, thought for a moment and answered, "Mrs. Myers didn't go out today, nor did she take a walk. The last time I saw Mrs. Myers was when she was unconscious." Another security guard added, "I saw Mrs. Myers when I reported the power supply situation. At that time, she was sitting with Lorraine in the living room. I left after reporting the situation." At that moment, the security guard was standing by the living room's entrance when he reported. He only saw Margaret's back, so he could not have known that Margaret was already unconscious at that time. Edric frowned. That was to say, when Marie left, Margaret was still in good condition. Lorraine replied, "The last time I saw Mrs. Myers was when she fell to the floor. There was a palm print on her face and Miss Nelson was giving her first aid." "Wait a minute," Edric interrupted her. "Didn't Mrs. Myers ask you to send the bird's nest?" "Yes, Madam requested me to find the bird's nest last night. She explained that she wanted to brew some for Miss Nelson. So Mrs. Myers got up early in the morning to prepare the bird's nest herself and refused my assistance. Since Madam brewed the bird's nest herself, Why did she ask you to send it over? Edric probed further. Madam wanted to deliver it personally at first, but Dr. Walker dropped by unexpectedly. Her conversation with Dr. Walker delayed her plans, and Madam tends to have the habit of napping in the afternoon. So, it was already afternoon by the time they were done chatting. Hence, she tasked me to deliver the bird's nest, Lorraine explained. Naturally, Edric knew about Margaret's stubborn habit of napping in the afternoon. Edric faced the security guard and asked, "Was there anything else that happened afterwards?" No. Later, the two of us stayed in the security room, and no one came. We didn't notice any movements until Lorraine and Miss Nelson arrived. "You can leave now," Edric instructed Lorraine, the security guards, and the driver to leave. Only John, Edric, and Irene were left in the living room. He was silent for a moment before looking at Irene. "I want to hear your side of the story." "I've said everything. When I found the saffron in the bird's nest, I wanted to ask Mrs. Myers about it with Lorraine. While she went to answer a phone call, I went upstairs to find Mrs. Myers. I shouted a few times, but no one answered. When I opened the door, I saw her body on the ground. Irene, do you think your words are enough to convince people?" Edric interrupted her fiercely. "My mother was fine before you came, and you were the only person who saw her in this condition. You better tell the truth. What did you do to my mother to make her be in a coma now?" "Edric, you're not being reasonable." Irene's face was red from anger. "Didn't I just say that she was already lying on the floor when I went in? Do you think that someone will believe what you just said?" Edric's eyes glowered with coldness. "Irene, just admit what you've done. Since you've done it, you should admit your mistake. Tell me, did you accidentally push her?" "Edric, how many times do I have to explain myself until you're willing to believe me?" "I didn't push her." Irene was infuriated. The feeling of being wronged was frustrating indeed. "Who can prove your innocence?" Edric asked. "There was a clear palm print on my mother's face. How dare you say that you didn't hit her out of anger?" "I didn't hit her." "Edric, I really didn't hit her." Irene realized that she could not prove her innocence at this point. "Don't deny it. I saw you hitting her with my own eyes last time. Just because of the fact that I loved you, I chose to tolerate it. However, why didn't you learn from your mistake at all? Irene, just admit your actions. Did you beat my mother and push her to the ground, causing her injury? I know your purpose wasn't to hurt her like this. It's just an accident, so it's okay. As long as you admit it, I'll forgive you for the sake of your pregnancy." "How can I admit something that I didn't do? Edric, how can you doubt me like this?" Irene shouted. "It's not that I suspect you, but the facts are all in front of me now. Irene, I'm really disappointed in you. My mother has taken the initiative to apologize to you. Why did you do this to her?" "I know that my mother used to mistreat you. You must have done something to her because you hate her. You're being unreasonable." Irene was infuriated. "Edric, let me tell you, slandering someone is a crime. You've said that I had pushed your mother down, so you have to bring out the evidence. Edric, if you suspect me, call the police immediately and let the police deal with it. Give me some justice. Do you think that I won't do anything to you? Irene, the heavens are watching and there's a limit to my patience," Edric bellowed. "As I had said, if you really doubt me, you can call the police." Irene could not bear it anymore. "Good, you win." "Irene, this matter will not be settled like this. Just you wait and see. I'll never let you go." Listening to the heated argument between Irene and Edric in the living room, Lorraine smiled wryly. Judging from the situation, Edric had fallen for the lie. He believed that Irene was responsible for Margaret's condition. She anticipated how things would unfold. The door slammed open and Irene dashed out of the living room, fuming mad as she left the house. How can she be so ruthless and act so indignant despite what she has done? Does she really think that I won't call the police? "John, call the police immediately. I want to how she'll act, this innocent." Edric was steaming with anger. He seized a cup and smashed it on the ground as he yelled. Fear clutched at Lorraine's throat when she heard what he said. Would Edric really call the police? If he really called the police, things would become complicated. The police had become more experienced in cracking crimes. Things would turn ugly if they discovered that Deborah had come over. Lorraine panicked as the thought crossed her mind. She immediately entered the living room and squatted down to clean up the mess Edric had made as she eavesdropped on their conversation. "Mr. Myers, please calm down. This is not the time to act recklessly," John advised. "Although the witness says that Irene is the culprit, we have no other evidence to prove her point. Besides, I don't think Irene is such a heartless person." John took Irene's side as usual. Although it made Lorraine smolder with resentment, she hoped that John could talk even more to help her understand what Edric was thinking. "Calm down? How can I calm down? She is not showing even the slightest bit of remorse. Look at my mother. As a son, should I just sit back and do nothing?" Edric bellowed. "I want her to go to jail. She has gone too far. Miss Nelson is currently pregnant. You can't treat her like that." "Yes, Miss Nelson is pregnant. Sending her to jail would be bad for her health," Lorraine chimed in. "I don't care. So what if she threatens me with the child? So many women out there are willing to marry me and bear my child. Why should I tolerate her actions? You guys have seen how ruthless she is, right? There's no reason for me to go easy on her. Marrying her was a mistake," he snapped as molten anger rolled through him. "I understand your concern, but you must think of the child. Eden is still ill. He is innocent. Miss Nelson is no longer the only person concerned here, as she is related to 3 other people as well." John was panicking. He was afraid that Edric would really do harm to Irene. Therefore, he mentioned Eden, hoping that Edric would gain some rationality. Although he did not know the truth, he instinctively believed Irene when he saw the anguish in her eyes. He believed without a doubt that Irene was not the culprit. "I agree. I think Miss Nelson did not do it on purpose. She probably regrets her actions now," Lorraine added, "or maybe she still doesn't." Although she wanted to persuade Edric to give up on the notion of calling the police, she wanted him to continue blaming Irene for his mother's condition. "So, I should just let the matter slide?" Edric slammed his fist against the table in frustration. "Impossible. I can't let this slide so easily. What about we wait for a while and see how things unfold? Mrs. Myers is still undergoing treatment and perhaps she will recover soon. We'll wait and see how her condition is. For the time being, just be patient." Seeing that rage nearly consumed Edric, John tried to persuade him. "Recover? How? The doctor already said that this was the best case scenario we can hope for. My mother will never regain consciousness ever again." Edric choked back a sob. Lorraine was startled at first when John mentioned that Mrs. Myers might recover. She heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Edric's words. "Even if the situation is bleak, you should not give up. Endure it for the time being for the sake of Eden and the baby. Let's wait till she has given birth and Eden has recovered." Edric clenched his fists. "You're right. Let's wait till the child is born. Then I'll make her pay for her sins. Such a ruthless woman. Look how she has treated my mother. There's no way I'll allow her to take care of the children. I will give her a taste of her own medicine." Edric and John went to the hospital again. Lorraine heaved a sigh of relief and went back to her room to give Deborah a call. Upon hearing what had happened, Deborah was delighted and reminded her to be careful so that the plan would proceed smoothly. Thomas was playing with Eden when Irene reached home. Noticing that something was amiss, he asked anxiously, "How's Margaret?" "Not good. The doctor said that she might not wake up forever," Irene sighed. Although he did not have a good impression of Margaret, he still sympathized as no one deserved to be in such a state. He asked, "What happened? Why did she become like this?" "I have no idea. She had already fainted when I reached her house," Irene explained. Recalling how Lorraine framed her, rage coursed through her veins and she snapped. How dare Lorraine tell Edric that I was responsible for Margaret's injury? She framed me and said that I was the one who pushed Margaret. What's more, Edric believed her. That was so frustrating until I got into a fight with him. "You guys got into a fight?" Thomas was surprised. "Yes, I was so furious and I lost my temper." "Uncle Thomas, why did Lorraine frame me? I've never offended her in any manner." "Maybe it was unintentional." "No, I think she did it on purpose. She wanted Edric to suspect me." Thomas comforted her. "Irene, it's irresponsible of Edric to suspect you without any evidence. But he's in a bad mood now, and Lorraine keeps misleading him. It's only natural for him to make a wrong judgment. Everything will be resolved once he calms down. I hope so, but I really didn't push Margaret. I'm not afraid since I've done nothing wrong. He can think whatever he wants. Meanwhile, the car pulled out of Myers family's villa and headed towards the hospital. John said anxiously, "Mr. Myers, I still think that Miss Nelson wouldn't do something like that. I believe that she is innocent." "I also don't believe that Irene would do such a thing," Edric answered. "Then, what was the fuss just now?" Startled, John shifted his gaze to Edric's face. "It was just an act," Edric sneered. His gaze was cold. "An act? For who?" John was confused. There had been no outsiders in the Myers family villa just now. Who did Edric suspect? "Did you listen carefully to what Lorraine and Irene had said?" Edric asked. "Of course I did. Is there anything fishy about it?" "You did not listen properly, but I did. There were many loopholes in their conversations. First, Lorraine mentioned that Irene had been steaming with fury when she discovered the saffron in the bird's nest and wanted to question my mother. If you were a servant, what would you do?" "I would definitely stop Irene," John replied. "Yes, that is what a normal person would do. Lorraine should have stopped Irene from seeing my mother, and instead she should have called me when Irene still insisted on meeting her so that I would be able to come back and stop her. However, she had brought Irene back to the house, and when Irene asked her to bring my mother downstairs, she responded with an excuse that my mother was taking a nap. Other than that, she let Irene go upstairs alone, saying that the phone had rung at the moment. All of that sounded fishy. Perhaps it was just a coincidence? There's something else I'm suspicious about. My mother never naps for more than an hour. That's a habit of hers. For Lorraine to be able to deliver the bird's nest to Irene and return with her to the house again, that would take at least 2 hours. My mother would already be awake. Although she can't move around easily as she used to, she could still support herself with the furniture around. She would not have remained in her room when she heard Irene calling her. Besides, Irene mentioned that she had called her a few times before she entered, which means my mother had already fainted before Irene arrived. A look of surprise crossed John's face when he heard what Edric said. Edric continued, "Lastly, my mother loves her grandchildren. No matter how much she resented Irene, she would never lay a finger on the baby. There's no way she would add saffron in the bird's nest, and Irene would never frame my mother out of the blue. Hence, the only possibility is that Lorraine did something to the bird's nest. Lorraine must be involved in this incident." Edric sneered. "Your theory sounds logical, but what's her motive?" John looked skeptical. Lorraine had been working for the Myers family for so many years. She had always been loyal, and the Myers family had never mistreated her. There was no reason for her to do something like this. "Don't you think that it's weird she's claiming that Irene is the culprit, although she didn't witness the incident herself? If she didn't witness Irene pushing my mother with her own eyes, she should not have blamed Irene in that manner. After all, this is a matter of life or death. A careless remark would make me suspect Irene. Maybe she's just worried about Mrs. Myers. After all, she has been working for her for 9 years. She must care about your mother. If my mother had treated her well, I'd believe that she would care about her. However, you know that my mother has a bad temper and likes to belittle others. Lorraine must not have an easy time with her. Her life would be better if my mother was gone." Edric sighed, recalling the day he had caught a glimpse of the resentment in Lorraine's eyes. Lorraine definitely loathed his mother. Even so, it's not necessary for her to do such a thing to Mrs. Myers, right? She could always resign. There are some things that cannot be explained with logic. Irene has never offended either you or Lorraine. Hence, when I suspected Irene, you tried to advise me instead of motivating me to hate Irene. Lorraine has been in the Myers family for 9 years. She knows my feelings towards Irene, but she did not describe the incident objectively. Instead, all her statements seem to suggest to me that Irene is the culprit. She's definitely guilty. Edric was sure that he was right. He continued, "Therefore, I deliberately blew a fuse to observe her reaction. However, she acted very strangely. She was very insistent that Irene was the culprit, but once I had mentioned the police, She suddenly changed her attitude and tried to persuade me not to call the police. She was acting very strange indeed. John recalled Lorraine's reaction when Edric wanted to call the police. Indeed, something was amiss. If that's the case, let's keep an eye on her. If she's guilty, she'll definitely expose herself. Not only should we keep an eye on her, but we should also watch out for Marie. A blackout occurred just after Marie came to the house. Don't you think that's weird? Go and investigate who caused the blackout. Although the surveillance cameras in the villa weren't working due to the short circuit, we can still investigate which route Marie took to reach the house. Don't miss out on any suspicious details. John nodded. I'll do it right away. Go and investigate who had caused the blackout first. Marie's matter can wait. We do not want her to realize that we're suspecting her. Be careful, Edric warned. They arrived at the hospital and bumped into Marie, who had come over to visit Margaret. She wiped away his tears as she approached him. Edric, what happened? She was still fine when I visited her this morning. We had even planned to go on a vacation once she had recovered. What on earth happened to her? Tears trickled down her cheeks as she spoke, seeming devastated. Edric hid the disgust towards the woman in his eyes and pretended to be furious. It's all because of Irene. She came over to question my mother today regarding something and pushed her. She's the culprit. Irene pushed her? Are you sure? Marie exclaimed in disbelief. It can't be a mistake. It has to be her. She once slapped my mother in front of me. Just now I was away, and it was the perfect opportunity for her to treat my mother as harshly as she wanted. Edric clenched his fist. If she wasn't pregnant, I would. She really is too vicious. Seeing that he was simmering with anger, Marie heaved a sigh of relief. It really did seem that Edric was furious and exasperated, and if it was not for the fact that Irene was pregnant, Edric would have irrationally done something to her at that point. Their plan had worked. She had still been skeptical when she heard from Deborah that Edric had quarreled with Irene. Hence, she came over to observe Edric's reaction. Now that she had witnessed his wrath in person, she was finally relieved. Everything would be perfect as long as Margaret remained in a coma. Marie left after reassuring him that everything would be all right with her eyes bloodshot. Once she disappeared from sight, Edric scowled. Don't let anyone approach my mother alone. Not even the doctors. He instructed the caregivers he had hired specifically to protect Margaret. They nodded. Mr. Myers, rest assured, we will constantly be watching her. Edric left the hospital with a heavy heart. He wanted to see Irene and explain to her about the circumstances, but he felt that it was not the right time. Hence, he changed his mind and went home. Lorraine dashed out immediately when they reached home, and she asked, Mr. Myers, how's Mrs. Myers? No improvement, Edric answered. I've packed my stuff up. I'll go over and take care of Mrs. Myers tomorrow morning. There's no need. I've already hired caregivers to take care of her. He knew that Lorraine was expressing her loyalty towards the family, but there was no way he would let her near his mother again. I've worked for Mrs. Myers for so many years. She is used to my care. To be honest, I'll be worried if someone else looks after her. Just let me go, Lorraine pleaded. I know that you care about my mother, but she is currently unconscious. The doctor has said that she needs to be taken care of by professionals. I have already hired caregivers to look after her. Edric replied, Besides, now that my mother isn't at home, everything is in a mess. I do not have time to take care of the house. I need you to stay here and manage the household's matters. That meant that she would be in charge of the household. Lorraine did not expect such luck to befall her. She knew exactly how precious this chance was. She was gleeful and prayed that Margaret would never wake up. Kinsey had gone overseas for a business trip for the past few days. Upon returning home, the scent of food greeted her. She was delighted. I'm so lucky that I get to smell some good food upon returning. Irene turned around and flashed her a smile. It's not that you're lucky, but that Uncle Thomas knew that you're coming home today. Hence, he prepared them specifically for you. Really? Oh, Uncle Thomas, you're so good to me. Kinsey looked around and asked, Where's Eden? I'm here. Eden dashed out from the room. Good boy, come here and let me hug you. Kinsey spread her arms in an embrace and Eden threw himself upon her. He gave her a peck on the cheek and asked, Kinsey, where's my present? What's the magic word? I won't give you your present if you don't say the magic word. Kinsey pretended to be angry. Please, Eden said sweetly. Good boy. By the way, Jordan also pesters me to say the magic word. Are you two a couple? He teased. Kinsey and Irene glanced at one another. Eden added, Jordan is single. Kinsey, you're single too. Why don't you consider Jordan as a partner? You guys would make a sweet couple, and you can both pester me to say the magic word. You little fool, what are you blabbering about? Kinsey blushed. Eden, that is a wonderful suggestion. Tama chimed in as brought out the dishes from the kitchen. Kinsey's face flushed crimson. Eden, I'm here. A booming, jovial voice rang. Jordan was beaming from ear to ear as he entered with a bag full of goodies. Eden was ecstatic. Jordan, you're here. Yes, it's me, Jordan responded. He placed the things on the table and sniffed. It smells so good. I'll go and have a look at what's for dinner. You sure love food so much. Your nose is sharper than that of a cat's, Irene teased. He sure does, Kinsey laughed. Jordan disregarded their remarks and spun Eden around twice before he entered the kitchen. He grinned upon seeing the dishes. Wow, they look good. I'm going to have such a good meal tonight. Kinsey said the same just a moment ago. You guys are so alike, Eden butted in. Jordan burst out laughing. Kinsey loves food much more than I do. Are you sure? Eden asked. He shook his head in disbelief. Cross my heart, Kinsey snorted in indignation. Thomas brought out the last dish. It's time to eat, he announced. Thomas's culinary skills were remarkable. After a fruitful dinner, they sat in the living room and began chatting. Jordan asked, Edric's mother was admitted to the hospital. Are you aware of this? Irene nodded and told them what had happened. Kinsey was furious when she heard that Edric was suspecting Irene as the culprit. Edric is such a scoundrel. Look how he had treated you in the past. How dare he suspect you? Irene, we should pay no heed to him in the future. Irene was indeed indignant before, but once she had calmed down, she thought it through. She defended Edric. I understand his distress. Although I was angry at that time, I admit that I would also blow a fuse if the same thing happened to my mother. You're still taking his side? Kinsey was flustered. Why are you so foolish? How could you be so kind? He has treated you so unfairly. You don't seem to learn your lesson. Kinsey, this is no small matter. This concerns his mother's life, Irene reminded her. It would not be a big deal if she had fallen by herself, but something seems amiss. I agree with you. Something sounds fishy. Jordan chimed in. I can't say that I'm certain about other matters, but I definitely don't believe that Margaret would send a bird's nest with saffron in it for Irene to eat. That's impossible. Maybe the old hag wanted Irene to break up with Edric for good? Kinsey was insistent that she was right. No way. Margaret has been anticipating the baby for a very long time. She might fight for the child's custody, but she would never hurt the child directly. She has no motive to do so. Jordan pondered the matter. It seems fishy that Margaret had already fainted when Irene arrived at her house. It's a scheme to make Edric and Irene turn against each other. Who would be so ruthless? Kinsey felt that this was a serious matter after hearing Jordan's words. Isn't it obvious? Jordan sneered. Who wishes more than anything else for Irene and Edric to break up? Lily? Kinsey was stunned. She may be the possible culprit, but why would she go so far? The day when Lorraine brought the bird's nest over, Lily gave me a call. Irene repeated what Lily had said. I thought Margaret was trying to please the both of us, but apparently that was not the case. Someone from the Myers family must have told Lily that Margaret had prepared presents for me. Recalling how Lorraine framed me, it must be her. Jordan nodded in agreement. I also think that Lorraine seems suspicious. Lily must have bribed her, and she is now working for her. All that's left is whether Edric is smart enough to think things through. A car came to a halt in front of the house and the doorbell rang. Kinsey answered the door and Edric entered. I can't believe that you still have the audacity to come over. Kinsey rolled her eyes. Edric disregarded her and walked towards Irene. Irene, I have something to tell you. Irene was startled to see him, but she said, You came just at the right time. I also have something to say to you. Let's talk outside. They headed towards the garden. Just as Irene was about to sit on the bench, Edric stopped her. Wait, It's too cold." He took off his coat and placed it on the bench. Irene felt a mix of emotions at his actions, and she sat down. Edric sat down beside her and placed his hand on hers. "Irene, I'm sorry." Upon hearing him apologizing, tears welled up in her eyes. She scolded, "Edric, you bastard! It's my fault. Irene, please forgive me." Edric reached his arms out to hug her, but she pushed him away, saying, "Let go of me." "Irene, please, let me hug you for a while. A few minutes will suffice." Irene's heart went out to him when she heard the sorrow in his voice. Therefore, she did not push him away any longer. Instead, she said, "Edric, I am not the culprit. I believe that someone is plotting against us." "I know. I wasn't blowing up on you that day. I never doubted you, not even once. My mother would never send you a bird's nest with saffron, and you would never hurt her till she would land in a coma. I suspected that someone was trying to trick us, and Lorraine is helping that person. Hence, I had purposely shouted at you so that we would be able to blind the culprit. I hadn't come over earlier before this because I was afraid that someone would be keeping an eye on you, which would ruin the plan. Once I was sure that the coast was clear today, I came right away. I had also felt that Lorraine was acting strangely. She deliberately framed me after being ordered from someone else to do so. I suspect that the person who had ordered her is Lily." Irene repeated what Lily had said to her that day. "It has to be her. Marie is definitely involved as well." Edric sneered. "I've instructed John to look into the matter, and I believe that we'll achieve some results soon. However, you will be forced to take the blame for now. It's all right. As long as we can get to the bottom of this, I'll be fine with anything." John took Edric's words to heart and realized that the situation was precarious. To avoid alerting the enemy that they were on them, he personally investigated the gardener who had cut the wires that led to the blackout. The gardener was a man called Luther Weil. He had been doing gardening work for more than 20 years and loved to gamble and drink. A few days ago, he had lost $20 million from gambling. $20 million was no small amount for a mere gardener. But to everyone's surprise, Luther had not shown any signs of distress a debt-loaded person would normally exhibit, and was instead acting as he usually did. John felt that something was amiss once he received the news. Luther was definitely involved in the incident. John immediately arranged for someone to follow Luther. He also went to the police station and asked a contact to show him CCTV footage of the route that Marie had taken to go to Edric's villa. He found that while Marie was on the way to the villa, there had been someone sitting at the back of her car. The person was covered up so well, so their face could not be seen clearly. On the way back, the same person was still in Marie's car. This time, however, Marie had taken a turn into a small alley, and after she came back out, the person in her car was gone. Although they could not see the person's appearance clearly, it was a meaningful discovery. When Marie had gone to the Myers home, the blackout had not happened yet, which meant that the surveillance cameras in the villa were still working. Perhaps they would be able to uncover something. John hurried back to get the surveillance footage of the villa. He saw that while Marie's car had entered the property, the person was still in the back seat. However, when she reached the villa, her passenger had mysteriously disappeared. John immediately told Edric about his discovery. After Edric seriously watched the tapes, he sneered and said, "This person is still in the car." Seeing that John was confused by his explanation, he continued, "Marie's car has tinted glass all around except for her front windshield. That means you can't see the inside of her car from the sides or the back of her car. Earlier, when you had seen a passenger in the back seat, you were looking in from the front. That's why you were able to see them. However, after entering my house, that person must have ducked down or laid down in the car to stay hidden. That way, the front camera would not be able to detect them. Our villa's security guard knows Marie well, so he probably didn't pay that much attention to her and had overlooked that there was a person hiding in her car." That makes sense. John understood the situation after hearing Edric's explanation. That means that the person had been hiding in the car, and they only came out after the security had left and there were no surveillance cameras around. It seems that this person must have something to do with Mrs. Myers fainting. Edric nodded. Before this, I already had my suspicions about Marie being at my house. However, I didn't expect such a huge discovery. I guess you never really know a person's true colors. Marie and Mrs. Meyer are friends, and there was no conflict between them. Why would she want to hurt Mrs. Myers? John felt that the situation was too shocking. I'm trying to figure that out too. As long as you keep an eye on Marie, the truth will be revealed. Edric smirked coldly. Although she had personally tested Edric, Marie was still worried. She asked Deborah to tell Stephen about Margaret fainting and her injury. Hearing that Margaret had gotten injured because of Irene, Stephen was shocked. He could not believe that Irene would do such a thing, so he personally went to Edric to clarify the matter. Edric and Stephen were not on good terms. Edric told Stephen clearly that him and Irene were over. Now that Irene was pregnant and Eden was sick, Edric temporarily had no plans to investigate further. However, it was really only temporary. Once the child was born and Eden got better, he would definitely find a way to obtain custody of the two children. Edric even criticized that with such a vile mother, it would be detrimental to the children's growth. Stephen tried to put in some good words for Irene, but Edric stood firm in his position. Seeing him like this, there was nothing Stephen could do. He had no choice but to go home upsettingly. The child was Irene's entire world. How could she let Edric take the child away? However, with Margaret's current condition, Edric would not let this go so easily. What should he do? After he returned home, Stephen was in a bad mood. Deborah deliberately asked him what Edric said, and Stephen said angrily, "The Myers family is being too unreasonable. Even if Irene had made Margaret faint, so what? Margaret is such an evil woman, she deserves it." He had said this because he was really at his wits' end with Edric. Edric had always been polite when he met Stephen, but now that they had butted heads, his true colors were showing. Deborah was secretly delighted and quickly told all of this to Marie. Marie finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Edric really did think that Irene was the one who injured Margaret this time. Her plan was perfect. The only flaw was that Margaret had not died yet, as they had planned, and instead she was still breathing. Although Marie had confirmed that the chances of Margaret waking up were slim, it was still a loose end. She had to think of a way to settle it once and for all. Marie went to the hospital several times to visit Margaret to see if she could get a chance to end her life. However, she had no chance to be alone with Margaret at all, for the caretaker that Edric had hired was always there watching over her. Hearing that Marie had gone to the hospital to visit her mother several times, Edric sneered. It seemed that Marie still had a traitor's heart. She had been friends with his mother for so long, so why did she treat Margaret like that? Additionally, who was the other person in the car that day? Once he found out who that person was, she would be done for. By then, he would take back an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He would be sure to bury those people who hurt his mother alive. John had asked someone to follow Luther. At first, nothing appeared out of the ordinary, as he would go to work and go home, and he didn't really interact much with anyone either. However, one night he had gone out. He got on a bus and got off after taking about a dozen stops. Then he took a taxi to a large shopping mall. After wandering in the shopping mall for a while, Luther had answered a phone call and went to the bathroom. A few minutes later, Luther had come out of the bathroom with a bag in his hand. The people following him had seen him go in empty-handed. Immediately, they had called John, and he rushed over to the shopping mall. He went to look for the manager of the mall and asked him for the surveillance footage. Through the records, he noticed a man who was wearing sunglasses and holding a bag in his hand, entering the bathroom right before Luther did. John looked through all the footage to track down the man in the sunglasses. Not long after, he saw the man get into a car in the parking lot. The number plate ended with the numbers 465. After some inquiries, the owner of the car was found to be Cecilia Weil, a landlady who owned a bunch of bars. John turned his attention over to her. Cecilia Weil was not her real name, as she used to be known as Rosa Skinner. She changed her name because she did not like how her old name sounded. Cecilia had been rebellious since young. At around the age of 14 or 15, she got pregnant. That man eventually abandoned her, and she had searched high and low for him, but to no avail. This led to her adopting a terrible lifestyle, and she became a prostitute. Prostitutes who were over 30 naturally had less clientele. Ever since Cecilia got older, not many men wanted her anymore, so she had decided to become a procurer. Of course, she did more than that. For those old male clients that were not picky and did not want to spend too much for a young prostitute, she would still offer her services and accompany them. Besides procuring girls and sleeping with old men, Cecilia did not have many hobbies. After that, some ladies around her started introducing her to chatting online through Twitter. They told her that she could meet more men online, so Rosa decided to try it out too. In the app, she gave herself the name of Lovely Rose. She was happy with the name, as it sounded artistic and it had her name incorporated in it. She felt like she was a genius to have thought of it. Although she was a procurer, she liked to act like she was smarter than everyone else. Rosa used the nickname Lovely Rose for a while, but she did not manage to get any men. She was rather frustrated, and so she brought it up with the other ladies. They all laughed at her name, and they told her nowadays people wanted something thrilling. Who would be attracted to such an artistic name? Rosa thought about it for a while, but she could not think of a nice name. She realized that all the other ladies used nicknames with a lot of weird symbols. She asked one of the younger ladies to help her think of a name. The lady thought about it and told her that since she liked her previous nickname, she could just add an adjective to it. Rosa felt like it did not sound nice at all. However, she couldn't think of anything better, so she accepted her suggestion and changed her name on Twitter to Lovely Skinny Rose. She had no idea that the young lady was actually duping her. Rosa was a very fierce and mean procurer. She was petty and often charged high commission fees from them. The young ladies all hated her. So the young lady who had given Rosa that suggestion was actually trying to embarrass her on purpose. However, the name change turned out to be really effective. Immediately, someone had hit her up. With her new nickname, Rosa managed to pick up quite a lot of guys. Although most of them were turned off after meeting her in person, some of the men had a unique taste for older women. With the app, she had managed to find quite a few partners. Later on, Rosa met a man called Bruce. Bruce was tanned and buff. He was good in bed, and so when they first slept together, Rosa had fallen in love with him. Rosa had not slept with a younger man who was so skilled in bed for a long time. So she took quite a fancy to Bruce. After their one-night stand, they exchanged numbers and eventually started living together. Although Rosa was cruel to the girls working under her, she was not the same towards men. Perhaps because she was older, she treated Bruce extremely well. She often brought him home and always covered all his expenses. In the blink of an eye, she had been together with Bruce for a few months. One night, Rosa came back home from the club. However, Bruce was not home and he was not answering his phone either. Rosa felt like something strange was going on. What the hell was going on with Bruce? This had never happened to her before. After Bruce did not show up for 2 days, Rosa grew even more puzzled. Did that heartless boy grow tired of her so he left? Prostitutes were usually not one for emotions, but Rosa was different. She had really treated Bruce as her partner. His 2-day disappearance made Rosa start to panic. She quickly went to check her bank account via an ATM machine. At the sight of her bank balance, she was furious. All her savings were gone. Rosa was about to blow a fuse. Her ATM card was linked to her phone number, so how could he have transferred all the money without her being notified? She angrily went to the bank to ask the receptionist. That was when she realized that the phone number linked to her bank account had been changed. She had been living with Bruce those past few months, like husband and wife, so she had hidden nothing from him. Bruce was the only person who could have made her let down her walls like that. Rosa was boiling with anger, and she quickly filed a police report. Once she made that report, John caught wind of it immediately. He was keeping an eye on Rosa just to find out about Bruce's whereabouts. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to uncover the truth soon, but Rosa was actually much more clueless than he expected. However, this was a good chance for John to get near her. He went with the police to take Rosa's statement. Rosa did not know much about Bruce's situation at all, but she did give one clue, and that was that Bruce would often call a man named Logan behind her back. Back then, she was still a bit wary of Bruce, so she would often secretly listen to his conversations with Logan. Back then, she had wondered if Bruce was seeing other women outside. So while he was in the shower, Rosa had secretly looked through his phone and recorded Logan's phone number down. The police asked Rosa to give them the phone number that she had recorded. With the number, John found out that his full name was Logan Wheeler. After some investigation, John found that Logan owned quite a few shops. In order to exert his power, he had quite a few underlings under him. Bruce had indeed worked for him before. Although they had found a connection to Logan, it did not mean anything. Right now, they had to find Bruce. Edric did not want to let anyone know about their findings in fear that they would scare the enemies away. Now, with Rosa's police report, they could publicly search for Bruce. The police marked Bruce as a wanted man. When Logan caught wind that the police were out to arrest Bruce, he was furious. Bruce had long been planning to start out a new life. That had been his last time doing a job for Logan. Logan was a very meticulous person. Even when he wanted to transfer money to Bruce, he used through many different vessels to do so. After Bruce completed his job, Logan had given him a sum of money to leave San Fatillo and start a new life somewhere else. However, he had not expected Bruce to have been so greedy that he even took away all of Cecilia's money. Logan cursed Bruce in his heart. He hired someone to get information about the police investigation ongoing for Bruce and confirmed that it had started due to Cecilia's report. Logan felt a little more relieved. This issue was nothing too big. After all, the police might not even be able to find Bruce. If they did, he could just return the money and maybe spend a year and a half in jail, and that would be it. Of course, Logan was still not completely at ease. Bruce was a wanted man now. He had to think of a way to get Cecilia to drop the case. That would be the best solution. Logan had previously heard Bruce boasting about Cecilia. He would talk about how she was a procurer and how well she treated him. Logan had never really paid much attention to his words before. However, perhaps he should pay this Cecilia a visit. Logan visited Cecilia's nightclub where she procured. When he entered, a woman with heavy makeup came over and took the initiative to pull his arm. "Sir, are you alone? Are you in need of service?" Logan got a whiff of the pungent perfume from her body and almost threw up. He held it in and pushed her away before walking in, but the woman did not take the hint. She followed him and began to introduce him to all the ladies inside. It was only then Logan realized that she had to be Cecilia. He found a seat and sat down. Cecilia sat next to him and continued to promote her young ladies. Logan had originally been repulsed by her scent, but after suspecting that she was Cecilia, he did not show his disgust, but instead began to size her up. The lighting in the nightclub was dim, so he was unable to see her face clearly. All he knew was that she bore heavy makeup. Now, after taking a closer look at her face, Logan was shocked. Why does this woman look so familiar? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly felt a shiver. Isn't she Rosa Skinner? Logan realized things were not looking good. He had to get out of there before Rosa recognized him. Thinking of that, he immediately stood up and left. When Rosa had seen Logan sit down and listen to her talk, she thought that she would be getting some business. Unexpectedly, he stood up and abruptly ran out. Rosa felt that she was really unlucky, and she spat in his direction as he ran away. Pooh, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Logan hurried out of the nightclub and returned to his car. His heart was still beating fast. Cecilia was Rosa? He could not believe it. She didn't recognize him, did she? Thinking about it, she probably did not. If she had, knowing her temper, she definitely would have caused a scene. He wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He was the one who had taken Rosa's virginity. She had still been in her teens back then, and she had ended up pregnant, but she did not want the baby. Her brother, Jackson, had searched high and low for the man who had gotten Rosa pregnant. Rosa had been loyal to Logan, so she never told her brother. If it wasn't for the fact that Jackson got imprisoned, Logan would definitely be dead. Most importantly, The reason why he was so afraid of Rosa was not because he had taken her virginity and gotten her pregnant, but because he had done another thing that Rosa had witnessed with her own two eyes. If Rosa decided to tell the world about what he did, he would be doomed. Logan reached home, filled with uneasiness. When Heather saw his flustered expression, she felt that he was being abnormal, so she asked, "Logan, what's wrong with you?" Nothing. Logan faltered. Although Heather was puzzled, there was nothing she could do if Logan did not want to tell her. She poured him a glass of water. "Logan, Deborah said she'll be coming to the beauty salon tomorrow. Did she call you to tell you?" "Yes, she said that she wanted you to go early. She has something important to discuss with you." Heather looked at Logan worriedly. "Logan, I'm sure that she's up to no good. If you can hide, just hide." "I can't hide forever," Logan sighed. When Logan asked someone to get information about Bruce's police investigation, John was notified immediately. Seeing how anxious he was, he definitely had something to do with Bruce. Edric told John to keep a close eye on Logan and see what he planned to do next. Due to the fact that she was afraid of arousing Edric's suspicion, Deborah did not dare to meet with Marie. They could only use the phone to contact each other in private. Both of them were smart enough to avoid being discovered by others, and they used a different SIM card to call each other. They were afraid of leaving behind any clues that could get them in trouble. Margaret was lying in bed in a coma now. The doctor had said that the chances of her waking up were slim, unless a miracle happened. However, Marie herself had a medical background too. The doctor did not confirm with certainty that Margaret would definitely stay in a coma, so she could not feel at ease. A coma did not mean that she would never wake up. If there was even the slightest chance of her waking up, that would mean big trouble. Marie had gone to the hospital several times to see if there was a chance to pull off Margaret's oxygen tube, but her efforts were to no avail. Seeing the two dutiful caretakers keeping away everyone from getting too near, Marie was afraid. She was very aware that Margaret was like a ticking time bomb to her and Deborah that could explode at any second. If she woke up, her and Deborah would not be able to escape. She told Deborah about her worries, and Deborah was on the same page as her. After some discussion, they decided they could not sit idly by. They had to think of a way to end Margaret's life. Just because Marie did not have the chance to act did not mean that other people did not. Deborah suggested hiring someone else to do it instead. Right now, Deborah trusted Logan more than anyone to do her bidding. So, naturally, he was the first person that came to mind. She made a call to Heather and asked her to pass along a message to tell Logan to wait for her at the beauty salon. She had something to discuss with him. Although Logan knew that Deborah would definitely not be coming to him with anything good, he had no way to escape it. So he went to the beauty salon to wait as per her message. Deborah cut straight to the chase and told him about Margaret. She wanted him to think of a way to make sure she never woke up again. Of course, since it was much easier to deal with a sick person who wasn't even conscious, Logan agreed to her plan immediately. Deborah was elated. She had not met up with Logan in a while, so the two of them went for a round before they part ways. Edric had ordered his men to keep an eye on Logan this entire time, so they had followed Logan to the beauty salon as well. The beauty salon operated by Heather had an area especially to cater to male guests. When Edric's men saw Logan enter, they followed suit and saw him enter into a VIP room. After a short while, Deborah also entered the beauty salon. She familiarly walked straight into the VIP room that Logan had entered. Even a fool would know that one man and one woman being alone in a room was unusual. Edric's men took some pictures of Deborah and sent them to John. When John saw the photo, he was shocked and immediately reported it to Edric. When Edric heard that Logan and Deborah had met in the beauty salon, he immediately knew what it meant. Deborah must be the mastermind behind his mother's coma, while Marie and Lorraine were her accomplices. Edric had never expected Deborah and Marie to be crazy enough to do this to his mother. It seemed like the reason behind the attack was his mother's shift in attitude towards Irene. Deborah wanted to blame the incident all on Irene so that it would cause a rift between Edric and her. However, Deborah had miscalculated. His mother would never give Irene saffron to sabotage her own grandson, and Irene was not so vile that she would do such a thing to his mother. More importantly, Edric trusted Irene's character. If she was really the one who had caused Margaret to fall into a coma, she would definitely own up to it and try to make up for it. She would not push the blame onto someone else. Edric treated Margaret's enemies as his own. Ever since Margaret had been in a coma, the only thing Edric had been thinking about was how to take revenge. Truth be told, he had suspected Deborah and Lily. However, he did not act on his thoughts because he didn't want to alert them of his suspicions, nor did he want to frame them if they were innocent. Now that Deborah had met with Logan, however, it had confirmed his suspicions once and for all. Jordan had also sent some men to tail Deborah. When he heard that Deborah was visiting the beauty salon once again, he sent his men in as well. He came to the same conclusion as John did. The pictures of Deborah having a private meeting with a man in the VIP room of a beauty salon and of Logan were taken by Jordan's men and sent to him. He smiled contemptuously when he saw the pictures. So Deborah was cheating on Stephen? My, what a turn of events. He had to let Irene know about this to let her make a decision about her actions. Deborah's ruthlessness made Edric extremely worried for Irene's safety. Since she could be so cruel to his own mother, she would definitely stop at nothing to harm Irene. He had to inform Irene as soon as possible so that she could be more careful. Edric paid a visit to Irene and told her about Deborah and Logan. Irene was taken aback. When Deborah had first seduced Stephen and gave birth to Lily, Irene had just seen her as a horrible person who had no morals. She had never thought that Deborah was actually this vicious and evil. She's way too evil. Call the police and arrest her immediately. Irene felt both angry and worried. Edric shook his head. We can't call the police. That would be going too easy on them. What are you planning to do then? An eye for an eye, Edric sneered. They've plotted against us for so long. If we just report them and get them thrown in jail, that would be too lenient towards them. I want them to have a taste of their own medicine. Margaret's life was still hanging by a thread in the hospital. He was mentally and physically exhausted, yet the culprits were living freely. Edric knew in his heart that throwing them into jail would not change anything. He felt like them truly suffering could not be achieved by death, but rather by destroying their hopes. He wanted them to suffer both mentally and physically, to feel that they were better off dead than alive. He wanted to use his own means to make those sinners suffer, so he chose not to send them to jail. Irene understood Edric's pain, and she asked, "What do you need me to help you with?" "Just by taking good care of yourself, and Eden will be the best help you can give me. In case they become desperate, I've arranged several bodyguards for you. Someone will protect you when you go out in the future." "No, that would make me uncomfortable." Irene shook her head. She would feel uncomfortable having someone following her and watching her every move, so she did not want to go through that. "No, you must listen to me this time. Deborah is a vicious person. If she tries to do anything to you, the consequences will be unimaginable." Edric insisted, "I will ask them to not get in the way. I'm telling you my plans, just in case you notice them and misunderstand why there are men following you." All right. Seeing that he was insisting, Irene had to agree. She was pregnant now, so she hardly went out anyways. Except for taking Eden to the hospital, she mostly stayed at home. It seemed that the existence of bodyguards would not really affect her life. "Don't tell anyone about Deborah and the others, lest they ruin my plan," Edric warned her again. "I can't tell Uncle Thomas either." "No, keep this matter to yourself." Meanwhile, just as Jordan was planning to tell Irene about Deborah's affair, David came over. The past few days, he had been investigating the man that Jordan had beat up in the restaurant the other day. He told Jordan that he had found out all three of their identities. The man was the owner of a bar, Gordon Cassidy. The two women were respectively his wife and his mistress. So they really had an affair. However, didn't you say that they seemed really close? It's rare for a wife to be good friends with her husband's mistress. Additionally, if they were close, why would they want to cause a scene like that at the restaurant? Jordan was puzzled. I also found it to be strange, so I carefully investigated Gordon. I found something. Gordon used to be a gangster. He was involved in a lot of illegal activity, and it was only recently in the past 2 years that he started going on the right track. He opened up a shop in the Western District and has been a law-abiding citizen ever since. Are we wrongly suspecting him then? Jordan frowned. Forget it, take it slow. Keep an eye on him. He gave Logan's photo to David. This man has something going on with Mr. Cook's wife. You'd better keep an eye on him. Get a picture of them together if you can. David took the photo and looked at it in surprise. This man? Do you know this person? His name is Logan. He and Gordon used to work together. Now the two of them have apparently turned over a new leaf to start a business. What did you say? Jordan suddenly stood up. He had figured out the connection between Deborah and Logan's relationship and the incident. The answer was obvious. That night, Jordan went over to Irene's place for dinner. He told her about Deborah and Logan, but since she had already heard it all from Edric, she wasn't surprised. The only thing she found odd was that Edric had said Deborah and Logan were conspiring to commit crimes, but Jordan was telling her that Deborah was having an affair with him. Irene had to tell Edric about this. Irene was calm, but Kinsey was very excited. I knew that Butch was up to no good, going to the beauty salon all the time. It's exactly what I suspected. We should tell Mr. Cook about this immediately and let him know what kind of woman he has by his side. No, Irene stopped her. Edric said that they should not alert the enemy. Wasn't this going to ruin his plan? She added, we don't have any hard evidence that Deborah is with that man. Who is going to believe us? Are you worried that Stephen won't believe it? Kinsley smiled coldly. No man can stand being cheated on. When Stephen hears of this, even if Deborah turns out to be innocent, he won't believe her. I'm not worried about him believing us. I just don't want him to suffer in regret. After all, this would be hard for anyone to accept. Irene shook her head. Stephen would definitely not be able to accept his wife having an affair, but Deborah was no pushover either. If she heard about the matter, she would definitely think of a way to try and fix it. If they did not handle this well, they might alarm her. Besides not wanting to ruin Edric's plan, Irene genuinely wanted to keep this hidden from Stephen. After all, Stephen was her father. He had given her a life. She had no reason to make him suffer such humiliation at this old age. Everyone should be responsible for their own actions. This is retribution. Deborah shamelessly seduced her best friend's husband, so she should be punished, Kinsey insisted. Kinsey, I don't want to have anything to do with them. I have my own life, and there is no need for me to get caught up with them. I wouldn't be happy either. I knew that you would be like this. You're giving up such a good opportunity, Kinsey pouted. Beside her, Thomas interrupted. People can't live in hatred. It'll wear you out and make you unhappy. I think Irene is right, so I support her. Uncle Thomas, Kinsey stomped her feet. She had been hoping that Thomas would help her persuade Irene, but unexpectedly he did just the opposite. Life is short. There is no reason for us to suffer from other people's mistakes. Stephen's life has nothing to do with ours. Whether Deborah is having an affair or not, we shouldn't butt our noses into their business. We should not meddle and instead focus on our own lives. Seeing that both Irene and Thomas were against the idea of taking revenge on Deborah, Kinsey and Jordan had no choice but to give in to them. After dinner, Jordan said that he felt like getting some drinks at the bar. He asked Kinsey if she wanted to join. He had never invited her out to drink before, so Kinsey suspected that he had something he wanted to say to her. She agreed, and they left together. However, Jordan didn't have anything to say to her at all. Instead, he really did take her to a bar. The bar was not a high-end bar, and the atmosphere was horrible. Kinsey found it to be odd. Jordan was the type of person who often frequented high-end places. Why would he suddenly want to come here? After drinking a few mouthfuls of wine, Kinsey was not in a good mood, so she complained to Jordan, "I'm so angry. Why is Irene so stupid? This is the perfect opportunity to mess with Deborah, so why won't she take it? And Uncle Thomas, is he really Irene's uncle? What kind of uncle is he even? How can he be so calm when he is watching his own niece and sister being plotted against?" Jordan smiled and said, "Calm down. They all have their reasons. Thomas isn't wrong, and he just wants Irene to live a happier, simpler life. It's a good mindset to have. If all this while he kept whispering bad things about Stephen and Deborah into Irene's ear, she would not be the woman she is today. She would be filled with hatred for Stephen, and she would definitely be extremely vengeful. However, she's not like that. Rather, she's full of life and hope. That's undeniably all thanks to Thomas. Have you changed your mind too? So you don't intend to deal those two bitches anymore? Kinsey was very disappointed. If Deborah had regretted her mistake from the past, if it was just a one-time slip-up, I would consider letting her off. However, that's obviously not the case, Jordan sneered. Do you still remember what happened in the restaurant that day? I remember. When he mentioned that, she felt a little embarrassed. Sorry for troubling you that day. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Look over there. Do they look familiar? Isn't that woman the mistress from that day? Kinsey recognized the woman. You have a good memory. Look over there. Jordan pointed to the other side. Kinsey looked over and saw the man who had got beaten up and also his wife. They were huddled together and seemed to be discussing something. What's going on? Have they made up? Kinsey was confused and looked back at the mistress. Even if they did, why would they appear in front of the mistress? This man is the owner of this bar, and the woman is the boss's wife. The mistress is a waitress here, Jordan explained. Kinsey looked around and was utterly confused. The three people in front of her were acting completely differently from the scenario she saw that day. The boss's wife already knew about her husband hooking up with one of their workers. That day, she had even mentioned that she worked her ass off just to feed the family. However, it seemed like there was no such thing. Next time, use your brain before acting. Not everything is worth standing up for. Before Jordan could finish speaking, Kinsey stood up. Jordan grabbed onto her hand and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I have to ask them what's going on. I won't stand being fooled like this." "Sit down. I haven't finished talking yet." Jordan pulled Kinsey back to the seat. "Do you know why they lied to you?" "I was going to find out why, wasn't I?" "They won't tell you even if you ask." "Let me tell you why instead," Jordan sneered. "That man is a friend of Deborah's lover. Didn't you hit Lily? I think they were trying to set you up as a form of revenge." "They acted all that out just to set me up?" Kinsey had an incredulous look on her face. If they really wanted to harm her, they could have just gotten someone to beat her up. Why go through so much trouble? "I just figured it out too," Jordan smirked. "You beat Lily until her face was swollen, so Deborah must hate you. However, now with everything that's been going on, she doesn't dare to deal with you openly, so she set up such a scene. If you got injured because you were trying to stand up for justice, no one will investigate further into the matter. Do you understand?" Kinsey was not a fool and immediately understood. Indeed, getting caught up in a fight that she was trying to stop was different from an innocent individual getting beaten. If she was beaten up in a normal situation, the police would have to open an investigation. Then, they would have to ask her who her potential enemies were. The only person she had beaten up was Lily. Thus, Deborah would be exposed. However, if she got beaten up in the act of standing up for justice, the police would only charge the person who had beaten her up. They would assume she got caught up in the crossfire and not that there was someone else behind the scenes. Kinsey broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for Jordan, she did not dare to imagine what might have happened that day. She gritted her teeth and said, "What a cunning woman. Yes, her cruelty is beyond our imagination. I'm very worried about Irene." Jordan looked around and stood up. "In addition to telling you this, I want to tell you something more important. There are too many people here. Let's go out and talk about it." When the two of them got in the car, Kinsey grew anxious and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's about Irene's mother, Myra, and her accident." Jordan told her what Lydia had told him. "I suspect that Myra's death has something to do with Deborah. I was uncertain about it before, but now I can confirm that Deborah was behind Margaret's injuries. Now I find that she's also plotting against you. Deborah is so evil, and she's willing to do anything for Lily. One can only imagine what she was willing to do to Myra for her own gain. There is no way she isn't related to the incident." Really? Kinsey was also shocked. If Deborah was really the one behind Myra's car accident, Irene would be affected really harshly. She had always thought that her mother's death was an accident. That's right, Deborah had asked to meet Myra outside in secret, so things couldn't have been that simple. I think she must have purposely provoked Myra, which led to her losing her sanity and getting into a car accident. It must be so. That bitch is so vile. We have to punish her. We can't let her go on like this. There must be a way to deal with her. I agree, but that woman is so vicious and scheming. We can't deal with her schemes with ordinary solutions anymore. Now that we've found out about her affair, I originally had the same thoughts as you did. I wanted Irene to expose her ugly truths to Stephen. However, now that I think about it, it's inappropriate. What if she gets desperate and does something to Irene? We have to think about things in the long run. I think we have to tell Irene the truth now. We can't keep her in the dark forever. I thought about telling Irene, but I didn't have any evidence before this, so I didn't say anything. Now that Irene is pregnant, I'm worried that the news will affect her well-being. Naturally, Kinsey knew how much of an effect this would have on Irene. What should we do now? Should we just wait? We'll decide what to do after Irene gives birth, Jordan sighed. Now that Irene is still pregnant and Eden is sick, we can't distract her anymore. Just both of us knowing is good enough. You should keep an eye out in the future. I'll ask someone to protect Irene from anything that Deborah might try. We'll talk about it after she gives birth. Kinsey couldn't think of a better idea either. She understood Jordan's worries. Irene was mentally exhausted over Eden now, so it was true that she did not need more on her plate. However, Kinsey still felt a little reluctant to let Deborah run free for now. Margaret was in a coma in the hospital while Edric and Irene had cut each other off. Lily's mood had never been better. She had been pregnant for more than 4 months now, and the chances of having a miscarriage were small. Lily no longer wanted to hide in the house. She had to act first and make Edric change her mind about her using her pregnancy. However, Stephen had forbidden her from having any contact with Edric. She had no valid reason to see him either. Lily eventually decided to use the hospital as an excuse. She was pregnant and often went to the hospital for checkups. Lily purposely chose the same hospital Margaret was at. So after her checkups, she would always go pay Margaret a visit. However, in the few times she had been there, she never managed to run into Edric. Lily refused to give up. She asked around about the timing that Edric usually came to visit his mother and tried to go to the hospital around the same time. Like before, the 2 caretakers did not allow her to enter the ward. She had not come to visit Margaret anyway, so she did not care that they would not let her in. She had found out that Edric came to visit his mother at this hour every day, hence she wanted to run into him and see what attitude he would have towards her. Sure enough, after standing outside the ward for a while, Edric appeared. It had been several months since they had last seen each other. When he saw how big Lily's stomach had gotten, he was visibly shocked. His gaze fell onto her stomach. Due to the fact that she was pregnant with twins, Lily's stomach was bigger than average. She noticed that Edric was staring at her stomach, and she secretly jumped in joy, purposely sticking out her stomach more. Edric naturally noticed even the tiniest of her actions. This bitch's stomach had already grown so much. Edric sneered in his heart. Lily was probably dreaming about giving birth to his children. Fine, he would let her live out her perfect dream and let her give birth to the twins. He wanted to let her know what the price of plotting against others was. When Edric walked over, Lily gently called out to him. She put on a sad and pitiful look. He stopped and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I came here to see Aunt Margaret. She used to be so kind to me." Lily's voice choked. Life is so unexpected. She was in perfect health. How could this happen? How could the heavens do this to her? "Yeah, the heavens really must be blind," Edric answered meaningfully. Looking at the tears in Lily's eyes, he felt disgusted. He used to believe that she was kind and innocent, but he had been too naive. Fortunately, he had already discovered Lily's true colors. Didn't Lily like to act? He decided to play along. He took out a handkerchief and passed it to her. Lily was pleasantly surprised by Edric's kind gesture. She hurriedly took the handkerchief to wipe her tears. She sobbed and comforted him. Edric, don't worry too much. Good things will happen to good people. Aunt Margaret will definitely be all right. How can I not worry? The doctor told me that this was the best case scenario she could have, Edric sighed. Ever since Margaret had fallen into a coma, Marie, Deborah, and the others had been constantly coming to the hospital to check up on her. Edric knew they were afraid she would wake up, so naturally he had to dramatize his mother's condition. It'll be okay. Aunt Margaret is strong. She'll be fine, Lily repeated. Thanks for your blessings, Edric sighed and stared at Lily's belly for a few seconds. His voice suddenly softened. How long has it been? About 5 months. It must be very tiring, carrying such a big stomach, right? Not at all. After thinking for a while, she added, they've started to move around in my belly. A flash of complicated emotions washed through Edric. He seemed to want to reach out and touch her belly, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, he retracted it back pitifully. Take care. If my mother saw you like this, she would be very happy. Lily was a little disappointed when he retracted his hand from touching her belly. However, when she heard that Edric seemed to be looking forward to the babies in her belly, she became happy again. Edric's attitude towards her was completely different from before. Lily could feel that if things went on like this, she would definitely be able to catch his attention with the babies in her stomach. Ever since Margaret had to stay in the hospital, Edric often went back and forth between the hospital and his company. He hardly ever went home. With no one to order her around, Lorraine felt like her life was incredibly comfortable. She secretly met up with her son several times and planned out their future together. Lorraine had originally wanted to take the money and leave with her son. However, now that she was living life so comfortably, she did not want to leave anymore. She wanted to stay here and enjoy the rest of her days. In the past few years, he hadn't earned much from being Stephen's driver. Most of his income came from Lorraine. Edric paid Lorraine extremely handsomely. If she left the Myers family, she would lose that source of income. Hence, Tommy never really supported the idea of Lorraine resigning from the Myers family. Every time Lorraine would complain to him about how badly Margaret bullied her, he would try his best to comfort her. He would encourage her to think about all the good things they would have one day. Now that Lorraine herself had said that she did not want to leave, Tommy naturally showed his full support. After knowing that Lorraine was an accomplice, Edric had never stopped watching and investigating her. Edric knew about Lorraine meeting with Tommy. Before, Margaret had mentioned that Tommy was Lorraine's lover. Back then he had not really believed her, but seeing how often the two of them met, he was starting to have his own suspicions. Is Lorraine really in that kind of relationship with Tommy? Edric wondered. He sent some men to investigate Lorraine and soon uncovered her past. They found out that Lorraine had a man who was in prison and that Stephen's driver, Tommy, was actually Lorraine and that man's son. Edric sneered when he heard about all this. Edric had deliberately allowed Lorraine to run freely and enjoy her life in order to enable her to get used to it. He wanted her to experience what it was like to fall from heaven to hell. Now that he had gotten so much information, it was time for him to add some spice into her life. Tommy had always been an ignorant person. All he knew how to do was eat, drink, gamble, and play with women. Before, he had gotten into a fight over a woman and almost gone to prison. He only managed to escape imprisonment with Deborah's help. Deborah wasn't helping him out of kindness. Rather, she wanted to use Lorraine. As expected, she did not let Deborah down. Tommy did nothing all day. Lorraine was worried that her son would go down the wrong path again, so she asked Deborah to help him find a job. It took Deborah a lot of time to find a job for Tommy. He was uneducated, yet picky with his work. He wanted an easy yet high-paying job. Deborah successively found several jobs for him, but he would always mess them up. In the end, she had no choice but to hire him as Stephen's driver. Tommy had always been on the lower end of society. He was so happy when he heard from his mother that he had been hired to serve a high-end figure. Although he was merely a driver, it was rare for an ordinary person to be in such close contact with a high-end figure. When people who knew Tommy heard that he was going to be Mr. Cook's driver, They all admired him and looked up to him. Due to that, Tommy felt arrogant, and only then did he start to put in a lot of effort into doing his job well. With Tommy's character, kissing up to someone was nothing new to him. Stephen had a good impression of him due to his wits. However, recently, Stephen had started to dislike Tommy. The other day, Director Lewis had come to talk to Stephen about business. In their conversation, he brought up Tommy. "Is Tommy Lewis your driver?" "Yes." "Why?" Stephen asked. His intuition told him that Tommy must have done something to be under the police's radar. "The other day, we held a raid and arrested quite a few prostitutes. One of the clients who frequented that place had the same name." "What did you say?" Stephen's expression changed. Although Tommy was just his driver, it would not be good for his reputation if word got out. People would assume that Stephen himself was involved in those kinds of matters too. The police officers had wanted to arrest him, but he brought up your name and said that he was your driver. The officers checked and found that he was telling the truth. They didn't want to drag your name into the mud, so they let him go. A couple days later, he was caught again in another nightclub with drugs. "It's happened twice in a row, so I thought I had better come give you a heads up. As they say, a leopard can never change its spots. If he really is your driver, you'd better be more cautious. Try not to be seen with him anymore and save yourself the trouble." Stephen nodded. "I see. Thank you for the heads up." After Director Lewis left, Stephen frowned. As the saying went, a rotten apple spoils the barrel. Tommy could not work under him anymore. Naturally, Stephen was not one to drag things on. He quickly fired Tommy. After that, Tommy told Lorraine about it, who immediately called Deborah. Deborah was taken aback too. She wondered if Stephen had become suspicious of anything. Could it be that he had found out that Tommy had been carrying out her bidding? She had not asked him to do much, apart from keeping an eye on Stephen and having him throw Eden into the ditch near the hospital previously. The likelihood of Stephen knowing about those incidents was rather low. That evening, Stephen came back with a new driver. Naturally, Deborah asked him, "Why have you changed your driver? What happened to Tommy?" "Don't even bring him up. He can't work for me anymore." Stephen told her about Tommy's indulgences in prostitutes and drugs. Deborah was relieved, as there were no suspicions about her. She told Lorraine about what he said and asked her to relax. When Lorraine heard that her son's dismissal had nothing to do with him helping Deborah, she was relieved too. She had managed to accrue quite a lot of money from working for the Myers family over the years. Since her son had nothing else to do now, she intended to let him run a business. Tommy knew nothing about running a business, and he did not know what kind of business he wanted to run. Lorraine suggested opening a supermarket. Tommy originally agreed, but after discussing with his friend said that a supermarket was too small of a plan. Considering his background, Tommy's friend suggested that he open something more thrilling, like a bar or a nightclub. Tommy's eyes lit up when he heard how much bars and nightclubs could earn. He thought about how much he usually spent on drinks when he frequented those places and felt like that line of business was indeed very profitable. He told Lorraine about his idea. When Lorraine heard about how much profit they could earn, she got carried away as well and asked him how much they would need to open a bar or a nightclub. Tommy actually had no idea, but he told Lorraine it would take about $1 million. Lorraine was shocked and asked, "Why does it take so much money?" "This is just for a standard, mediocre nightclub. If we were to open a high-end one, we would need even more." Tommy explained, "I've asked my friend. He told me that one of his friends has opened a medium-end nightclub and they earn hundreds and thousands of dollars in profits in one night alone. We will make all the money back in a year." "Is it really that profitable?" Lorraine was a little disbelieving. "Let's leave that aside for now. I'll ask around before deciding." Lorraine meant to ask Edric. His business was booming and he was a genius in the field. She wanted to see what he would say. That night when Edric returned home, Lorraine purposely asked him about nightclubs. She told him that her friend wanted to open one, but she was not sure if it would be profitable. Edric smiled faintly. "This line of business is quite profitable. I often bring clients there. It's not unusual to spend tens of thousands in a night. Their profits are all very high. When Lorraine heard Edric mention that he often spent up to tens of thousands of dollars, her eyes lit up. She had gotten confirmation that this business was profitable, so she agreed to her son's request. However, she couldn't withdraw such a huge sum in one go. She asked her son to look for a suitable location first. Tommy and a bunch of friends immediately went to hunt around, and they just so happened to have met someone who was looking to sell his nightclub. The nightclub was already furnished, and it was in a strategic location. The owner said that with good management, they could earn millions in a year easily. The owner was leaving the country, so he wanted to sell his nightclub off at a cheap price. Tommy was very tempted by his offer. The owner sincerely wanted to let the nightclub go. He even let Tommy visit it to see how business was doing. Tommy stayed at the nightclub for an entire night and saw that business was indeed booming. He grew even more tempted. The owner offered to sell it for $2 million. However, Tommy did not have that much money. Lorraine had been working for the Myers family for 9 years. With her bonus and Deborah's additional salary, she only had about $500,000 in total. $500,000 was miles away from $1.2 million. They did not have the funds, so Lorraine could only persuade Tommy to give it up. However, the prospect of obtaining the high earnings was overly tempting to Tommy, so he refused to listen to her. He asked Lorraine to borrow some money from Edric. However, Lorraine did not dare to ask. Then, Tommy asked her to borrow some from Deborah. After all, they had both done so much for Deborah. She should at least reward a little. They were only borrowing the money, and once they started earning, they would definitely pay Deborah back. Lorraine had no choice but to go talk to Deborah. Deborah was fuming when she heard the amount Lorraine was asking for. How dare the butch ask for such a huge amount? Borrowing her that much money? As if she had the ability to pay Deborah back. More importantly, Deborah had no idea where to get such a huge sum of money from in such a short amount of time. Anger rose in her heart, but she dared not show it to Lorraine. After all, she had used Lorraine many times before. If she did not return the favor now, Lorraine might turn against her. Lorraine held a lot of secrets against her. She would be in big trouble if Lorraine ever spilled any of them out. Deborah did not agree nor disagree. She merely told Lorraine that she did not have that much money at the moment, so she had to go borrow some from her friends. Seeing that Deborah did not reject nor suspect her, Lorraine left. Deborah went home angrily. She told Lily about what happened. That old bitch, she's so greedy. What is she talking about? Opening a nightclub, as if she knows how to run one. Lily saw Deborah was angry and consoled her repeatedly. However, she was shocked when she asked Deborah for the name of the nightclub. "Mom, I've been to that nightclub before. Their business really is excellent. If she really managed to take over successfully, she could earn millions in a year." Really? Deborah herself did not frequent nightclubs so naturally, she had no idea. Upon hearing Lily's words, she started to change her views. The past few years, she had Logan to open up stores here and there. Business was not bad, but they were not doing super well either. If this nightclub was really that profitable, why not ask Logan to pitch in some money? That way, everyone could share the profits, and Lorraine would benefit too. Furthermore, they would not have to worry about Tom borrowing their money without returning it. At the thought of this, Deborah immediately made a call to Heather and told her that she needed to talk to Logan. She asked Heather to tell him to meet her at the beauty salon immediately. When they met, Deborah told Logan about the nightclub. Likewise, he too was startled. He had heard of the nightclub before as well. Of course, he wanted to take over such a cash cow. Logan did not have that much money on hand too, but the nightclub was too tempting. After discussing with Deborah, they decided to sell off a few of their stores so that they could use that money in return to buy the nightclub. While Logan was planning what to do with the stores, Deborah went to look for Lorraine. She told Lorraine that she had not managed to borrow any money, but she knew a friend that did business. That friend had money, and he also wanted to open a nightclub. Since they both had the same goal, Deborah suggested they become business partners to minimize their risks. Lorraine went back and told Tommy about Deborah's idea. Tommy agreed and met up with Logan. They went over the details and the way to split their earnings. They agreed to pay half of the selling price each. After selling the stores, Logan had managed to gather roughly $600,000. However, Tommy still needed an additional $100,000. In the end, he mortgaged his house to make up for the remaining funds. After receiving the money, the owner of the nightclub happily transferred the property over to their names. After the transfer, they kept all the old employees, so they did not need to worry about anything else. Tommy and Deborah just sat there and waited for the money to come rolling in. As expected, the nightclub's business boomed. For a week, their profits were sky high. Tommy was practically swimming in money until he could lose count of their profits. However, on the 8th day of business, something happened. A group of policemen and members of the business association showed up at the nightclub, locking it down and putting it under investigation due to a report that was lodged against them for allegedly selling illegal liquor. The liquor, costing up to millions, was then discovered in the warehouse of the club. Not only were the fake goods confiscated, a fine was also imposed upon the nightclub by the business association, as per accordance to the law. It was not a small number, ranging up from more than 50% to less than 3 times the market price of the authentic goods. Due to the huge amount of the confiscated goods, the operating license of nightclub was also suspended. It was hell of a day for Tommy. His club was locked down, his cash ran dry, and he almost got himself a court case. If Deborah had not sought Stephen's help, things would have turned out even worse. Compared to Tommy, who had lost all money, Logan and Deborah fared better, but they still lost all of their shops that they had worked so hard to build. They only had one last beauty salon under them before they would go completely broke. Lorraine gave her son a good scolding for not having proper savings for the house, but even she knew that it was futile. The money they had lost would never come back. The mother and son were restless for the next few days. Tommy did not even have a place to stay, opting to rent a room for the time being. At the same time, Edric closed his eyes as he rested on a sofa of the luxurious lounge of After Dark. He delighted at the thought of how things had progressed at a promising pace and how ugly things had turned out for Lorraine, her son, and Deborah. He wondered how they felt now that they had lost all of their investments. Did they regret it, although it was already too late? If he could see their faces at that moment, he would have asked them to be rest assured. He had plenty of plans to let them experience a life worse than death. At first, Edric's plan only involved Lorraine and her son. Edric was the one who had asked Director Lewis to ensure Tommy was fired from his job, enabling a jobless Tommy to seek his old friends out for some comfort. He held nothing back and told them everything about his plans to start a business. Edric had then told Tommy's friends to encourage him to open up a nightclub. He knew that Tommy was penniless and that he would ask Lorraine to seek help from Deborah. It turned out that Deborah also lacked sufficient funds and was hesitant to lend such a huge sum of money to Lorraine. The nightclub business had always been generating a steady stream of income, and coupled with Deborah's greed, she would never let the opportunity go. Edric would first let those greedy people pay the price after they got entangled in his trap. Edric owed his thanks to Irene to be able to come up with such a meticulous plan against Deborah. The latter had called him after hearing Jordan mention about Deborah having an affair. It came as a huge shock to him. He immediately began his investigation and found out the truth about Logan. The man owned several shops, and they were doing pretty well. It was clear as day that he had immense support behind him, and Edric guessed that the supporter had to be Deborah herself. He had to admit how cunning and sinister Deborah was. On one hand, she had coaxed Stephen, while on the other, she had an affair with another man. Edric had been looking for ways to bring her down, and now he finally possessed one. Dealing with her in the future would be a lot easier with the news of her affair. However, Edric would sit back and enjoy the show for now. He would watch as those people lost their hard-earned cash. Humans would usually lose their rationality once they were tempted. Deborah was going to suffer for quite some time. Edric also had help from director Lewis. Had the director not asked him to oversee the change of hands of the After Dark nightclub, he would have failed to come up with such a brilliant plan. Edric was still deep in his thoughts when the door was pushed open. A man came in. "Thank you, Mr. Myers. You've helped me out of this crisis." "Don't mention it, Director Lewis. It was just a small matter." "Maybe it's a small matter to you, Mr. Myers, but to me it means the world." Director Lewis did not stop thanking Edric for what the latter had done for him. The true owner of the After Dark nightclub was none other than Director Lewis. Since he was an officer, it was only wise for him to register the After Dark nightclub under another person's name. Under his supervision, After Dark brought in considerable income, earning millions of dollars in the span of just a few years. Just the month prior, he had received news about San Fatillo's intention to audit their officers' assets. He was terrified upon hearing the news and of losing everything when everything was exposed. During that time, his new batch of liquor had been replaced with fake ones too, which posed another problem. The fake liquor did little to worry him, as After Dark had brought him more than enough money. He still had to think of a way to deal with the problem, and that was when Edric, who he had a relationship with, came into play. After thinking for a while, the latter had successfully found a scapegoat to bear the blame. All was well in the end. When ownership of After Dark was changed to Tommy, authentic liquor was stored in its warehouse. It was moved there by none other than the Golden Age Group, a company owned by Jordan. He had made sure to switch the liquor with fakes once the transfer deal had been sealed. Edric made sure to let Tommy celebrate his so-called success before he made a certain phone call to the authorities. With that, he had thrown Tommy into living hell. Director Lewis did not lose a single penny as After Dark had been transferred over to Tommy. In fact, he only felt thankful towards Edric. "Remember to look for me if you need any help." Edric's face revealed a faint smile. "Thanks. I will do so in the future." And seeked help from Director Lewis he did. Tommy's father, or Lorraine's man, was currently serving his sentence, and he was a few months shy from being released. Edric wanted to secure an early release for him, as he did not want to wait anymore, and had many tasks for that man to carry out. That was when Director Lewis came into the picture. Naturally, Director Lewis agreed. He even assured Edric to wait for his good news. Edric drove to the hospital after meeting up with Director Lewis. Separated by a layer of glass, he observed his comatose mother from outside her room. Uneasiness stirred inside him. Beside him, a nurse reported, "Dr. Walker visited your mother again today." Edric pursed his lips. It dawned upon him that Marie was refusing to give up. Deborah had wanted her daughter, Lily, to marry into the Myers family and ended up hurting Edric's mother and Irene. She even took Lorraine in as her accomplice. What was Marie hoping to achieve by treating Edric's mother like this? Edric was in the dark as to what Marie was trying to achieve. Margaret had always treated her like a soulmate, not forgetting to share with her everything that she considered good. It was clear that Margaret had nothing but good intentions towards Marie, so Edric failed to think of any possible reasons as to why Marie would harm his mother. Marie was an accomplished doctor. She was rich and required no help from Deborah, so why had she agreed to help Deborah? Edric made a silent pact to find out the truth in order to devise the perfect plan to punish her in return. For Rowan's sake, Edric had investigated Marie's background before. It had been to identify if she really was Rowan's biological mother. However, since Rowan denied it not long after, he had stopped looking into the matter. His freshly opened investigation, however, yielded surprising results. He found out that Marie, or Kiana and Dave, or currently known to be Thomas, were actually half-siblings from different mothers. Marie was also Myra's half-sister from a different father, making Irene her niece. Edric's deductions told him if Myra was the only sister Marie ever had, then they must have been really close to each other. The truth, however, was far from that. Irene had never known she had an aunt to begin with. Judging from the fact that Irene did not know Marie's relationship with her, Myra must have never told her daughter about Marie. The question was, why didn't Myra mention Marie to Irene before? Marie must have known Irene's real identity, but she still helped Deborah with her plan to make her daughter receive artificial insemination. That fact alone was enough to prove how much Marie hated Irene. How could there be any hatred among Marie and Irene if they had never communicated before? The only reasonable answer would be Myra. Marie hated Irene because of Myra. Although Marie was Myra's half-sister, they were still born from the same mother. How could she bear such hatred for Myra? When Rowan had lied to Edric about her not having any relations with Marie, Edric had completely believed her. Now, however, he was sure that Rowan and Marie were indeed mother and daughter. That was the only explanation to why she had helped Marie in setting him up. No news had come from Rowan after she had left the country. At first, Edric wondered if she did not leave, but was just hiding in another place in the country, but his reliable sources confirmed her departure overseas. She was untraceable at the moment. Edric wondered what had happened to her. Was she using some kind of invisibility spell? Or had she met some kind of unfortunate event? Edric's in-depth investigation yielded even more eye-opening facts. The reason why Marie had fought with Myra was because of a man. That man was Malcolm, Jordan's father. Edric was unable to wrap his head around how the two sisters got involved with Malcolm, but he was sure who the winner was. Myra was dead, and Marie was now living under the same roof with Malcolm. The winner of the love triangle was obvious. If that was the case, then why did Marie still hate Myra so much? Now that Myra had passed on, why did Marie direct her hatred to Irene? Edric thought of Rowan. Who was Rowan's biological father, as Marie had gotten pregnant before she was married? Could it be Malcolm? Edric dismissed the idea. If that was the case, then Marie had no need to hide at Cat Alley just to give birth to her child. No other man came to Edric's mind when he tried to think of a man whom Marie liked. Since she was good-looking, many men fancied her. Even during her university years, while she had been residing in Cat Alley, she still managed to attract a huge following. Among them was Deborah's cousin, who was a classic example. The relationship between Marie and Deborah started in Cat Alley. Deborah's cousin had liked Marie ever since she stayed there, and he often went to Deborah's house. Rumor began circulating around the alley regarding their relationship. It was said that Deborah's cousin had slept with Marie one day after he got drunk. The rumors were often debunked by some who believed that it was just a story made up by Deborah's cousin. It was a sorry excuse from him for not being able to make her fall for him. Deborah's cousin was not good-natured, nor was he well-educated. How could Marie, who was a university student at the time, fall for him? It would be impossible for that to happen. Not everything about the rumors were false, though. It turned out to be true that Deborah's cousin had immensely liked Marie, and he had taken proper care of her in Cat Alley, even when she was pregnant, and he listened to her every word. Unfortunately, at one point, he had broken the law and was sent to serve his sentence behind the bars. Did Marie help Deborah and her daughter because Deborah had let her stay at her home? Edric frowned upon thinking at the fact that Marie had to hide at Cat Alley just to give birth to her daughter. Why didn't she ask for help like what Dave had done when she needed it the most? The real Thomas Nelson had been dead for a very long time. The current one was actually a man named Dave Walker. Why would he pretend to be Thomas in the first place? Were there any secrets behind all these events? These questions danced stubbornly in Edric's mind. He failed to get any satisfying answers, no matter how hard he tried. No, this would not do. He would get nowhere if he kept on thinking. He had to talk to Thomas. Edric had made an appointment to meet with Thomas. He made no effort to hide his true intentions either, as he said, "I'm going to ask you questions about your past. I hope you will be honest and tell me only the truth." It then dawned on Thomas that Edric had found out the truth about his identity. He remained calm. "What do you want to know?" "I have a lot of things I want to know. First of all, why are you pretending to be Thomas? Secondly, tell me more about Marie." "Pretending to be Thomas wasn't exactly my intention." Dave sighed and told Edric about how his wallet had been robbed because of a famous painting. "When the real Thomas had passed away in an accident, I had returned to San Fatillo in a sorry state and had nowhere to go. Irene's mother took me in, and since then I've been using Thomas's identity to avoid unnecessary trouble." Do Stephen and Deborah know about your true identity as a famous designer? Dave shook his head. Not many people know that I'm a famous designer. Stephen and Deborah only know that I'm Marie's sibling and nothing else. I beg to differ. I think Stephen knows your true identity. Remember the famous painting you just mentioned? It's with me now. Why is the painting in your hands? Dave was surprised. Stephen gave it to me. Edric told Dave about how he had obtained the famous painting. Dave smiled bitterly. So it was him all along. Irene told me about Steve having a prized painting among his collection, and the idea of him being the one who had switched my painting never crossed my mind. I can't believe this. We really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I never expected Mr. Cook to do something outrageous like this. I feel sorry for you for being framed after all these years. Edric sighed. It was really a pity for a famous designer to be harmed by some like Stephen. It's all in the past. Fame and wealth are nothing but temporary things in this world. My current secluded life at San Fratilo has been plain, but at least I felt happy. Dave was not as angry as Edric would have thought he would be. Nice to hear that you're coping well with everything that has happened. Edric admired Dave. Life must have been really hard for him. His glory days had been cut short, robbed from him, and that turned him into a nobody. In the face of such torture, he could still live his life without any kind of resentment. Dave smiled faintly. Irene doesn't know that I'm not actually her biological uncle, and I hope it stays that way and you don't tell her anything. I don't want to affect her emotions. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell her, Edric assured Dave. It was obvious that Dave cared for Irene, therefore Edric found no need to tell her the truth to destroy the peace. I need to know more about Marie. I'm sure you know her well since you're her brother, right? What kind of person do you think she is? Dave went quiet for a moment before saying, selfish, self-indulgent, and wicked. I'm pretty sure Irene has told you about what happened to my mother. I think Marie had her share in causing my mother to end up in her current condition. The image of his comatose mother upset Edric. He gritted his teeth as he recounted how Marie had helped Deborah and her daughter plot against him and his mother. To be honest, I've always been afraid to accuse her since she's my mother's best friend. I will never frame a good person, nor will I let a bad person go. I'm here today because I can't figure out what Marie has against my mother. Why did she help Deborah in going against her own niece? I don't know why she has done what she did to your mother, but I know that she's someone who will do anything to get what she wants. The reason she helped Deborah was because she hated Myra. It's only natural for her to hate Myra's daughter as well. Why would Marie hate Irene's mother? Wasn't she her one and only sister? Is it because of Malcolm? I thought she already had Malcolm in her hands. No, Malcolm has never loved her, and that's why she hated Myra. Do you know if Marie had any men besides Malcolm? Asked Edric again. No, I don't think so. If she did, then she wouldn't have hated Myra so much. But I found out about Marie's child. A child? Marie has a child? What nonsense is that? Are you sure about this? Dave was stunned. You don't know about this? Edric was also taken aback. Just 1 moment ago, he had thought Dave knew everything about Marie, but it turned out that he knew nothing about her. Nothing at all. No, Dave shook his head. The unfortunate events that had befallen him, coupled with the passing of his father and stepmother, made him shut himself off from the world. He knew nothing about Marie. It was a huge letdown for Edric, but he reiterated his thoughts and asked, Do you think Malcolm is the father of Marie's child? That's impossible. Dave shook his head. Although I don't know much about what had happened later on, Marie and I are still siblings. I know what kind of person she is. If her child really is Malcolm's, then she would have made a fuss about it. Who else could be the father if it's not Malcolm? Edric frowned. Did Marie really have relations with Deborah's cousin? Was that cousin the father to her child? Simon used to be the closest person to Deborah and Marie. He had to be the person who knew everything about what had taken place that year. Edric had initially decided to look for him, but thought better of it. Simon was Deborah's relative, and he might not be willing to share everything Edric wanted to know. That was also the reason why Edric had looked for Dave instead. Since Dave knew nothing that could help him, Edric had to get his answers from Simon. He would have to do some investigating on Simon before actually meeting him. Edric handed the task over to John, suggesting to him that the sooner it was done, the better. The meeting with Dave had angered Edric even more. He knew Marie was not a good person, but he had not expected she would have gone that far. Dave was a kind person, and although Marie had done questionable things to Myra in the past, he still chose to forgive her. In the end, she was still his little sister to him, and he had thought of giving her another chance. In the past few years, he had always thought that Marie would repent, only to be disappointed to find out that she had not changed at all. She had done things that could cost lives just to tear Irene and Edric apart. Dave had to admit that his silent tolerance for his sister would not change her, only fuel her arrogance. Marie had been using Dave's true identity to threaten him so that he would keep his mouth shut. Dave had conceded for Irene's sake. He could also live peacefully, knowing that his secret was safe. Now, however, he would tolerate no more. He would talk to Irene about him not being the real Thomas Nelson. Ever since Lily met Edric during her last visit to the hospital, she had been making frequent visits to the hospital. Of course, it was not because she was sincerely concerned about Margaret, but because she was seeking Edric's attention. After Edric had given Lily his handkerchief so that she could wipe her tears, she went home and told everything to Deborah. The latter was surprised at this sudden turn of events. She figured the reason why Edric had acted that way was due to the baby Lily was carrying. The Myers family had never stopped looking for heirs. Edric had failed to notice Lily in the past due to Irene, but Margaret's current condition changed that. Lily was having a pair of twins, so Deborah thought it was impossible for Edric not to like Lily. Deborah knew she had to play her cards properly and asked Lily to linger in Edric's sight so that he would not forget about her. Of course, getting Edric's attention was never the sole reason behind her wanting Lily to continue her hospital visits. She wanted to know Margaret's condition through Lily's visits. She had previously asked Logan to get rid of Margaret, only to be told that it was almost impossible to pull that kind of move in a hospital after observation. Margaret's ward was the best in the hospital. It even had its own guards, and the security was tight. Logan's response had worried Deborah, as she feared that she would never be able to get rid of Margaret. Yes, Margaret was now in a coma, but she had to be taken out of the picture, no matter what. Marie had mentioned before that people could wake up from comas. Deborah had to be the first person to know if Margaret ever woke up from her deep slumber. Sure enough, the relationship between Edric and Lily blossomed, starting from simple questions about her condition and the babies. Their interactions now had Edric making the first move to ask Lily if she needed company during her prenatal checkups. Edric's move excited Lily, as she had never dreamed of such a thing would happen to her. She had no need for a prenatal checkup, but since it was a rare chance to interact with Edric, she nodded frantically and elatedly went with Eric to the obstetrics department. The obstetrician was surprised upon seeing Lily and Edric. If she recalled correctly, didn't Lily just visit her a few hours ago? Lily's prenatal checkups had always been done at the hospital Marie worked at. Lily then changed her preferred hospital to the one where Margaret was being treated in order to get close to Edric. As Marie was worried about Lily, she had instructed an obstetrician she personally knew to do Lily's checkups. Although she was surprised by Lily's behavior, the obstetrician was smart too. She immediately took Lily's weight, blood pressure, heart rate, and acted busy. Edric had been standing aside and watching Lily while she did the examinations. After the doctor's checkup had come to an end, he began to ask the doctor about Lily's condition in detail. The doctor told Edric that the baby was in good condition and healthy. Edric was joyful when he heard this. She looks so slim, so I was worried about her health. I feel totally relieved now after hearing your words. When Lily heard that Edric cared about her, she felt warmth in her heart. Edric then asked the doctor if he could know the baby's gender at that moment. There was a rule in the hospital saying that they were not allowed to reveal the baby's gender. However, Edric's status was not like others. The obstetrician did an ultrasound for Lily. She said that because of the baby's position, it was not clear enough to see, but they should be two boys. Edric was elated upon hearing this. Are they really two boys? You're not kidding me, right? Even if they aren't both boys, they have to at least be fraternal twins. There are only a few males in the Myers family. I was hoping that my son could lead the family. This was the first time that Edric had so formally talked about the gender of the babies in front of Lily. She had never cared much about her child's gender before. However, now that she saw that Edric valued their baby's gender, she began to care about it as well. The Myers family only had one male descendant every generation, and they naturally preferred boys more than girls. That was why Margaret liked Eden so much. As for Lily, she had also hoped that she was pregnant with either two sons or at least one son and one daughter. That way, she would have an advantage in both her status and in the family's inheritance. If she was pregnant with two daughters, it would be totally different. With Irene's son standing in the way, even if she could win Edric's affection, she might not necessarily be able to take control over the Myers group. Lily kept this in her mind. When Edric went out to answer a call, she lowered her voice and asked the doctor, "Are they really two boys?" "No, the ultrasound is not clear enough because of the baby's positions. I assumed that he liked boys, so I said that they had to be two boys," the doctor replied. Lily was very disappointed upon hearing that. The doctor lowered her voice and said, "Let's wait for some time and do it again." "Is there any way to accurately determine the baby's gender?" Lily asked again. "Yes, your current situation is suitable for amniocentesis and a blood test. The accuracy rate is 99%. The doctor peered outside. Lily nodded and planned to go back and discuss with her mother regarding the amniocentesis and the blood test to confirm the baby's gender. It would be best if they were two boys, or at least one of them would be. But if they were two daughters, she had to find a way to make up for it as soon as possible. With such a plan in mind, she warned the doctor in a low voice, "Don't forget to tell him later that it's not easy for me to have a baby. Let him be worried so that he'll accompany me more often to checkups in the future." Naturally, the doctor promised. After a while, Edric ended his call and came in. The doctor remembered Lily's instructions and told Edric that although the children looked healthy, the mother, on the other hand, was not in good health, so he had to pay more attention to Lily. After listening to Lily's words, the doctor's words were intended to make Edric care more about Lily due to her babies. However, she did not expect that Edric would become anxious after hearing this, and he asked, "Will her health affect the babies?" The doctor did not expect that her words would make Edric worry about the babies. She immediately answered, "No, the babies are in good condition. You don't have to worry." "How can I not be worried?" Edric retorted. "Didn't you say that her health was not good? Her poor health will definitely affect the babies. Lily is now pregnant with two children. Also, I remember that during her previous checkup, she was ill as well. No, this is too risky. I have to ensure that there is nothing wrong with my children's health." "Edric, I don't think there will be a problem with the children," Lily said. "Can't I worry? We must exclude all the unfavorable factors. One of the female employees in our company's finance department had given birth to a child with mental disability because she did not do her checkups properly." Speaking of this, Edric paused, turned his head, and asked the doctor in a strict tone, "You are Lily's doctor. Let me ask you, can you guarantee that the children in her stomach will not be mentally or physically disabled?" Edric's face was serious, and his tone was cold. The doctor felt a little nervous. Although the chances of disability were not plausible, there was still a chance of it occurring. If anything happened to the children in the future, she would be in deep trouble. She could not guarantee anything. "I can't be sure of that. It's just that in general, disabilities are usually because of genetics that are hereditary in the family, or when a pregnant woman comes in contact with something poisonous. In this case, Miss Miller and you don't have any family history of having disabilities, so the chances of the babies having disabilities are low." "That's hard to say. Lily has always been in poor health. She has taken so much medicine. Won't the medicine have any bad effects on the children? I'm still worried, so we have to approach this carefully." Edric still insisted. Do you have any way to examine the chances of disability? When Lily realized that Edric was being serious, she grew afraid. She hinted at the doctor, but under Edric's threatening gaze, the doctor dared not play any tricks. She said, "If you are worried, I can arrange an amniocentesis for her, but since she is pregnant with twins, there will be a certain risk. I think we should be cautious. Edric, the children are fine. I think it's better to not do it." Lily looked pitiful, and her heart was beating fast. Was Edric planning something against her? Edric looked at Lily gently and said, "I know the chances may not be huge, but aren't you in poor health? I'm very worried about you. For our children, it'd better to check it out, and it would make me feel more at ease." For the first time, Edric was so gentle and said that he was worried about her. Not only that, he even referred to the babies as our children. Lily felt sweetness piling in her heart, so her objection was not so strong anymore. Edric then instructed the doctor, "Arrange for the amniocentesis immediately." The doctor hesitated for a moment and looked at Lily. She said, "The amniocentesis needs to be scheduled in advance, and there are many people who are doing it." Before she could even finish her words, Edric made a phone call. "Director Casati, is it you? I'm Edric Myers. I'd like to do an amniocentesis for my child's mother. Please arrange one for me and ensure that the doctor has great surgical experience." Naturally, Director Casati fulfilled Edric's request. He immediately arranged for Dr. Chilton, the hospital's expert, to perform an operation for Lily. Before the amniocentesis, one had to do a blood test for hepatitis B, syphilis, AIDS, and some other blood examinations. One also needed to do an ultrasound to check on the baby's development. Lily had done those blood tests before, so she was brought to the operating room directly by Dr. Chilton. Dr. Chilton first did an ultrasound check on Lily's babies. The two babies were in good condition, so Dr. Chilton told the nurse to start the preparations. The nurse took the transducer and laid it on top of the uterus to monitor the baby's condition, and then disinfected Lily's stomach. Dr. Chilton prepared the needle for the operation and told Lily to close her eyes and not watch. Lily secretly glanced down. The needle was more than 10 centimeters long. She was so scared that she closed her eyes immediately. Dr. Chilton was a master in the field. He touched Lily's stomach and inserted the needle into it without hesitation. As he was afraid that Lily would not feel the pain, around a minute later, Dr. Chilton took 20 millimeters of amniotic fluid, and the whole operation was over. After taking the amniotic fluid, Dr. Chilton did another ultrasound. He also let Lily take a look at the baby's heartbeat, which was beating vigorously, proving that there was no problem with them. Dr. Chilton told Lily to take care of herself and to rest more in bed. She was not allowed to take a bath on that day as well, and helped Lily stand up. After Lily got up, Edric came in. With tears in her eyes, Lily rushed to Edric and said, "The needle was so long. I was so scared just now." Edric held her and said in a gentle voice, "You've suffered for the sake of our children." Lily originally wanted to continue rubbing into Edric's arms, but Edric helped her sit on the chair instead and turned to Dr. Chilton to ask about the operation. Dr. Chilton said that there would only be results in about 2 weeks. He would call Edric to inform him once the results were ready. Edric thanked Dr. Chilton and left the hospital with Lily. Edric had never been so caring. He even personally opened the car door for Lily and asked the driver who drove Lily to the hospital to drive slowly. All his actions made Lily very moved. After Lily left, Edric turned around and got into his car. After getting in the car, his face suddenly turned frigid. Although he had suspected that the babies in Lily's stomach were not his, he was not completely certain. As the saying went, it is always wise to play safe. He had to figure out the matter before he could be at ease. Edric naturally knew that it was part of Lily's plan to come to the hospital, so he had deliberately changed his attitude to accompany her to the checkup. He had investigated the doctor before and knew that she was under Marie's arrangement, so he had purposely asked about the baby's gender and pretended that he wanted a son. Truth be told, he was not interested in the baby's gender at all. The purpose of doing so was just to let Lily think that he cared about the children and that she had a chance. Edric had looked into some information. Lily was pregnant for more than 4 months, so he could check their DNA by taking some amniotic fluid. He had treated Lily coldly before. In order to not let her suspect him, he pretended to accompany her for the checkup to get Lily's trust so that he could carry out his own plan. Originally, Edric had thought that it would have taken a few more days for her to take the amniocentesis, but he did not expect that Lily's doctor would say that she was in poor health. Edric had the sudden idea to take the opportunity to arrange the test with the excuse of checking for the chances of disabilities. Over the years in San Fatillo, Edric had been in touch with people from all walks of life. The dean of the hospital had a good relationship with him, so he would definitely meet all of his requests. When Dr. Chilton was doing the operation for Lily, Edric had greeted the dean and asked him to keep some of Lily's amniotic fluid for him. He had already obtained it, and now he was waiting to compare it with the samples he had provided. Edric's heart was not completely at ease. He had to get someone to keep an eye on the situation, so he called John and asked him to supervise the matter personally. A few days later, Edric received the DNA results, and it turned out the children that Lily was carrying were not his. Seeing this result, Edric breathed a long sigh of relief. He took the results. At least the truth had come out. He went to look for Irene. Irene saw the results and was silent for a moment. "What are you going to do now? Are you going to tell Lily about this result?" Edric shook his head. These are the children she had schemed to give birth to. I have to let her succeed anyhow. Even if I tell her now that these children aren't mine, she may not believe it. Have you forgotten Lily's current situation as well? If she got rid of these two children, she'll lose the chance of becoming a mother for the rest of her life. But isn't this too? Irene did not continue. If Lily knew that everything she had schemed was in vain, how disappointed would she be? Would she collapse because of this? Irene, I know what you're trying to say. This is karma. If you keep on being kind to your enemies, you'll be cruel to yourself too, Edric sneered. My mother has become like this because of them. I won't let any of them get away with this. Just you wait and watch. Edric was determined to let Lily give birth to the babies. He told Irene all of this because he was afraid that she would misunderstood his attitude towards Lily. He had to gain Lily, Deborah, and the others' trust and make them believe that he would change his mind towards Lily's children. Not long after Lily got home from the hospital after the surgery, Edric ordered John to prepare gifts to send to the Cook family. Lily was lying on the bed and talking to Deborah about Edric's words in the hospital that day. After hearing that Edric had accompanied her to the checkup and asked Lily to do the amniocentesis, Deborah had a bad feeling in her heart. Edric's attitude towards Lily had changed a lot. When Lily first got pregnant, Edric had stood his ground and said that he would kill Lily's children. Would he take this opportunity to get rid of them this time? Deborah called and told Marie her worries. She planned to send Lily to Marie to have a checkup. Marie was also anxious upon hearing it and suggested Deborah to send Lily over immediately. The doorbell rang. John was at the door with a few boxes of gifts. Mr. Myers asked me to send them over. He said that Miss Cook's health isn't good and needs to be taken care of. Deborah was very surprised when she saw the premium foods that had been sent over. What was Edric trying to do? John was Edric's most capable assistant. If he had personally come to deliver these foods, it was like he was representing Edric. Deborah's heart was slightly at ease. Perhaps she was just being too cautious, but to be safe, she had to send Lily to Marie for a checkup. Marie hung up the phone and immediately called Lily's doctor and asked her to do some investigation. The doctor checked with her close colleague and learned that Lily's amniotic fluid had indeed been sent to the lab for a test. Despite this, Marie was still not at ease. She had to personally check up on Lily before she could be rest assured. Deborah sent Lily to Marie's hospital, and Marie immediately examined Lily. The results showed that her babies were all normal. Only then did Marie and Deborah become relieved. When Marie did an ultrasound, Lily asked Marie to help check the baby's gender. Marie's words were the same as her previous doctor. The baby's position was not suitable to see the gender clearly. It's good to know that your children are healthy. Don't worry about their gender, Marie comforted her. How can I not worry? Edric said today that it would be best to have two boys, or at least one boy, so that someone can inherit his business. Did he really say that? Marie and Deborah looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Yes, so I'm worried. What if they aren't boys? Lily frowned bitterly. Irene is pregnant now, and she already has a son. It would be bad if she gives birth to another son. If I gave birth to daughters, my children will definitely not be able to compete with hers. I don't think they'll be daughters, Marie said with uncertainty. Hearing this, Deborah grew extremely anxious. If Lily was pregnant with two daughters, they would have no right to interfere with Edric's property. She asked, "Is there any other way to examine the gender?" "Yes, the doctor said that we can do an amniocentesis and blood test," Lily replied. "Then let's just wait for a few days. Aren't they doing tests on your amniotic fluid? I'll ask your doctor to pay attention to the results." "No, you don't understand what I mean. Edric will definitely know the test results before me. What should I do if the result shows that they are both daughters?" Lily said her worries. "I have to know the results before he does." "Then, let's take a blood test and see the results first. In about 2 days, we will get the results and it will be faster than the amniotic fluid test." Marie also knew that this was a big deal and immediately arranged a blood test for Lily. 2 days later, the results came out. Lily's babies were both male. When Lily heard this result, she was completely relieved. With 2 sons, and also Edric's love, Irene and her child could not compete with her. Lily was relieved, but Marie was not. Although Edric and Irene were in a fight, after all, Irene's child was Edric's. The child's existence would always be a trouble. In order to avoid more trouble in the future, she had to find a way to let Irene leave quietly like before, and hide in a place where Edric could never find her. Marie went to look for Dave again, and she exaggerated by telling him that Edric had accompanied Lily for her checkup, and he had also bought gifts for Lily. Edric now values Lily very much and has no more feelings for Irene. I'm worried that he'll take Irene's child away, so I came here to tell you. We are all Irene's relatives, so we have to think for her. If Edric really takes the child away from Irene after curing Eden's illness, how sad will she be? To prevent this from happening, I suggest you think of a way as soon as possible. Do you have any good ideas? Dave asked. I think you'd better leave San Fatilo with Irene and the child. As long as you leave and hide in a place where Edric can't find her, you can avoid these things from happening. Looking at Marie's face, Dave really wanted to slap her. Marie was treating him like a fool. If not for the fact that he was afraid of ruining Edric's plan, he would want to ask Marie face to face about what kind of agreement she and Deborah had made and why she was trying so hard to help Deborah and her daughter to harm Irene. Dave finally suppressed his anger and replied faintly, "Thank you for your reminder. However, it's none of our business who Edric likes. As for the children's custody, the San Fatios court is not run by Edric's family, so I don't believe that he can control them with his power. Dave, why don't you think about Irene? How can you bear to watch her fight Edric with all her strength for the child's custody? As the saying goes, misfortune can't be avoided. If Edric really wants to cause a lawsuit, we can't avoid it even if we hide. What I mean is that you both can hide for a while. When the charges on Irene are lifted, you can go abroad. By then, Edric will not be able to find you." "Go abroad?" Dave chuckled. "How can we go abroad if we don't have money?" If you really don't have money, I can give you some." Marie was being generous. "How much can you give us?" Dave really couldn't help but ask, "Do you have tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars?" "Dave, I'm just trying to help. Why are you... Thank you for your kindness." Dave interrupted Marie. "To be honest, I really can't see any reason to leave. Edric is so rich, and it's much better for the child to follow him than to follow Irene. The Myers family is so rich, and Edric could just give a little of the shares to the child. By then, Irene and I can also enjoy life with that bit of money. Only fools would leave." "You." Marie's expression changed. Dave had always been uninterested in money. What was wrong with him now? She added, "Don't forget about Margaret. When the child is born, Edric will definitely get even with Irene. If one hasn't done anything wrong, they need not be afraid. Irene didn't do anything to Margaret, so why would she be afraid of Edric? Dave sneered. You, on the other hand, I've never seen you care so much about Irene before. Why do I feel like you have ulterior motives for saying these words? I'm just trying my best to help, but it turns out that you're suspicious of me. What motives can I have? Marie retorted in reply. She did not have any confidence at all. Dave looked at Marie and said, Only you know your own motives, but what I want to tell you is that Irene will never leave San Fatillo, and I don't want to have any contact with you. Last time, I'd made myself clear to you that we wouldn't interfere with each other's lives. Please don't look for me ever again. Marie and Dave eventually parted ways unhappily. On the way back, Marie had a face full of resentment. Now that Dave was so stubborn, her plans would not work on him. If that was the case, then she had to use the hard way. It seemed that she would have to tell Irene about the fact that Dave was not Thomas Nelson, her biological uncle. As long as she told Irene about this and that he had a special relationship with Myra, then an interesting scene would soon appear. By then, Dave would not be able to clear his name ever again. Irene would look down on him because of the relationship between him and Myra. Naturally, she would be reluctant to stay in San Fatillo, let alone by Dave's side. Marie became more and more excited as she thought, this is what I should do. I will do it right now. After parting ways with Marie, Dave returned home. When he entered the house, he saw Irene sitting on the sofa with a serious look on her face. Irene saw that her uncle looked upset. Irene had taken Eden to the hospital for a checkup today. When she came back, she saw Thomas and Marie entering a cafe one after the other. She was very puzzled. Last time, Kinsey had told her before that Thomas and Marie met there. At that time, she had also asked Thomas about the meeting, and he had looked a bit abnormal and said that he went in alone to have a drink. She did not want to suspect her uncle, so she chose to believe him. This time, she saw the same situation again. It was not strange that Thomas went to the cafe for drinks. However, the strange thing was that both times he appeared at the same time, he was with Marie. Irene really did not want to suspect Thomas. However, too many things had happened around her recently. She did not want to think too much about it and decided to ask Thomas. Uncle Thomas, where did you go just now? I went to see someone, Dave replied. Who was it? Dave wanted to find a chance to tell Irene about his true identity, but he didn't know how to start. That day, he felt that he could not hold it in any longer after meeting with Marie. Since Irene had asked him so, it was a good opportunity. I went to see Marie. Irene breathed a sigh of relief. Since her uncle did not hide anything from her, she grew relieved. Then Dave added, Irene, I have something important to tell you. Irene looked at him. In her perspective, her uncle had always been gentle and harmless. He had never had a temper, but now his face was stern. She had a feeling that something bad would happen. Sure enough, Thomas said something that surprised her. I am not the real Thomas. The real Thomas is dead. My real name is Dave Walker. Dave told Irene his true identity. Irene just could not imagine that her serious uncle was actually a famous designer. Seeing that Irene was shocked, Dave was a little worried. Irene, I didn't mean to lie to you, but I have my own difficulties. Don't blame me, and please forgive me for doing this. It took Irene quite a while to recover from the shock. Seeing that Dave was looking at her worriedly as he kept apologizing to her, she smiled bitterly. Whether or not Dave was her biological uncle, he had no reason to apologize to her after the care he had given her over the years. She said, I don't blame you. Without you, I don't even know what will happen to me in these few years. I just want to know why you've decided to tell me your true identity now. Because of Marie, Dave sighed. He told Irene about Marie threatening him and continued, if Marie wasn't so vicious, I would have buried this in my heart for the rest of my life, but now I don't think I can do it anymore. Since Marie can do such harmful things to Margaret, she could do it to someone else. I am worried that she'll harm others again. What does Marie have on you? Irene asked back. Dave had always been peaceful and never offended anyone. The only thing that Marie could threaten him with was his real identity. However, in recent years, Dave had been really good to her. Her grandmother had married Dave's father. Although she wasn't related to Dave by blood, he was indeed her uncle. This reason wouldn't be a threat to him at all. Dave stayed silent after Irene's question. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Because she knew that I liked your mother." "What did you say?" Irene's voice changed. "I've always liked your mother, but I couldn't express my love for her because of my identity. That year, I hid in San Fatillo not just because of the fact that the famous painting was stolen, but also because I knew that no one would reciprocate my love." Dave didn't know what to say. Although he and Myra were not related, from a moral aspect, they were indeed siblings. He liked Myra, which was difficult for most people to understand and accept. The living room was dead silent. Irene didn't know what to say. This matter had already exceeded her imagination. For as long as she could remember, Dave had appeared in her life as her uncle. Later, after her mother passed away, she had left Stephen and lived with him. It was her uncle who had taken care of her. He was not just her uncle, but he had also played the role as her parents. He was her family whom she trusted the most in the world. Now her most trusted family member had suddenly changed his identity. He was not Thomas Nelson, but the talented designer Dave Walker instead. Although Irene was shocked, she could accept it. After all, she had never seen her real uncle, Thomas, who had passed away, and she had no feelings for him. For her, Dave was Thomas. They were the same person, and they were both her uncle. However, her uncle had mentioned that he liked her mother. Irene was confused. How could her uncle like her mother? They were siblings. Even if they were not biologically related, they could not have other feelings for each other. Wasn't this what the people called incest? "Irene, it's all my fault. Your mother didn't know that I like her. My feelings were just my desires alone. It had nothing to do with her. You must not have any bad thoughts about your mother. If you want to hate someone in this scenario, just hate me instead." Dave was a little flustered when he saw that Irene was not uttering a word. Irene came to her senses and forced a smile when she saw the nervous expression on Dave's face. "Please let me have a moment of silence so that I can think properly." She really needed to think about it properly. In front of Thomas's worried eyes, she got up and walked into her bedroom. She closed the door and sat by the bedside in a daze, thinking, how could this happen? Seeing that Irene had closed the door and there was no movement for a long time, Dave could not sit still. He knocked on the door and called for Irene, but she ignored him. Dave reached out to push the door and realized that the door was locked from the inside. He panicked. Irene was pregnant. Did telling Irene everything cause a bad effect on her? He immediately called Kinsey. "Kinsey, come back now." "What happened?" Kinsey was very surprised. "It's about Irene. It's hard to explain on the phone. You'll know when you come back." Hearing his panicked tone, Kinsey did not ask any more questions and immediately took a leave to rush back to the house. After thinking for a while, Dave was still worried, and he called Jordan to ask him to come back as soon as possible. The TV station was close to the villa, and about half an hour later, Kinsey had come back. When she entered the door, she saw Dave walking back and forth in the living room. There was no trace of Irene in the living room, so Kinsey asked, "Uncle, where is Irene?" "Irene is in the room." Dave pointed at Irene's room. "Kinsey, please help me get Irene to open the door." "What happened?" Kinsey asked. She and Irene were best friends. Kinsey knew how close Irene's relationship with her uncle was. Now that Irene had locked the door and Thomas could not open it, something important must have happened. Dave smiled wryly. "It's not the right time to talk about this now. Go and open the door for me." Kinsey walked to Irene's room and knocked on the door. "Irene, open the door." There was no sound from the other side. She knocked on the door and shouted a few times, but there was still no response. Jordan came back and asked, "What happened?" Dave looked at Jordan. "Irene knows already." "What do you mean?" Jordan didn't react for a moment. "She knows about my identity." "Who told her?" Jordan was stunned. Dave pointed at himself. Jordan let out a cry and said, "Why did you tell her now?" It was actually not a good time to complain. He rushed to Irene's room and knocked on the door. "Irene, open the door." Irene closed the door and sat on the bed, her mind in a mess. It was like there were two voices in her head, asking her to choose. One voice said to her, "Love cannot be controlled." Dave and Myra were not biologically related. It's not wrong for him to love Myra. Another voice was reminding her that although they were not biologically related, they were still considered as siblings. That kind of relationship could not be accepted. Dave had only liked Myra and did not do anything else. Was it wrong to like someone? It was not wrong, but the person he liked was his sister. That was wrong. The two voices defended each other repeatedly. Irene did not know what to do. At that time, her phone rang. After a while, Irene picked up and answered it. A female voice was heard. "Irene, it's Marie. Let's meet up." Why did Marie want to see her? Irene recalled that someone once said that she looked like Marie and that they were mother and daughter. At that time, she paid it no mind. Now she knew that Marie and her mother were sisters. If she had known that she had a family member like Marie in the past, Irene would be elated. However, now, after knowing that Marie was one of the culprits who had harmed Margaret, she could not be happy anymore. She knew very well about Margaret's kindness towards Marie, but instead, Marie acted evil and tried to frame her. It could be imagined how disgusting this person's character was. Marie had just met Dave, and now she had called her. Something was definitely amiss. Irene was pregnant, and her safety came first. How could she meet such a dangerous person? She replied faintly, "I don't have time to meet up with you. If you have something to say, just tell me over the phone. It's not convenient to talk about it on the phone. Why don't you come out and have a chat?" "I've told you that I don't have time," Irene emphasized. She did not want to talk to Marie anymore. "If you got nothing to say, I'm going to hang up." "Well, in that case, I have something to tell you. Thomas is not your biological uncle." "You are too late, Dr. Walker." "I already know," Irene interrupted Marie. This woman was not a good person. Fortunately, Dave had told her first. Otherwise, she would have definitely been stunned by her words. Marie was startled. She did not expect Dave to reveal his identity to Irene so quickly. No wonder he was not polite at all when he had met her. It turned out that Irene already knew who he was. Marie felt burning hatred in her heart. "What I want to say is about Dave and your mother. Dave has also told me about this. Dr. Walker, you don't have to worry about all this anymore," Irene sneered. "He told you?" Marie couldn't believe that Dave would tell that to Irene. What did he say? "What he said has nothing to do with you. Is there anything else?" Irene's tone made Marie angry with embarrassment. She had a perfect plan in mind, but she had not expected it to turn out to be useless. She gritted her teeth and said, "I didn't expect that you would accept the truth of their incestual relationship so calmly." "Marie, watch what you say." The word incestual made Irene angry. "Uncle said that he had fallen in love with my mother, but she didn't know." "He's lying to you, Irene. There's a lot more that you don't know about. Do you know why your mother had married your father back then? It was because the scandal between her and Dave got exposed. In order to stop people from humiliating them, she hurriedly chose to marry Stephen." "Bullshit," Irene shouted. "Don't be so aggravated. If your mother and Dave were innocent, why didn't she tell you about Dave's identity? When your mother died, you had already grown up. If they weren't guilty, they didn't have to lie to you." "Marie, I know very well what kind of person you are. You'd better stop here. Your provocation doesn't have any effect on me." "Irene, I'm just telling you everything I know. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Let me tell you, Dave hid his real identity and used Thomas's name to live in San Fatillo in order to maintain a long-term relationship with your mother. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Stephen. He knows very well what happened between Dave and your mother. It was him who had caught Myra and Dave in bed back then." "Bastard!" Irene was trembling with anger. She threw her phone away. The phone fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Marie's voice disappeared, but her words, "He knows very well what happened between Dave and your mother. It was him who had caught Myra and Dave in bed back then," lingered. Marie's words were looping in Irene's ears over and over as if they had been implanted inside. There was no way she could wave them away no matter how hard she tried. Irene's arms wrapped around her head in pain. In her impression, her mother had always been so gentle and kind. No matter what, she did not seem to be that kind of person. It had to be Marie who had framed her. It was impossible for her mother to have an affair with Dave. It had to be Marie who had framed her mother. It had to be. Jordan knocked hard on the door outside and asked Irene to open it, but no matter how hard they tried, there was no reply. Worried that something would happen to Irene, Jordan turned to look at Dave and Kinsey. It seems that the only way now is to break the door down. Dave and Kinsey had no other way, so they just nodded. Jordan took a few steps back and crashed the door open with force. As the door opened, they saw Irene holding her head and sitting on the bed. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Upon seeing the door suddenly opened, Irene was shocked. She stared at the three of them who were at the door with her eyes wide open and her face bore a shocked expression. Kinsey closed the door and walked to her side. "Irene, you've scared us to death." Irene gave her a bitter smile. "Why did you come back?" "Uncle Thomas called us to come back." "What happened?" Kinsey sat down beside Irene and looked at her with concern. Irene didn't know how to tell Kinsey about the matter. She clenched her fingers and kept silent. Kinsey did not force her as well, and she saw her phone that had been smashed into pieces on the ground. She walked over and picked it up. "Who called you just now?" "Marie?" "Marie?" Kinsey was stunned. What did Marie say to Irene that would make her throw her phone to the ground? "Marie is just an evil and mean person. You don't have to take her words seriously." Marie was such a vicious woman. She must have exaggerated with her words. Irene should not believe her words. However, Dave had personally admitted that he liked her mother. What if there really had been some kind of relationship between Dave and her mother? Irene did not dare to think about it. Even though it was highly possible that it was not true, there was still an inkling that it might be. Kinsey picked up the phone and put it on her bedside table. She walked to Irene and sat beside her. She reached out and held on to Irene's hand. "Irene, you're pregnant now. Don't think too much. It's not good for you and your child." Irene still stayed silent. Kinsey held her hand and said, "No matter what happens, I will always be there to support you. I'll be your strongest supporter forever." Looking at Kinsey's sincere eyes, Irene said with a bitter smile, "Kinsey, I have a lot on my mind. I know, so I'm telling you to not keep all of it in your heart. It's better for you to speak up." "It's really embarrassing to talk about." Irene took a deep breath and told Kinsey about what happened with Dave. Kinsey listened to Irene's words and comforted her. "Irene, why don't you think about it more? Although Dave is not your biological uncle, he has been treating you so well, just like how a real uncle would for all these years. I don't think you should worry about this." "Kinsey, I'm not worried about that. It's something else. Dave actually liked my mother." Irene smiled bitterly. "Although they're not biologically related, I still feel uncomfortable with it." Kinsey was shocked. The thing that Irene was worried about was somewhat unacceptable for other people. She thought for a moment and said, "Irene, Dave isn't related to your mother by blood. Our country's laws forbid the marriage between blood-related relatives and collateral relatives within 3 generations. Even if Dave and your mother were together, they did not break the law. Even more so, they did not have an actual relationship that progressed. It's just that Dave liked your mother. Love is not something that can be controlled by any human. That has happened a long time ago. You should just let it go." "Kinsey, do you know what Marie said to me?" Irene bit her lips. "She said that Dave was having an incestuous relationship with my mother and Stephen caught them in bed together. I really can't imagine." "Marie is such a vicious woman. What she said must be false." Kinsey shook her head. "Irene, that woman must be trying to provoke you. You mustn't fall into her trap." "I don't believe her either. I'm just afraid. What if it's true?" "Irene, even if it was true, it has nothing to do with you. Again, Dave was not related by blood to your mother. Even if they were together, it wouldn't be called incest." "Kinsey, I know that you're saying this for my own good, and I also know that I shouldn't be too worried about this. However, I really didn't want things to become like this. My mom, she holds a special position in my heart. Stephen has already disappointed me immensely. I don't want my mom to become like him. Do you understand?" Stephen had been involved in an affair during his marriage and had caused a huge trauma in Irene's life. If her mother had also been involved with Dave during her marriage, Irene would not be able to accept that. Irene, in that case, then you should believe in your mother more. She was definitely not that kind of person, and she would never let you down. Kinsey comforted. Also, I think you should believe in Dave. Since he had dared to say those things to you, it proves that he's not hiding anything anymore. If he had told me those things earlier, I would have believed him. However, I now know that he had no choice but to tell me. If Marie hadn't threatened him, he would have kept these things in his heart for the rest of his life. I think you've misunderstood Dave. He didn't tell you because he didn't want to bring trouble to you and was afraid that you would get hurt. Dave is a person who thinks about you all the time, so you should believe him. Kinsey was telling the truth. Dave had been very kind to Irene over the years. She should believe in him and her mother. Kinsey stayed in the room to comfort Irene, while Jordan and Dave were sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting anxiously. Jordan was impatient and couldn't help blaming Dave. Why did you tell her now? Aren't you just making things worse? I didn't intend to tell Irene about this, but Edric had come to me and talked about Marie. Irene and Edric are separated from each other, and a big part of it is because of Marie. So I didn't feel good. Dave told Jordan what Edric had said to him when they met. Marie has always been more devious than the average person ever since she was a child. Additionally, she has done many bad things over the years. I was worried that she would harm Irene, so I told her what had happened in the past. At that time, it was just a thought and I had no intention to actually tell her. That is, until today, Marie came to see me again. She treated me like I was a fool. She suggested strongly that I should take Irene away from here. I was furious, so I said something bad to her. Later, I thought that since Marie couldn't turn over a new leaf anymore, she really would do anything to achieve her purpose. I was afraid that she would say ridiculous things to Irene, so I thought that it would be better for me to tell her myself instead, but I didn't expect Irene to have such a strong reaction. Marie and Myra were like sisters. As the saying goes, once a man dies, the hatred will vanish as well. The hatred in Marie should have disappeared after Myra's death, but it turns out she still keeps it in her heart. She even helped Deborah and her daughter to harm Irene several times. That's so vicious of her. Jordan was very angry. What benefits did Deborah and her daughter give her, so she would help them so much? Dave smiled wryly. She and Deborah share the same thoughts and personality. They've done a lot of bad things all these years. There must be some unspeakable secrets they share. Upon mentioning Deborah, Jordan thought about Myra's death and he asked, "Do you know anything about Deborah?" "No," Dave replied. "I used to think that she was a good person, but later I found out that she had an affair with Stephen behind Myra's back. You can imagine how bad her character is. For Deborah to become a politician's wife from just a normal person, she's not all that simple." Jordan sneered. "By the way, have you ever had suspicions about Myra's death?" Dave shook his head. Myra's death was an accident. It was a hit and run. Later, he was arrested and sentenced to 10 years of prison. At that time, he was initially sentenced to only 3 years. It was Stephen who had used his connections, and the driver got the heaviest sentence. Jordan sneered. Stephen is such a hypocrite. If he hadn't cheated on her with Deborah, and if Deborah hadn't told Myra about their scandal, Myra wouldn't have gotten into that accident. He and Deborah are the culprits of all this. He did that to the driver just to make himself feel better. What did you say? Deborah had looked for Myra before the accident? How do you know that? Dave was very surprised. My mother told me so. Jordan told Dave everything Lydia told him. I showed Deborah's photo to my mother. She said that the person who'd met Myra at that time was Deborah. I suspect that Myra's death has a lot to do with Deborah. Dave could not believe it at all. Did your mother mistake her for someone else? Deborah might be cruel, but she wouldn't be that vicious and hurt others until that point, would she? No, my mother recognized Deborah as the person who had met Myra when she saw the photo. Talking about being cruel, which of Deborah's actions aren't cruel? She has seduced her good friend's husband, harmed Margaret till the brink of death for Lily's sake, and now she even wants to frame Irene. Plus, the last time when Kinsey beat Lily up, It appeared like she didn't make any moves, but she secretly asked someone to get revenge on Kinsey. Fortunately, I was there at that time, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Jordan sneered. Last time, I was just being suspicious of her, but coupled with what she has done recently, and the fact that Myra had a car accident after meeting her, I'm almost certain that she must have said something to Myra in order to gain the upper hand. She indirectly caused Myra's death. Dave's face turned pale. I never knew that Deborah had secretly met Myra. No wonder Myra told me on the phone that Stephen had cheated on her, and he had a child. So Myra's accident wasn't a coincidence, but it happened because of what Deborah said. He muttered to himself, raising his head. His expression instantly changed. Irene, you. Nobody knew when Irene's room door had been opened. Kinsey and Irene stood at the door and looked at them motionlessly. It seemed that she had heard everything Jordan just said. In front of Dave's surprised face, Irene walked to Jordan step by step and said, "Can you repeat what you just said?" Jordan stood up and held Irene. "Have a seat. I've been trying to tell you about this, but I was afraid that you wouldn't accept it. Since you've heard everything, there's no need for me to hide it anymore. I suspect that Deborah caused your mother's death." Jordan repeated what he just said. Irene's face paled, and her body kept trembling. She wanted to grab something, but there was nothing to hold on to, so she tightly clenched onto the sofa. Due to using too much strength, her fingertips turned white. Seeing her like this, Kinsey was frightened. Irene, are you okay?" Irene did not speak. When her mother had died, she was still in school. When she had heard the bad news and rushed to the hospital, she had only seen her mother's cold body. She remembered what her mother had looked like at that time. She had been covered in blood, and her face was pale. Her mother had stayed in the hospital morgue for 2 days. Later, the driver who had caused the accident came and reported himself, and everything was filed as a traffic accident. When her mother died, Stephen had been in a meeting somewhere abroad. Thomas did not inform Stephen and had instantly arranged for her mother's funeral. When Stephen came back, he only saw her mother's ashes. The two of them had a big fight. While Stephen was complaining, he had questioned Thomas's rights to cremate her mother before he came back. Thomas, who had always been calm and peaceful, had suddenly beat Stephen up in anger and shouted fiercely at him. "Stephen, where's your conscience? Don't you know what you've done behind her back? Let me tell you, she knew about your scandal. This is what she wanted, and she told me to do so before she died." Stephen had initially been furious, but he suddenly became embarrassed due to Thomas's words. At that time, she did not know why Stephen had been afraid of her uncle. It was not until 3 months after her mother's death, Deborah took Lily into her house and saw the girl who was only 3 or 4 years younger than her. When she heard the girl timidly call Stephen her father, she was so disappointed in Stephen. Later, she did not hesitate to leave the house to look for Thomas. In the past few years, she had always believed that her mother's death had been an accident. She had never thought that there would be a side that no one knew about. If it weren't for Lydia, no one would have known that her mother had met Deborah before her death. Her mother died in a car accident after seeing Deborah. Lydia said that her mother had looked upset and distressed. What had Deborah said to her mother that made her look like that? Although Irene did not know what Deborah had said to her mother, she was sure that her mother's death definitely had something to do with Deborah. Thinking of how she had been patient with Deborah and her daughter over the years, Irene detested herself. She had been patient with the murderer who had killed her mother, and she had let them live a free and easy life. She was unworthy of being a daughter. Irene gritted her teeth and uttered, "They will never get away with this." Seeing that Irene was being overly emotional, Kinsey grew worried. "Irene, this is just a theory. Don't be so aggravated. We have to calm down. Do you understand?" "Yes, it's just a theory. It might not be the truth." Dave also comforted her by the side. "Don't be too agitated. You're pregnant with a baby." "I'm not that weak." Irene's hands let go of the sofa. Her nails had been broken because of her strength, but she could not feel the pain at all. "I must investigate this." "Don't worry, I've been looking into it. Just get more rest and take care of the baby. I'll find out the truth and let you know, Jordan said. No, I can't let other people handle this. I'm going to investigate it myself. Irene's face was full of determination. You are pregnant. How are you going to investigate? Just let Jordan do it, Kinsey comforted her. People who are guilty will show their true colors one day. If my mother's death really had something to do with Deborah, she wouldn't be able to hide so well. I will return to the Cook family and expose her. Deborah is so vicious, so she won't let you catch her so easily. Most importantly, you're still pregnant. If she does anything bad to you, things would get serious. For the sake of the child, you should not take this risk. Kinsey firmly disagreed with Irene's idea to personally investigate the truth. The most dangerous place is also the safest. Deborah would never dare to do anything to me. Her daughter is also pregnant now. If something ever happened to my child, she would be the first suspect. She's not that stupid, Irene said with a sneer. I always thought that it was the right thing to not fight. Now, I've realized that not fighting would just be stupid. From now on, I'll fight with them. I'll fight to take away whatever they desire. I want them to see me as the enemy they can't get rid of. I know that you're angry. However, if you suddenly go back to the Cook family like this, they'll definitely become suspicious. I think it would be better if we think of a plan. Jordan saw that Irene was stubborn on returning, and there was no way to stop her. He understood Irene's feelings. However, Irene's sudden return would definitely make Deborah and her daughter suspicious. That would definitely be detrimental to the investigation. Stephen has always wanted me to move back, but I had refused because I didn't want to see those ugly faces. It wouldn't be surprising if I moved back. Moreover, it'll be Stephen's birthday in a few days. I can just use that as a reason to go back. They won't suspect a thing. Edric asked John to investigate Deborah's cousin, Simon. Simon had robbed and taken advantage of the victim, causing the victim to have miscarriage. He was then sentenced to 10 years of prison. During his imprisonment, he had escaped from prison when security was lax. After escaping from prison, Simon had gone and stabbed Eunice, who was the victim who sent him to jail 3 times. Although Eunice had not been stabbed to death, his crimes of murder and escaping prison were too serious, so he was arrested and sentenced to life in prison. He was still in prison until now. John told Edric that when the police had caught Simon, he felt no remorse at all. Instead, he claimed that he was innocent and said that he did not kill Eunice. He just wanted to ask Eunice why she had pretended to be pregnant and accused him, which had caused him to be sentenced for a few more years. He said that Eunice was already lying down and covered in blood when he had arrived at her house. Edric frowned. Why was Simon so unrepentant? Was there really something behind the situation? Edric decided to meet Simon. Simon had been in prison for many years. He looked slim and pale, and his eyes looked dim. He looked like the classic example of not having any more hope in life. The prison authorities told Edric that generally, people who were sentenced to life imprisonment could be released earlier if they behaved well. Many people were released from prison after less than 20 years. However, Simon was different. He did not change at all and was always crying out for justice. They gave him work to do in prison, but he was always down and unmotivated. Due to his stubborn behavior, his sentence had not been reduced. He had maintained that behavior for more than 20 years. It was not until recently that he began to calm down. He did not shout nor cry out for justice anymore. John tried to communicate with Simon. When faced with John's questions, Simon kept silent the whole time, looking incredibly unmotivated. John saw Simon looking at Edric while shaking his head. Edric lit a cigarette and handed it to Simon. Simon looked up at him and then at John. Finally, he took the cigarette. After Simon took a few puffs, Edric suddenly said, "Simon, do you still remember Chiana?" Chiana's name made Simon's hand tremble. Edric continued, "Chiana is now a famous gynecologist expert in San Fatillo. She has a very good relationship with a politician's wife. Do you know who the politician's wife is?" Simon silently smoked his cigarette and ignored Edric's words. "The politician's wife is Deborah." Edric smiled faintly. "I remember you also have a cousin named Deborah, right?" Simon still did not speak. Edric continued, "Oh, I forgot to tell you the politician's name. His name is Stephen Cook. Does it sound familiar to you?" It does sound a little familiar, Simon finally spoke. Let me add one more thing. The politician's wife is from Cat Alley, and her nickname was Sugar. Your cousin Deborah used to have this nickname too, am I right? How is that possible? Simon looked at Edric in surprise. If his cousin Deborah was a politician's wife, why did she leave him alone? He had been in prison for so many years, and his cousin had always had a good relationship with him and knew his grievances. If she was really the politician's wife, she would definitely help him seek justice. Edric smiled faintly. I've brought you a photo of the politician and his wife. Have a look. He handed the photo of Stephen and Deborah to Simon. Simon took it and looked. His expression changed. Edric noticed the change and continued. I've asked the lawyer and judge. Crimes like yours would normally only be sentenced to a maximum of 10 years, and you could leave after reducing your sentence. However, you've stayed here for so long without any reductions. Do you know why? Why? Because someone doesn't want you to get out. Edric looked at him with pity. You know too much. There are only two ways for you to shut up. One is to kill you so you can't even speak. And the other is to make you lose your freedom for a lifetime. And the person couldn't bear to kill you, so he chose to take away your freedom forever. That's impossible, Simon cried out. He was not a fool, and he knew what Edric meant. Why is it impossible? A punk like you is just like a sticky candy. They can't get rid of you no matter how hard they try. Who would want to have connections with you? Besides, you knew what happened that year more than anyone else. Let me tell you something else. Your cousin Deborah has been the politician's wife for more than 10 years. It shouldn't be difficult for a politician's wife to take care of this. However, why has no one paid attention to you for so many years? You're a smart person. You don't need me to analyze such a simple thing for you, do you? Why are you telling me this? Because I want to make a deal with you. You'll tell me what I want to know, and I'll find a way to help you obtain justice and allow you to get out of here. How does that sound? Simon smoked his cigarette in silence, and Edric continued. I'm only giving you one chance, and it depends on whether you can provide me with something valuable in return. Let me remind you that this is the only chance you'll ever get. If you miss this chance, you'll never get another one again. I hope you'll think this over carefully. Once you've decided, you can tell the authorities to pass on the message. After saying this, he motioned for John to leave and walked out of the prison gates. John asked Edric curiously, Mr. Myers, how did you know that someone didn't want him to get out? It's just a guess, Edric replied. Simon is Deborah's only cousin. Whether Simon was wronged or not, naturally, Deborah would definitely find a way to help her cousin and reduce his sentence. However, the fact was that she didn't care about him at all, and everyone in Cat Alley knew that they had a close relationship. So what else could that mean? John somewhat understood Edric's explanation. So you suspect that Deborah deliberately does not want Simon out of prison. Plus, how did Simon escape from prison to kill Eunice? It doesn't make sense. There has to be a reason. Mr. Myers, you're so attentive and observant, John admired Edric immensely. But will he be willing to cooperate with us? He'll see the light eventually, Edric replied. Irene was planning to move back to the Cook family. However, she did not expect Edric to call her that night. He told her that he witnessed Stephen being hospitalized and asked if she planned to visit him. Irene had happened to watch Stephen on the TV regarding news of his meeting in the province the day before. Stephen seemed energetic then. He did not look sick. Why would he suddenly be admitted to the hospital? She recalled the time when Stephen had pretended to be sick and hospitalized. Irene had a hunch that something must have happened to Stephen during his meeting at the province, so he pretended to be sick again. So she didn't take it to heart. Not long after dinner, Maisie called to inform Irene that Stephen had been admitted into the hospital because he had passed out. She requested Irene to head over to the hospital to visit him. When Irene rushed to the hospital, there were only Stephen and Maisie in the ward. Irene felt skeptical over Deborah and Lily's absence. She thought, why isn't Deborah and her daughter here to suck up to Stephen? I wonder why they're unwilling to come by. Maisie stood up when Irene entered and pointed at Stephen, who was lying on the bed. He hasn't woken up yet. Irene whispered, "What happened?" "I don't know either," she answered. "Stephen left the morning 2 days ago to attend a meeting in the province. He said he would return after 3 days, which meant he was scheduled to return the next day. However, while preparing dinner on the evening before Stephen's supposed return, she received a phone call from Stephen's driver. He informed her that Stephen had been hospitalized and that she should not tell anyone about it. Maisie knew that she should not let Deborah and her daughter hear about this matter. Deborah did not stay at home, knowing that her husband Stephen was out for a meeting. Since Lily was the only person at home, she found an excuse to visit the ward. When she reached, she learned that Stephen had been unconscious all this while. She was anxious and called Irene to get her to come and have a look. "Where's the driver?" Irene asked Maisie. "He has been staying here all this while. When I arrived, I told him to go and get his dinner." "Why did he get sick all of a sudden?" "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said that it was due to hypertension. He should be fine if he stays for further observation." The driver entered while they chatted. As the driver was newly employed, he was taken aback to see an unfamiliar face in the ward due to him not seeing Irene before. Maisie hurriedly introduced Irene to him. Irene asked the driver, "What happened before he fainted?" The driver shook his head and replied, "I drove Mr. Cook to the meeting in the province. According to the itinerary, we were supposed to reach home tomorrow. However, after the meeting, we rushed here instead. On the way home, Mr. Cook suddenly grew pale and said his chest felt uncomfortable. So, I sent him to the hospital. The doctor did a checkup on Mr. Cook when we were at the hospital and said that Mr. Cook was suffering from hypertension that required further observation. Initially, I wanted to call his wife, but he stopped me. He only allowed me to contact Maisie and reminded me to tell Maisie to not share this piece of news with anyone." Irene glanced at Maisie and asked, "Is his hypertension that serious?" Maisie nodded and said, "He has been on medicine all this time, but an incident like this have never happened before." Irene always had the impression that Mr. Cook was in good health, but she didn't expect that he was already on medication. She began to feel concerned, so she went to the doctor. After Irene left for a while, Stephen woke up. Maisie was joyful and said, "Mr. Cook, you're awake. Do you feel any better?" Stephen nodded as he struggled to sit up. The driver quickly helped him up while Maisie asked Stephen caringly, "Mr. Cook, what do you feel like eating? I'll go buy it for you." Stephen glanced at the driver and said, "Get me some congee." The driver acknowledged his request and left. Once his figure disappeared from the door, Stephen looked at Maisie and asked, "She wasn't home, right?" He was obviously referring to Deborah. Maisie nodded and replied, "She left early this morning, saying that she had an appointment with someone to shop for beauty products. She hadn't reached home when I left." Stephen's face darkened. "What was she wearing when she went out?" Maisie recalled Deborah's outfit for the day to Stephen. "What's wrong, Mr. Cook?" Stephen remained quiet. On his way home, he subconsciously looked beside him and saw a couple kissing inside a car parked by the roadside. That lady's figure looked similar to Deborah's. At that moment, he felt his heart drop, and fury began to surge within him. When he saw that the lady looked like Deborah, molten anger filled him. He instantly felt dizzy and had trouble breathing. If he had not have experienced any adverse symptoms at that moment, he would have surely gotten the driver to stop the car to observe what was going on. Although the woman who had kissed the man in the car looked like Deborah, her clothes were different from what Maisie had described. Did he mistake her for someone else? While Stephen was deep in thought, Maisie spoke again. "Irene came to see you. She saw that you hadn't woken up, so she went to look for the doctor because she was worried about you." "She's pregnant. Why did you worry her?" Stephen complained. "I was scared when I saw you were unconscious." At that moment, Irene came back. She was followed by the doctor. When she saw that Stephen was awake, she let out a sigh of relief. The doctor did a checkup on Stephen and noted that his condition was stable and he had nothing to worry about. After the doctor left, the driver came back with the congee that Stephen had ordered. Irene opened the takeaway and shook her head. "This is seafood congee. Mr. Cook is allergic to seafood, so you need to get a new one." "I'm sorry." The driver had not worked long enough with Stephen to know his diet restrictions. I'll go buy a new one. It's okay, I'll just go with you, Maisie said. Irene, you stay here to chat with Mr. Cook. I'll be back soon. After Maisie and the driver left, only Irene and Stephen were left in the room. At that moment, Stephen's eyes were slightly damp. He had never thought that Irene would remember that he was allergic to seafood. Although Lily and Irene were his daughters, both of their characters were at extreme ends of the spectrum. Lily was with him for many years and knew he was allergic to seafood, but she had never bothered about it. Lily would often insist Maisie to stock some seafood at home since Edric liked it. She would indulge herself in pleasing Edric and completely ignored his feelings. Although he had felt rather unhappy about it, he talked himself out of it. Young people nowadays tend to care about themselves only. However, when he saw that Irene remembered his allergy, he finally realized that he had made a big mistake. Irene, I was in the wrong. I owe you an apology. In the past, Stephen had apologized to Irene many times. However, this time, his apology felt different compared to the previous versions. Irene noticed his change of mood and poured Stephen a glass of water. You don't have to apologize to me. I was narrow-minded when I was younger. I've thought it through. You gave me a life. To me, that is the greatest gift I could ever receive. I do not have any right to ask anything from you, nor can I hate you. The more Irene said, the more upset Stephen felt. He replied, Irene, I feel the most sorry towards you and your mother. I can still repair our relationship, whereas for your mother, I know that I can never make it up to her in this lifetime. I hope that I can beg for her forgiveness in my next life. Irene gazed at Stephen and thought of what Marie had said previously. She suppressed her emotions and asked, Can I ask something? Did my mother ever wrong you while she was alive? No, your mother is a good woman. She had worked hard after marrying me, and she had never done anything to hurt me. I'm the one who had failed her, Stephen replied unwaveringly. Irene felt relieved. So her mother was not that kind of person after all. She had been too gullible to believe Marie's hurtful words. She should not have done that. Maisie and the driver returned with another pack of congee for Stephen not long after. After Stephen finished the congee, he noticed that it was getting late and was worried about Irene's health. Hence, he asked Irene to go home and rest. After making sure Stephen's condition was stable, Irene did not insist on staying either. She gave Stephen's driver a few reminders before leaving the ward. When she was about to leave, Stephen suddenly called out to her, Irene, it's my birthday the day after tomorrow. Could you bring Eden home for dinner? Irene nodded. I'll bring Eden back. Stephen had not been hoping for much at first. When he saw Irene agreeing to his idea, he grew excited and tried to convince Irene to move back home. Maisie has already decorated Eden's room. You can come over to stay for a few days. Irene did not object to him. I'll see how it goes. After Irene went back, she told Dave and Kinsey about her moving back to Stephen's place. Kinsey wasn't assured, so she told Edric that matter. She hoped that he would advise Irene not to go. When Edric heard her words, he got anxious too. Deborah was such a ruthless woman, so she might do something mean to Irene. He could not allow Irene to be at such a risk. Edric came to speak to Irene that night. Irene, it'd be better for you to consider this matter. Deborah is just too vicious. Even if you're not concerned about your safety, do think about the baby too. We mustn't take risks. I know. I'll be careful. No matter how careful you are, you can't avoid any sudden accidents. As the saying goes, it's better late than never. We've waited so many years. What's a few more months of letting Deborah off until the baby's born? We can take our revenge when Eden recovers, right? Edric persuaded. Besides, so many years have passed since the incident. You must be wary of Deborah's cunning behavior. It's not easy for you to find any evidence that puts her in the wrong. We've already gotten some leads in the investigation, so the results will be out soon. Just wait patiently for a few more days. Irene had no choice but to relent, as Edric seemed so worried about her. All right, I won't move back to the Cook family. I'll wait till your investigation is over. However, it's Stephen's birthday in a few days. I've already promised to bring Eden over for dinner. Since you've promised him, you should go back. Remember to be careful while you're there, Edric warned. This was Irene's first time celebrating Stephen's birthday since she had left home. Stephen was excited. Although it was his birthday, he instructed Maisie to prepare all of Irene's favorite dishes. He went to pick Irene and Eden up for the occasion. Both Deborah and Lily were taken aback to see Irene and Eden coming home to celebrate Stephen's birthday. They exchanged glances and knew what this entailed. Didn't Marie say that Irene would leave San Fatio soon? However, why did the situation turn out to be the opposite of what she had said? They knew it was time to have a chat with Marie about what was happening. Both the mother and daughter forced a smile as they faced Irene and Eden. Deborah even praised Eden. "Eden has grown up so handsomely. You'll definitely become a handsome man when you're older." Lily hurriedly complimented her mother's actions. Eden asked Irene, "Mom, who are they?" Irene pointed at Deborah and Lily before explaining, "She is Mrs. Cook, and she is Mrs. Cook's daughter. You may call her Miss Cook." Eden nodded, "Hello, Mrs. Cook and Miss Cook." The way he had greeted both Deborah and her daughter disgusted them. Eden was shocked to see Lily's pregnant belly and asked Irene, "Mom, Miss Cook's tummy is bigger than yours." "Yeah, that's because Miss Cook is pregnant with twins, so it's only natural that her belly is bigger than mine," Irene said cheekily. They initially thought that Irene would take this opportunity to sneer at Lily's pregnancy and become upset and angry. However, Irene was acting the total opposite by behaving unconcernedly. Both Lily and Deborah knew that something was amiss, but they could not spot where the flaw was. Stephen was anxious that Irene would say something nasty upon seeing Lily's pregnancy. However, he heaved a sigh of relief after watching Irene's reaction. He pulled on Eden's hand and said, "Eden and I are going upstairs to see the rooms." Irene followed behind them as Stephen brought Eden upstairs. Deborah and Lily felt rather unpleasant to see Stephen and Maisie behaving friendly to Irene and Eden. Lily whispered to Deborah, "Mom, why is she so unbothered?" "How would I know?" Deborah was impatient. "Please don't act so rashly tonight. I don't think this matter is that simple. Irene is not a good person to cross paths with either, so we must be careful." Both Deborah and her daughter felt uneasy the entire time. They were afraid that Irene would suddenly have ill intentions. However, they were mistaken. Dinner was pleasant and friendly, and Irene did not create any trouble. They even chatted during dinner, and she told Lily some pregnancy tips without any hostility. The more Irene behaved like that, the more the mother-daughter duo felt uncomfortable. Later that evening, Eden and Irene stayed over at the Cook family's house. Eden did not dare to sleep alone, and Irene would not be assured of leaving him alone. Hence, both of them slept in the same bedroom. Lily went back to her bedroom after watching both Irene and Eden enter their bedroom. After a while, Deborah brought over a glass of milk for her. She closed the door behind her as Lily muttered, "Mom, I honestly feel that Irene was behaving abnormally." "I feel the same way too. She has never had a good impression of you, but she even shared some good tips with you. If she behaved snappy towards us, I would be more at ease. The more she behaves like this, the more anxious I feel. I'm worried that she might do something to your baby since she has come over out of the blue." "Will she really do anything?" Lily was taken aback. "It's possible. You can't get pregnant anymore if you have a miscarriage now. If she wants to attack you, the consequences would be unimaginable. We have to find a way to deal with her." "How, though?" Deborah's word held some truth in them. If she lost this child, there would not be any future for her, so she had better be on guard against Irene. "You should stay outside for a few days and only come back when she's gone." Deborah had no other choice but to persuade her daughter to stay away from the house. Lily was frightened too, so she agreed with her mother's proposal. Deborah was sleepless that night as she laid on the bed. Her heart was busy guessing what Irene's real intentions were. It was not until midnight that she could finally fall asleep in a daze. Deborah had a dream. The dream was a flashback of the scene in front of the cafe by the roadside that day. Myra's body was oozing with blood as she laid in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, she stood at the cafe's entrance as she witnessed her painful death. She observed her blood draining out of her body bit by bit as happiness trickled in her with every passing minute. However, that joyful feeling only lasted for a few minutes. Suddenly, Myra jumped up and pounced on her. She screamed, "Deborah Jones, I'll kill you!" Deborah was scared out of her wits. She wanted to run, but her legs were paralyzed. The moment Myra's bloodied hands went to strangle her neck, Deborah's eyes were wide open. She immediately sat up in fear and felt cold sweat all over her back. Stephen woke up from her sudden movements. He groaned, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I feel thirsty, so I'm going to get some water to drink." Deborah got out of bed lightly. She did not have any intention to drink water, but her heart was thumping rapidly. She could only choose to hide from Stephen so that he would not notice her unusual behavior. After pouring a glass of water at the kitchen, Deborah sat down at the dining table and gulped down the water. Then, she felt slightly more at ease. She had experienced this nightmare a few times after Myra's death, but that was a few days after Myra's funeral. Myra's death had happened long ago, so what was wrong with her now? Why did she have this nightmare all of a sudden? She felt uncomfortable. She did not believe in spirits, so she was not certain of the reason. She had been feeling uneasy and frantic the whole day. Was something bad going to happen? She recalled the scene of Myra's death. She had an appointment with Myra that day. When Myra arrived at the cafe, she was smiling from cheek to cheek as she said, "Deborah, didn't I say that we should meet up at home straight away? Why didn't you come to my place?" Deborah did not smile when she saw Myra's cheerful expression. "It wouldn't fit for me to speak of this matter at your home." "What's going on?" She opened her bag and took out a photo. She handed it to Myra and said, "Look at this." Myra took the photo over and stared at it before returning it to her. "Whose child is this? She's pretty." "Beautiful, right? Don't you spot any differences?" she asked coldly. "Differences?" Myra took the photo back and gazed at it. "This child looks like you." "You think she looks like me? It's said that the daughters will look like their father. This child doesn't look like me, but she's quite alike to her father," she sneered. "Who is her father? Do I know him?" "Of course you do. How could you not know him? You two cross paths with each other day and night." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Myra's face was filled with shock. "I'm not talking nonsense. This is really your husband's child born from another woman." Myra's expression darkened instantly as she said this. She snatched the photo back and observed it carefully for some time. The more she stared at it, the darker Myra's facial expression became. Deborah was ecstatic to witness Myra's face paling as the seconds passed. "Are you not curious who her mother is?" "Who is it?" Myra's voice trembled when she put down the photo. "I am the mother." She scoffed as she whispered the two words to Myra. Myra's expression changed, and she glared at her in shock. "That's impossible. How could that be? Why is it impossible? Everything else can be used to deceive people, but do you think that such matters can be used to trick other people?" She glared at Myra's pale face. "Do you remember when Stephen had gone on that business trip to San Fertile? As his wife, you should know that he had misplaced one of his underwear that he brought, right? That underwear is still in my house." Deborah's reminder triggered Myra's memory. She had always packed for Stephen's business trips and did the laundry herself. When he came back that day, one of his underwear had indeed been missing. At that time, she felt that it was strange and had asked him about it. However, Stephen's expression had seemed uncomfortable at that moment when he answered that he lost it. It did not occur to him that he was having an affair. However, she did not expect that his underwear would be left in her best friend's house. She was unable to explain how she felt at that moment. Myra glowered at her. "Deborah, I've always treated you as my best friend. There are so many men out there. Why must you choose Stephen? Why?" Deborah sneered as she replied to Myra's question. "You should ask your husband this question instead, not me. He was the one who wanted to have an affair with me. How could I have refused him? I did not expect you to be such a shameless person. Well, I'm blind. Deborah Jones, our bridges are burned from now on." Myra scowled at her with disdain, but she did not lose control of her temper as Deborah had imagined. She spat out the final sentence and left. When she got up and was ready to leave, Deborah called out to her, "Hold on, there's one more thing I need to tell you." However, Myra ignored her and continued to leave. Deborah stopped her and said, "Actually, I'm not Stephen's only lover. He has had other women that he had a few children with too. Get lost, Myra spat. You don't believe me? I'll make you believe me, Deborah sneered. She ignored Myra's angry reactions and whispered 3 words in her ears. After she muttered those words, Myra's face turned grave and shrieked. You're lying. You can go see for yourself if I'm lying or not. You took her husband away, and based on her hatred for you, is there nothing that she wouldn't do? Deborah reminded her coldly. I've forgotten to tell you that both her child and my child were born on the same day. How could this be? Why would you two do this to me? Reality hit Myra like a truck. Her eyes lost their spark, and her hands slapped Deborah's cheeks uncontrollably before stumbling her way out. Not long later, Myra was run over by a truck, her body left on the roadside. Deborah witnessed the whole process. There was blood all over the ground, and she had been gasping in a pool of blood. Since it was nighttime, the house was quiet. That piece of memory chilled Deborah to her bones. She did not dare to stay downstairs any longer and stood up. When she was about to go upstairs, she saw a white figure with long hair. She could not help screaming. Her horrifying scream was sharp, and everyone in the villa was alerted. Stephen, Lily, and Maisie all rubbed their eyes as they walked out of their bedroom to check what had happened. What happened? Stephen asked with a frown. He saw Deborah standing at the corner of the stairs and Irene, who was about to go downstairs. I don't know. Irene raised her hands innocently. I was thirsty, so I wanted to get some water. When I was about to go downstairs, Mrs. Cook was just about to come up. Suddenly, she screamed like she had been possessed. Deborah held her chest. She was the best at adapting to situations. I just saw a black cat with green eyes. I'm most afraid of cats. What's there to be surprised about? It was just a cat, Stephen frowned. Moreover, there are no cats in the villa. How did you see a cat? There had to be something wrong with her eyes. Lily immediately spoke on behalf of her mother. Irene remained quiet. She had witnessed everything clearly. Deborah had screamed when she saw her. If she did not feel guilty, what was there to be frightened of? Irene had returned to the country for a few months already. Nathan initially thought that his factory's affairs would be resolved within a few days, and he could keep her company back in Haverland. However, the factory affairs became even more severe than he expected. Later, he was sued to court by one of his factory workers and could not go abroad at all, so he had no choice but to stay in Mancodia. Irene had suffered loads of troubles during her days of coming back to her country. Jordan was kind enough to call Nathan to update him about Irene daily. Nathan missed Irene every day and blamed himself for not being able to split himself into 2 selves to accompany her. Fortunately, Jordan took care of Irene for him, so he felt somewhat relieved. Now that the factory's affairs were basically handled, he planned to return to the country in a few days. After work that day, Nathan did not return home. Instead, he went to a villa at the countryside. Nathan had bought that villa last year. He intended to let Irene and Eden stay here since it was situated at the countryside. The air was clean and refreshing at the villa, so it was suitable for Eden to recuperate here. When Nathan had initially bought the villa, Brittany had not agreed to his marriage with Irene. He had thought that Irene and him could never be together, so he had purchased this villa solely for Irene and Eden to settle down. Now that Brittany had agreed to their wedding, he was ecstatic and immediately renovated the villa as their future home. Now the villa had already been renovated. There were many flowers in the garden, and there was a large field of roses. Nathan planned to propose to her in the rose garden when Irene returned. The purpose of Nathan's visit was to look at the roses. He had also planned to bid farewell to Tammy Wood, who took care of the garden for him. A few months ago, Nathan had rescued Rowan. She was hospitalized for almost a month. The wounds on her body were healed, but her memories were still lost in the wind. As Rowan's purses and personal documents had been stolen when she was unconscious from the accident, no one could confirm her identity. She could not remember her name, so Nathan had no choice but to temporarily put her in his company's staff dormitory. After a casual chat, Nathan came to know that Rowan was fond of nature. He remembered that his villa had grown plenty of flowers and trees, so he wished to let Rowan move there for a short stay. He hoped that she could hang out with the gardener and watch over the garden. A beautiful place like that could help to regain her memories back. When Nathan arrived at the villa, he saw Rowan watering the flowers in the garden. The sunset shone on the land and filled the sky with a beautiful multi-hued glow. Rowan was wearing a long peach dress. She stood in the middle of the flower garden as the sunshine reflected on her silky black hair and dress, appearing as a golden glow. The scene was breathtaking, like she was an elegant fairy in the paintings. Nathan was stunned to witness everything as he stood by the fence. He was starstruck and didn't recover for a solid 1 minute. If it weren't because he knew that Irene was not in the country, he would have reckoned that beautiful fairy in the flower garden was her. This woman who had lost her memory really resembled Irene. Just as he was in a daze, Rowan raised her head towards him and smiled. "Nathan, you're here." "Yes, I came here to take a look." Nathan came back to his senses and pushed the door open before entering. Rowan put down the watering can and approached him. She pointed at a rose plant and chuckled. "You came just in time. The rainbow roses are blooming. Look at how beautiful they are." Nathan looked in the direction of where her finger was pointing and saw 2 flowers blooming on the rose plant. The flowers' colors were unique, consisting of a mix of the 7 colors on the rainbow. The species of this rose was called the rainbow rose. It was also known as the 7-colored rose, or the rose of happiness. The flower held romantic intent in the language of flowers, dreams, happiness, joy, beauty, and elegance. Besides its gorgeous color, it also emitted a sweet fragrance. This species of rose was rare, and Nathan had specially requested the gardener to cultivate it well. He planned to use it to express his affection to Irene and wanted to show her his sincerity. Seeing the peculiar color of the rainbow rose, Nathan walked over excitedly and bent down to smell it. He sighed and said, "It really lives up to its reputation. This rose is lovely." Rowan smiled as she looked at Nathan's handsome face. She suddenly felt a little downcast because she remembered what the gardener had told her before. Nathan had a fiancée, so he grew this rose plant as a gift to his fiancée to show his affection. She really admired this woman. Nathan was manly, intelligent, and kind. It would be a blessing to be able to marry him. "Jody, thank you." Nathan stood up and thanked Rowan with gratitude. Nathan gave Rowan the nickname Jody for convenience's sake. He chose this nickname because she was wearing a jade pendant, so Nathan conveniently gave her said name. "Nathan, you're too nice. This flower was cultivated by Gentro. I was just helping him to water it." Rowan blushed slightly. She felt embarrassed for her loss of composure just now. How would Nathan know what Rowan was thinking? He thought that she was a shy person for blushing upon his compliment, so he developed a better impression of her. It was rare to find girls who blushed easily. Thinking of this, he couldn't help saying, "Jody, you really look like someone." "Really? Who is she?" "My fiancée." Nathan felt happy upon mentioning Irene. His face was filled with elation. Rowan was somewhat taken aback. "Your fiancée?" Nathan laughed and said, "Yes, her name is Irene Nelson. Your eyes and lips look a lot like hers, but she's a few years older than you." "Irene Nelson?" Rowan frowned. She felt that she had heard of the name somewhere. Nathan noticed Rowan's abnormal behavior and asked, "Jody, what's wrong with you?" Rowan hesitated for a moment and said, "I seem to be very familiar with this name." "It's not surprising. Gentro must have told you about her before." Nathan did not expect Rowan to know Irene personally. He thought that one of the villa's servants had told her since they had been transferred from the White Mansion. Everyone knew Irene, so it would not be strange for them to tell Rowan about her. Perhaps Rowan knew that the people here had never mentioned Nathan's fiancée's name to her. However, she did not think that it would be possible for her to know Nathan's fiancé on a personal level, for it would be too big of a coincidence, and she did not bother about it. Nathan admired the roses again for a while. He watered the plants together with Rowan for a while before entering the villa with her. They sat on the sofa together in the living room. Nathan told Rowan about his plans to return to Haverland and took his phone out. He said to her, "Jody, sit properly. I'll take a photo of you." Rowan felt that he was being weird. "Why do you want to take a photo of me for no reason?" I plan to share your photo with my friend and get his help to check around to see if he can identify you. Also, I'm going back to Haverland, and it'd be convenient for me to take a look around. Nathan had been busy with the factory's affairs these days, so he could not help investigate Rowan's identity. Since he was going back to the country, he planned to share Rowan's photo with Jordan to get him to find out real identity. Rowan was overjoyed. She quickly groomed her hair and clothes and sat up straight for Nathan to take photos of her. Nathan raised his phone and took 2 close shots of her. After chatting with her for a while, he went back to the White Mansion. After returning home, Nathan decided to make a phone call to Irene and tell her that he was going back to the country. Irene's voice sounded slightly tired from the other end of the line. Nathan felt his heart race and picked up on it immediately. "Irene, are you feeling unwell?" Irene chuckled. "No, I'm completely fine. You have to pay more attention to your health. Now that you're pregnant and you have to take care of Eden, you mustn't tire yourself out." Nathan's heart ached when he thought of the hardships that Irene was going through now. He gave her a few reminders before hanging up. Nathan did not feel assured from his phone call with Irene and hurriedly called Jordan to ask about Irene's situation. "I was just about to call and report to you." Jordan shared in a serious tone about Margaret's accident and that she was in a coma. He added that Lorraine had also accused Irene of the culprit. Nathan was shocked. How could this happen? Irene couldn't have done that. Jordan replied, "I believe Irene too. She's kind-hearted, and no matter how much she hates someone, she would never lay a finger on them. She must have been framed." "Does Edric trust her?" Nathan was somewhat anxious that Edric would vent his anger on Irene, as Edric was a filial son in his impression. Edric and Irene used to be husband and wife, so he understands Irene better than any of us. It's only natural that he trusts her. Although he never had a good impression of Edric, he had seen how much trust Edric had in Irene. Jordan was impressed with him and no longer despised Edric as much as before. Nathan thought that Jordan's words made sense. If Edric did not know Irene well, then those years as her husband would go to waste. Jordan added, "Edric is getting people to investigate this matter. I'm assisting in the investigation too, and things are getting interesting." Nathan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I'll be back in Haverland in a few days, and I'll look into it with you. We must prove Irene's innocence." "Okay, we'll talk about it when you come back." Nathan shared his decision to return to Haverland with Brittany over dinner. He also told her about Margaret's injuries and comatose state. However, he did not tell her about Irene being set up because he was afraid that Brittany would overly worry. Sigh, what a pity. Brittany had always been merciful. Although she disliked Margaret for coming to Mencodia to bring Eden away, she immediately forgot about her wrongdoings in the past, the moment she heard that Margaret's life was in danger. She sympathized with Margaret deeply. Instead, Joanne grew angry as she listened from the side. There is no need to pity someone like that. This is karma, since she had mistreated Irene and snatched Eden away despite his poor health. She deserves this. Brittany glared at her discontentedly. "What are you talking about? She's already in such a terrible state, yet you're still taking pleasure in her misfortune." "Madam Brittany, I'm just trying to defend Irene." Joanne pursed her lips and did not dare to say anything more. She had already heard about the matter from Lily and knew that Edric was suspecting Irene as the culprit. She also knew that he despised Irene for her actions. So Nathan's urgency to return to the country was definitely because of this matter. Previously, she had heard from Lily that Edric and Irene had an argument. Joanne was over the clouds upon knowing that both of them could not ever get back together. She hoped that Edric would never forgive Irene. However, she felt slightly worried amidst her ecstasy. She hated Irene to the core and wanted Irene to be gone from the Earth's surface, so she naturally did not want her to have a happy ending with Edric. However, if Irene and Edric were quarreling, Irene would more likely return to Nathan's side. That would be even harder for her to accept. Nathan was going back to Haverland to visit Irene this time. She felt even more anxious thinking about it. Dinner was tasteless as her mind kept thinking of ways to stop him from returning.